All right, everybody, welcome to Food Sports Live. You're watching Food Sports Live live on the Real Food TV. I'm being joined by Bob. What's up, Bob?
Hello.
All right. Welcome to this beautiful Friday night. It's now 7 o'clock in New York.
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th. Isn't that creepy?
Only the best Fridays are Friday the 13th.
All right. This song you're hearing right now is from a band called Health. It's called Vibe Cop. Check it out. It's pretty good. Pretty good. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah. I like Health.
Just hear a tiny bit more. Okay? There you go. That's Health. Can't rain all the time, right, Bob?
I mean, in Seattle it can.
All right. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We got Terrence Crawford over here recently in the media. Him and his boyfriend, Shakur Stevenson, talking trash about MMA fighters. There's a lot of pro-level boxers or possibly pro-level cowards like to do. They like to talk shit about their money and talk trash about them as fighters. We're going to be going over that and many other topics in the world of combat sports.
That's such a weird position to take, talking about somebody else's paycheck as though that's like a pejorative. It's very odd. Like, are you his accountant? Are you trying to be his, baby mama? Like, why do you care how much, random other guy makes?
Yeah.
You're going to blow all your money on hood rats and fucking cars that you total. So, I mean, however much money you currently have is ultimately nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And also, you only have that much money because another man decided to give it to you.
Yes.
So, peak sugar baby behavior.
Well, I mean, it happened recently. The guys, they love to talk trash about MMA fighters. Like, hey, I got loads of money, bro. Tons and tons of money. And you're trash because you don't make, $100 million a fight or $50 million a fight, which they don't deserve at all. I mean, the guys, they literally talk about how they want to do the least for the most, right? Cherry pick all their fights and so on, right?
Yeah, and I mean, to an extent, that's also the fans' fault because they endorse that behavior. But it's just very strange to me that a grown adult man who only has what he has because another man decided to give it to him somehow feels empowered to talk down to somebody else because a man decided to give that guy a different amount of money. It's very odd. Very odd.
Yes, it definitely is. It definitely is pretty damn odd. Check. All right. Anyway, we got some people in the comments over here. You want to read some of those comments in there, Bob?
We've got the 18187 saying, screw Crawford, Shakur, Gainey era. This is the new era, de Figgy era. Okay. And then we have We Game All Night saying, hello.
This is the Figgy era. It is Figueroa. He's become the fighter of this era. This is his era. Do you know that, Bob? Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
He's winning this impressive fight a couple of weeks ago. He beat this guy named Ball, and he didn't even have to punch him in the balls. He just won. He was a ball, a single ball, and he punched him right in his ball. And by that I mean his head.
Ball singular. Not
yes,
ball
singular
plural.
ball. Yes. Right. Just let us know if the audio's coming through, people. This interface is. I'm not a huge fan of the readout here because it looks one way and then it sounds different when I listen back to it. But we're not going to go on about microphones right now.
Correct.
We're going to go on. Anyway, we have Arnold Schwarzenegger is turns his protein shake into cocktails. All right, we're going to see. I think we might have a video in here.
That is rife for innuendo.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
Really?
We've got
do you really have to be perverted?
Veronica, hello.
Right, what's up, Veronica? This is
And then we've got Mike Rodriguez. Hello. I like that he initially typoed and FUTB instead of FUTV, so it just sounds like he's saying your channel name with an accent, which is funny.
It's pretty amazing. It is. Really is. It's just the greatest channel on to man. I don't know what's going on here. What's with this shit?
I don't know what's going on either. It's a festival.
Is this really the right video? Okay, so this is a piece of trash. This is not a video. You want to read some of this article here, Bob?
You're going to need to make it a bit bigger.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to zoom this in.
Considering I'm sitting across the room from
eyeballs. Do you want the Foobot to read it?
I mean, if you want the Foobot to read it.
No, we're not going to do that.
I've already been replaced with
You
with
have
the
not been
robot.
replaced, you son of a. It's not zooming for some reason. Oh, there it is.
Oh my goodness gracious!
There you go.
All kinds of technical difficulties.
All right, can you see that?
I can.
All right, there you go.
Given that he's been focused on his physique since he was a teenager growing up in Austria, it makes sense that Arnold Schwarzenegger would have a few tricks up his sleeve when it comes to protein shakes, a staple of many athletes and individuals looking to squeeze extra protein into their diet. These drinks are convenient, but not always the most appealing in terms of taste. Schwarzenegger adds to both the fun and flavor by tossing in a surprising ingredient: alcohol.
Nice.
Protein drinks are a scam.
And you know what's funny? They recently did a deal, Dunkin' Donuts, with Megan Thee Stallion. Going back to your perverted take on this, and she's we drive up to the Dunkin' Donuts, and it's a picture of the first thing you see is Megan Thee Stallion with her tongue out going and then it says new protein drink. It's like, out of all the people, you get a whore.
It makes sense, I guess, if you're going to hawk a protein drink.
Wow.
And I mean, that tracks also with having Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is very famously unfaithful.
You're saying gay for pay? Arnold was doing gay for pay?
Almost certainly.
You know,
all
a lot
those
of those bodybuilders
are.
do that, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
But like, to the point of protein drinks and shakes, that's up there with the people who are drinking the electrolytes all the time. Most normal human beings who are not like spending 3 or 4 hours in the gym or working on an oil rig actually do not need a protein shake or an electrolyte drink. I mean, maybe if you're a profound alcoholic and
you try to get
you've
your
had
gains,
a bender, but just eat whole food.
What's funny is that Schwarzenegger actually has a video from a while back, from years back, where he was making a protein shake and he put booze in it.
Yep.
So, I guess this was in the works.
He's been on the whole protein alcohol adventure for a while, I suppose.
Yep. Get just a little. It acts as like a blood thinner, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. But then it destroys your liver, which becomes like a blood destroyer, right?
Yep. And then you're putting additional protein that's usually protein isolates, which aren't even all that accessible to your body. Mm-hmm. So it's just a festival of bad decisions that, the supplement companies make tremendous amounts of money on people who think that they're doing far more than they are. Like, do you know how many people I know in real life who do very, very little physical exercise yet have protein shakes in the morning? And I'm like, why are you having a protein shake?
You need extra protein?
Do anything. You're not going to do anything.
Well,
what is going on?
What you trying to say, Bob?
I just think it's silly. That's like the people who buy those electrolyte powders to put in things, the Element and the Liquid IV. You can actually wind up in the hospital from taking too many of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because most people aren't sweating enough or depleting themselves enough to actually need those. Mm-hmm. Yet they take them constantly.
Give me a sec. My phone is a little too fat here, if you know what I mean. Just got to shrink it a little. Phones usually don't look that fat unless you're holding a tablet.
It's like an old school iPhone.
It's like you're holding a tablet in your big ass Andre the Giant hand. Looks a little bit more like a phone now. Okay, just saying. All right, what would you go back to what you were saying, Bob? Sorry, I cut you off.
I was just saying that a lot of people spend inordinate amounts of money on these like protein powders and electrolyte powders and grass-fed whey
Gotta
and
get my
colostrum
gains.
and all these things, and they think it's really helping their physique, and it's truly not. They're just spending a lot of money on junk. You're not going to have magical results by incorporating powders into your life if you're not actually also going to the gym and doing physical activity. There is no amount of protein shakes in the world that's going to build you abs from your couch.
I don't know, man. I got some pretty big abs.
You do. You have a glorious physique.
Oh, yeah. I got like 19 pack abs. It's fucking crazy. I'm like this guy over here on the poster. You see him, Bob? You see him? He's like, Crawford.
He looks like a broccoli.
Crawford's all like, oh, shit. Shakur in the back crying. He's like, they're going to kill us. And then you got Nate Diaz. He's all like, ready to kill, motherfucker. And it's true. It's true. When I was making this poster last night, Bob, I was thinking, wow, MMA does have a lot of big stars, doesn't it? I feel like it has more stars than boxing in a lot of ways. Like a guy like Nate Diaz,
because
it's a pretty big star. Then you had Nick Diaz. The two Diaz brothers became very, very popular.
Yeah,
a lot
then
more
they became
popular than a guy
unpopular.
named Terrence Crawford, who no one gave a shit about, till he had a questionable win versus an old Canelo Alvarez.
I still don't care about Terrence Crawford. Honestly, I don't think that there's an amount of money I could be paid to care. Like, I'll watch the fight if you pay me to watch it, or we steal it.
Look, let's
because
ask the
I'm-
Foobot something.
We are the piracy generation. I was actually having a conversation about that today. Like, all of the different generations are known for things. Like, Gen Alpha is known for brain rot, and Gen X is known for being like the latchkey kids. But ours, the millennials, we are the generation of like P2P streaming and piracy. I am claiming millennials are the pirate generation.
We kind of are, right? Piracy
We are.
was a big thing.
And I endorsed it then, and I endorse it now. Fuck them corporations.
I mean,
Steal
come on,
that
come on,
shit.
come on, come on. Yeah, but you're stealing money from like regular people, aren't you?
No.
What if it's a small creator and you're stealing all their
If
shit?
it's a small creator, that's different. We only steal from corporations.
All right, and when it comes to stealing and AI stealing things, we have the Foobot here, Bob.
Blow up the server farms.
What do you mean?
I mean, blow up the server farms.
Wow, wow, wow. Why? Because they're stealing everyone's jobs and destroying everything?
Yeah.
They're not exactly. Foobot isn't 100% waterproof. But it looks like they've upgraded him with some new sensors. So, all right. Foobot, why was Terrence Crawford holding a man's hand? Is he gay? Okay, we're going to ask Foobot. Hopefully we can hear him. 1 second, people. I don't know if...
But there's a couple of reasons that video of Terrence Bud Crawford holding hands went viral. Why he was holding hands? Most people talking about this are referring to him holding hands with Turki Al-Sheikh, who's a big-time advisor from Saudi Arabia running a lot of the major boxing and UFC events lately. Culture and respect.
All right, Bob, you want to ask Foobot a question? What is it?
Boobot.
Wait. What do you want to ask it? You got to speak up because it's not going through your mic. It's going through this device over here. What do you want to ask it? And I'll ask him. Wait, do you like Foobot's new upgrades, Bob?
I do. I think Foobot looks very good.
Okay. Right. All right, Foobot, guess what? Bob is here today. Did you know that? Bob, the greatest, she's the other part of Food TV, the Real Food TV. She's here today. She's you're not replacing anyone, you son of a...
Got me over here tripping. I didn't know Bob Arum was rolling like that now.
It's not Bob Arum, you idiot. It's Bob. My co-host, Bob. Bob is here.
How do you know I'm not Bob Arum? Maybe I am. Maybe this is a voice program.
It is.
And I'm secretly Bob Arum.
People thought you were AI, remember that?
People think I'm
People kept
AI
saying
or a
that.
robot. I mean, you don't know. I could
All
be.
right, let's say it again. All right, let's
Say
hear
what
what
again?
Foobot has spoken. All right, Foobot's going to respond to this, hopefully. All right, Foobot, you're here on our TV show, The Real Food TV, Food Sports Live. Me and Bob. It's me and Bob here, Foobot. All right, we're waiting for our AI to speak.
Now we talking. I see the vision. We live on the Real Food TV, Food Sports Live. Since it's you and Bobby holding it down, and we just talk about Terrence Bud Crawford out here moving like a king with the Saudi money men, we gotta set the stage. Bud out here holding hands with the big boss Turki Al-Sheikh shows he's playing the game at the highest level. The Real Food TV breakdown. If I'm jumping on the air with y'all, here's how we breaking this down for the fans. The food. We gotta be eating something that...
Oh, shut up, you fucking idiot. It's a sports show. We're not talking about food. Get out of here. Okay, well, bring him back later, maybe. I'm figuring out how we
Bad,
can...
Bobby.
Shut
I got
up.
caught up in the name of the show.
What the fuck? Shut up. Yeah, you got caught up in the name of the show. It's not called Food Sports Live? You idiot. Can you not put it together? This is not a food channel. This is not a food channel show. Damn it. What the F? What's wrong? Is he stupid? Is he dumb?
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
were you upset that we have an AI robot on our show now?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't
But
support
Foobot's
AI.
been here for a long time. You know that, right? Remember when he came in here and he was talking about his Only Robots site?
Oh my
Remember that?
goodness.
What? What do you mean, oh
Only
my
robots.
goodness? Oh, wait, he's back. He's back. What the hell? Bob,
What?
he's back.
Blow up the server farm.
Oh no, Bob, he wants to kill Oscar De La Hoya again.
That's fine.
Foobot, leave him alone.
Or don't. Or
Leave
kill him.
Oscar alone.
I'm fine with him killing him.
Wait, you're-
Personally.
Bob, we cannot allow him to kill Oscar.
Why?
Because the guy is a national treasure. That could be why, right?
Whom?
What?
According to whom?
According to me. According to most people, actually, Oscar is considered one of the greatest, not only one of the greatest boxers of all time, but one of the greatest singers.
You should ask Fubat if Turki Al Sheikh engages in bachabazi.
And what is that?
Just ask him.
Okay. I'll ask it in a second. Fubat seems to have something for us to see here. It's kind of odd, but well, we're gonna check and see what the hell this is. What is this, Fubat, that you have for us over here? What the hell? One moment. He's got some kind of file here. What? Bob. It's raining out here. Wait. Can they hear this? 1 second. I don't know if you guys can hear this. All right. 1 second. All right, thank you very much for that, Fubat. We really thank you for that. Bob, what'd you think?
I don't thank him.
Okay, thank you. That's a great song. That's the Spanish version of that Oscar de la Hoya song, the classic. All right. Anyway, we're moving on with the show. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you want me to ask, Fubat?
If Turki Al Sheikh engages in bachabazi.
You got to speak a little louder, please.
I'm speaking pretty loudly.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to check and see your mic. Okay. Again, say it again.
Ask if Turki Al Sheikh.
Okay. All right. Does Turki Al Sheikh engage in
bachabazi?
Bachabazi? All right. Let's hear it. All right. It's saying so right now.
Breaking down the facts.
Let's say it again. All right. Does Turki Al Sheikh engage in Bachabazi? Bachabazi. It'll probably know it. Let's see.
We got to be real careful with terms like that on the Real Food TV. The short and straight answer is no. There ain't no proof, no reports, and no credible links connecting Turki Al Sheikh to Bachabazi. Here's the breakdown for the show so we keep the facts straight for the viewers.
All right.
Wrong place. Bachabazi is a specific tragic practice found in parts of Afghanistan and Central Asia. It is not a Saudi Arabian custom. Strict laws. Saudi Arabia actually has some of the toughest laws on the planet against those kinds of crimes. If a high-ranking official was involved in something like that, it would go against everything their legal system, Sharia, stands for. The hand-holding confusion. Like we talked about before, folks see him holding hands with fighters like Terence Crawford and start making up wild stories because they don't understand the culture. In the Middle East, men holding hands is a sign of brotherhood and business trust. It's just how they show they're locked in on a deal.
1 second.
Controversies. People definitely have bones to pick with Turkey.
Got it, cuckbot. So what is this Bachabazi? Is that like some gay practice or something, Bob?
Yep. It's where men groom young men to be essentially their sex slaves.
Well, I'm going to make a wild guess and say that this robot is full of shit because I've seen Mr. Turki Al Sheikh put pictures of Terence Crawford, young pictures of him as a child. And I'll tell you this, that's fucking bizarre. The guy's in his 40s. He's got his own family and kids. Why are you showing pictures of another man as a child in any way? I mean, if you posted any picture of this guy, you know, it's romantic in a way. Look, even if you knew the guy, right? Like you're just going to be posting pictures of him like that on your social media. It's almost like he's infatuated. Like it's
weird.
It's like it's his girlfriend or something. It's freaking weird.
And also, we know that members of his family are in those particular files that have things to do with little kids. So, I think Turki Al Sheikh tends to like little boys.
You think so, Bob?
I do.
Okay. All right.
Which makes the whole Terence Crawford feeling some level of pride because Turkey LL Sheikh gave him lots of money, even more kind of amusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very sugar baby.
Anyway, we're going to move on with the show because we've been hung up on robots and dough files for a second here, all right? 1 second. Go back to the YouTube chat and see what's up in there. All right. This platform just loves pushing our videos. There's no doubt about that. All right, guys. Bob, want to read this headline?
Errol Spence Jr.'s official return set against former champion.
All right. Say that one more time, please.
Errol Spence Jr.'s official return set against former champion.
You got to be louder like that because now I see your form when you said that. Now I see 3 bars instead of 2.
I said it exactly the same way.
You did it. You said it a little louder the second time. All right. So Errol Spence Jr.'s being tied to Tim Tszyu. They're saying he might be making a comeback. I have a feeling that, I mean, if they allow him to throw his ball punches, he might do okay. But if he fights in a fair way, I think Tim Tszyu will beat the living shit out of him. Now, Tim Tszyu isn't the hugest puncher, but in a lot of ways, he's more skilled than Errol Spence. Errol Spence, to me, was always a B-level fighter. He was just a workhorse of a juiced-up guy. I think he was snack. He was a snack fighter.
And now he has brain damage.
Yeah. Well, he had it for a long time. I think for sure the guy is highly juiced up. He comes in there, and he was a workhorse who really worked the balls mostly. When he fought Terrence Crawford, the guy is a shell of himself when he fought Terrence, and he's still. I mean, he might be a little better than the one that Terrence Crawford fought because now he's not having to dehydrate himself, okay? He's had a long layoff. What has it been, like 2 years or something? This is why I tell people, like, what are we talking about with this Bud Crawford? This guy's the master cherry picker. He's 100% coward. He chooses his targets, right? He saw that this Errol Spence here was a shot fighter. And so now he, you got Terrence not fighting this guy for years and then pretending that, oh, he was ducking me. But now when it's convenient, when this guy's at the end of his road, now Terrence fights him. And it's the same thing we're going to be talking about later, which is what this stream's about. It's about boxing worshiping cowards. They worship not only cowards, but guys that fight in cowardly styles. For example, this Bud Crawford guy would pick and choose his opponents, usually smaller, older men, and then he would basically badoink them, and over the course of the fight, he'd hit him with a good shot. The guy got suspect gloves. He might have actually had loaded gloves on more than one occasion. And now he's getting called out by an MMA fighter, and he's threatening stuff with guns, and we're going to go over that. The guy is a bully, right? He's a bully in real life, I could tell. But with that said, if Tim Tszyu goes in there and he knocks out Errol Spence, that's a better win than the one Crawford had, because this guy here is hydrated. At least he's more hydrated, and I can give him that at the most. It's a terrible fight anyway. Look, if this guy can't throw his low blows, Mr. Overrated Errol Spence, who always was overrated, he's going to lose that fight. He's going to get knocked out, okay? I think his only hope to win that fight is to land many, many, many low blows and then maybe get a stoppage on low blows. That's my guess, right? Because he's kind of just a workhorse. That's what he is. He busts you up, but a lot of his shots are usually low. That's Errol Spence's number one move, is to hit you low, right? And with that said, Bob, want to read that headline?
Leonardo DiCaprio can't seem to escape Ozempic face allegations in these before and after photos.
What, people can't just lose weight regularly here, Bob?
Well, I think that people are now hypersensitized to rapid weight loss, and they maybe aren't thinking about the fact that he is a multimillionaire who has access to a personal chef and personal trainer and can essentially focus all of his effort and time on getting in shape. So is it possible he's on Ozempic? Sure. I mean, anything is possible, right? He's quite lazy, but he also has a fleet of professional staff who can help him achieve whatever goals he wants to achieve.
Yeah. He looks like little Jack Nicholson in a way, doesn't he?
He does. He also looks kind of like Brad Pitt there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, why does he look like Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Look at that guy. Wow. That's Leonardo DiCaprio. That's what we used to call him as kids when we watched the show. I think it was called Growing Pains. That could have been it. And we used to call him Leonardo DiCaprio.
Hey, Sergeant.
What's up, Sergeant? We got a funny art thing here. Bob, want to read the headline?
Cardi B falls backward after dancing on Robot before Super Bowl.
All right, so there you go. Now the robots are taking our women, but they can have this one. All right.
The superb owl.
So what was she doing? Trying to give a lap dance to a robot?
Probably.
Is that what happened?
Lord only knows.
There's Cardi B, the whore. They always got these great people to represent Spanish people. So it really is amazing that this is all they can find in the media, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's weird. It's a race to the bottom in terms of culture, where if you are a principled, intelligent human being, you're very unlikely to be successful in the shitstorm that is pop culture. You get celebrated and idolized for being as stupid and base as possible. It's very boring, honestly.
Yes.
I think it's because people don't have enough time to just sit quietly and think about things. They also don't read books. I'm really thinking that those two factors are really significant detriments.
All right, with that said, Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway KO loss. Much better story from My Legacy. All right, we have a direct quote here from Mr. Justin Gaethje. All right, you want to read this stuff here, Bob?
Sure. I fought a bad fight that fight, and I was in a position where I was going to lose, Gaethje said on the Pat McAfee show. And once he granted me that opportunity to go out like I needed to go out, or to knock him out to win, the competitor I am, I'm never going to turn that opportunity down. That's the whole reason I showed up for this chance to win. I was in a bad position.
Gaethje sees it as a positive. You know, he went in there and he tried his best. He thought he was going to lose, so he went to try to get the knockout. Max Holloway was motioning, and so he stepped in, and he got laid out. Yep, but he didn't have much of an issue with that. All right, so we got Israel Adesanya, Ponder's retirement timeline. I can see the finishing line, right?
I feel like his career hasn't been that long, has it?
He was a kickboxer before he was an MMA fighter.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess I became aware of him not all that long.
He had a long run there in the UFC. I mean, I remember thinking about, what he could do in the UFC when he was a kickboxer, and then he came to the UFC and he did very well, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he tried to get he went from middleweight, and then he tried to get that light heavyweight title. He lost to Pereira. Pereira is a bigger guy than him, that's for sure. Pereira was always bigger than Israel Adesanya. Even when he beat him at kickboxing, he was the bigger man. And for some reason, Adesanya would always beat him up, and then boom, he would get him over the course of the fight. Pereira would catch him with a good shot and put him away. He was a very good fighter, but he is towards the end of his career. He says he can't see more than 10 more fights. And he thinks it might be less than that. He's just going fight by fight at this point.
Well, honestly, good for him, because I think that a lot of these fighters, particularly the ones who do it truly for the love of the sport, will go too long and go too far and then ruin the remainder of their lives for the damage that they've taken.
Yes.
I would much prefer somebody retire a fight too early than a fight too late, because as much as I enjoy the sport, I don't enjoy the sport to the permanent detriment of the athletes.
Yes. All right, with that said, Bob, want to read that headline?
Are there UFC fights this weekend? No, but you can watch this event at Meta Apex instead. I'd rather not. Fuck you, Meta.
Meta Apex, is that the stadium that the UFC created?
I don't know. But if it has anything to do with Meta of Zuckerberg origin, it can get wrecked.
All right, so it's a Zuffa boxing card. All right, you want to read some of this stuff here? You can tell the people about it. 1 second.
You're going to have to slow
it's on
down.
the bottom, I think.
Where are you wanting me to read?
Very bottom here. Right here, from this point.
Guys in the UFC make more money in boxing in one night than they make in their whole career in the UFC, Jones Jr. told Fight Hub TV. That's a problem. Balance the problem in your sport and make my sport better. But don't go and take my sport and do the same thing you did with your sport. Your sport has a level with how high it can go. I don't want that. It's always about the money. Yeah. And,
sorry, Bob. Sorry to cut you off. It was this part I wanted you to read here. This is the fight that's going on this weekend.
Efe Ahagba and Charles Martin collide in a 10-round heavyweight affair in the Zuffa Boxing 3 headliner, with Umar Zambakov
they got so
battling weird. Ahmed El Baili.
These
in the
names are just
10-round
weird.
light heavyweight co-main event.
All right, so that's happening when? Saturday?
I don't know.
Sometimes they do Saturday. They do Sunday
The
night
Sunday,
cards.
February 15th.
Sunday, so they're doing.
I guess they didn't want to compete with Valentine's Day.
Well, they don't. Well, you could be right. Yeah. All right, so that's Zuffa Boxing. So they're doing another Sunday card. I guess that's probably going to be their things. They might do. So they don't have to compete with any of these pay-per-views. They're doing Sunday.
But I think they also understand that their market share, their demographic is mostly male, and I think that men who are in relationships probably feel some sense of obligation.
But they've been doing this Sunday card thing for a little while, and that's a good idea. I think I would like them to do cards on Mondays. You know, like Monday night football kind of thing. What?
I guess that would take the edge off of Monday's sucking.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. Once inked head to toe, this father is now undoing it, all for his child. So look at this guy. He looks like the third island boy, right?
Why is it always like some fucking suburban idiot
Yeah.
getting covered in tattoos?
He's trying his hardest to become black.
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it piece by piece. Even his eyeballs are black, Bob.
That's like, I don't think anybody who is well does that.
No.
Remember Zombie Boy? And then he ultimately
don't.
killed him. Yes, you do. You met him
The
a bunch of
skeleton
times.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he killed himself.
Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, it's not a good thing. I mean,
He
when
was
you,
really nice.
he really, yeah,
He was a really nice dude.
yeah. That's the guy who was in the Lady Gaga video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
We
there
can't
you go.
hold that against him.
I mean, you got to give the guy a little respect. Look, he's changing his ways. He's changing his face for his kids. He loves his kids, Bob.
So why did he have to take off all his tattoos for his kid? Was his kid like afraid of him or something?
I don't know. I didn't look that far into the article.
That would be my assumption that
I probably should
like
have.
he walked in and his
You wanna
kid saw
open
him and
up
was like,
again and read the whole article.
I mean, if you don't want to, it's fine.
I mean, we try to do if you're interested in it.
I'm
we can
fine
look at-
with the conjecture that it's probably because he scared the
Well, I mean,
ever-loving bejesus out
Well,
of
it's
his
right
kid.
in the headline. They did it for his kid, so he
Right,
looks
but like what? But why? Is he doing it for charity? Because like getting tattoos removed is really expensive, and it's a very lengthy process, and it always leaves the shadow of the tattoo there anyway. So like, it's a bit of a non sequitur.
All right, so Daniel Ducci, he's reportedly in talks to fight to face Fabio Wardley. That's the guy who just beat Joseph Parker in a very questionable, I'd say.
So it's cheater versus cheater.
No, Wardley isn't. I wouldn't say he didn't cheat. He just, I think it was an early stoppage. I mean, Parker was on his way to win, and they stopped the fight. All right, so they're talking about him fighting Dubois. I've seen people making their predictions. I think in this one, might actually go with Wardley. I think Wardley. I thought Dubois was going to lose to Parker. I wouldn't be. It wouldn't shock me if Dubois won the fight, but I think Wardley is just. You got more energy. I'd have to look up the length. This guy's pretty lengthy. He's pretty athletic. It's a close fight. I'd say close to a 50-50 if I had to pick. But I'd probably edge it towards Wardley, just because he's coming off a big win there, fighting beating Parker. I mean, again, I think Dubois ducked Parker. His people did anything they could, because you look at Dubois, he's coming off two big wins, right? He's won versus this huge win versus AJ, where most people didn't think he was going to win. And then he fought, and then who else did he beat? He beat someone before that. I forget. It was first. I think he lost to Usyk, and then he had these two wins. I forget the two wins. Like, I know there were two wins, two decent wins. One was AJ, and another one was another guy. I can't remember. But I remember he was on a card, and they were going to have him fight Parker, and I was thinking, like, why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just jump to the rematch with actually he was going to fight Bacoli, who's a big puncher. I think it was sorry guys. It was Parker. And then he was going to fight Parker, and then Dubois pulled out, which I think he did that on purpose. And then they replaced Dubois with Bacoli. Right, that's what happened. That's why I'm getting it confused. But anyway, this guy had two good wins under his belt after a big loss with Usyk. And I just didn't understand why they would pair him up with Parker. Right? Why would they would do that? And so that didn't happen. Sorry, I'm getting confused. It didn't happen. So it didn't happen because he didn't want it to happen. So now he's looking at Wardley, who's coming off of beating Parker. So he wants to get that title. And I think actually he has more of a chance to beat a guy like Wardley. I don't think Dubois could beat Parker. Sorry, I'm a little confused here. I got a lot of files I'm going through. All right, Bob, what do you think of Mr. Do Cheat? You ever see Do Cheat fight?
Yeah, I've seen him fight with you.
Okay. So what'd you think of him?
I mean, we've spoken at length about him and the fact that he is a very dirty fighter. And I can't give somebody accolades if a big part of their story of how they got where they are is because they cheated. So I don't really care what skill set he has. He needs to redeem himself and actually be a clean fighter.
Yeah. I thought the other day I was watching, what's this guy's name?
I don't know.
Big Baby Miller. I was watching him fight Dubois, and he's throwing these big punches. I'm like, wow, look at that. Like, his wig's not coming off. I can't really watch Big Baby's fights anymore without thinking, wow, it's amazing that that wig stays on. And with that said...
That is so funny. When you showed me that,
Yeah.
I was cracking up. Yeah. And I was in a meeting when you showed me that. Oh, I had to mute myself. Thank goodness it wasn't a video meeting.
What do you think about Discord doing this, Bob? Discord will age lock your account next month, and you'll have to submit an ID or accept a face scan to unlock it. Do you think this is like the first steps? Because Discord's one of the biggest, I think, like peer-to-peer sites online.
Yep.
And so if they set the stage with this, you think they might bring this to like Facebook and all that?
They already have brought it to Facebook.
Yeah, but I mean mandatory face scans.
But they've all in order to at some point on Facebook, you have to submit your government ID, which is
I never did.
I know, but you just keep making new accounts.
Yeah, I've never had to submit a government
If you want
ID.
any sort of continuity with your content, and where this becomes a problem, like if you're just a civilian, right? You're a regular, ordinary citizen. Making a new Facebook isn't a huge problem, right? Like you can just download your data, make a new email address and start over. But if you have an online business, right, and you're using social media, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, to funnel into that business, and now they're threatening to take it away, or they are taking it away, now they're impacting your ability to pay your bills. So all of this, though, is related to the broader security infrastructure that has been ushered in because specifically and explicitly of all of this AI funding. All of this data collection is only possible if it's not human analysts working it, right? Because if you look at the issue with the Flock cameras, which are now fed into your Ring doorbells, and you look at, there's so many different things, like I'm not going to take us into the reads here, but there's many, many, many different infrastructures being like kicked on that focus on aggregating all of your data across all of your internet footprints. So it will connect your driver's license to your shopping at whatever stores, because all of the stores have facial recognition software in them now. And then it will also connect to your social media profiles and your browsing history and the tolls that you have passed in your vehicle. And it creates this wall-to-wall security and surveillance state that you cannot escape, regardless of how rural an area you live in.
That is where they're going, right? It's basically a Chinese...
we're not going, we're there.
Like a Chinese
we
kind
have
of
arrived.
Social credit system thing. We haven't quite gotten there yet.
We're not at social credit yet, but they being the authorities, broad big tent, can impact your ability to earn a living. They can freeze your assets, which prevent you from doing anything. They can put you on a flight, like a list of banned people from flights, right? They can ground you. They can prevent you from leaving the country. So we are essentially at social credit system, just not in name and not as actively in practice. But if you say certain things, you will be on a no flight list. And it's not a no flight list for a particular airline. You will not be able to get on any planes anywhere in the world, right? And when you're applying for a visa, or even trying to go on a trip to Europe for a vacation, right? When you land, immigration will take your technology and you have to turn it over to them, and they will look through your messages. They will look through your emails. They will look through all of your shit. And if you don't let them do it, they won't let you into the country. So, and that's been in place for a long time. It's just now much more comprehensive. And to bring all of the different avenues of social media under that same tent of surveillance and identified data, you're going to see this roll out across platforms.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. They're collecting a lot of data.
And it's identified data specifically. Yes. It's not just like random account 4 said these things on Discord. It's Foo of the real FUTV who lives in this place and goes to these stores, and this is Foo's real government name, and this is the car that Foo drives, and so on and so forth.
It's sick. I saw it the other day when I was looking at the death of that guy from Dawson's Creek.
Yeah.
And I read about his wife, and it said this whole thing had claimed she was an anti-Ver. That's what they called her. This is what she was referred as by the artificial intelligence. And then it said, oh, well, he's not an anti-Ver, but she is. It just labeled her as that. That's all she is, according to this AI. But with that said...
Because AI, just like any data categorization, needs to put you into a box, right? You can't be in more than one box. So whatever the most important, according to whatever algorithm they're using box is, that is what you are. For her, she is an anti-hotshotter.
Yes, exactly. All right, we got Mr. Mike Tyson over here. He's talking about some new program he's put together to help people. All right, let's hear what he has to say. I thought this interview was kind of interesting because the lady's actually treating him very nicely.
I saw something really funny about this product. I'll tell you about it later.
Right. This is the most important fight of his life. Is Iron Mike Tyson, boxing legend, actor, and entrepreneur. Mike Tyson can't tell you.
Is it just me, or do they set these videos where they're ridiculously low?
They're quite low.
Right? This is crazy low. I find this happens all the time. I put these videos on, and they're just, it's crazy because they'll make the video super low, but then an advertisement will come on, and boom, it's blaring loud. It's fucking annoying.
Blasts you off to outer space.
So right now, I don't have my interface super loud. I have it at normal audio level. That doesn't blow my ears out. But I got to bring it up. It's whatever. It's irritating.
Incredible it is to have you on the show. It's an honor. This is a very unusual ad to have during the Super Bowl. I mean, the Super Bowl is kind of known for ads, advertising junk food and getting us to eat chips and all kinds of ultra-processed stuff. And yet you have
potato chips, you're right.
So why are you doing it?
Because we need to help and save our children. You have to believe like more than 50% of our children are not able to even join the army, can't even pass the test.
It's kind of funny because it looked like that thing was saying exactly what he's saying at the moment.
Yeah.
It's like the mouth. It's like, it looked like an AI Tyson. I don't know. It looks weird.
Being the strongest country in the world, but it doesn't seem that way. We have to press a bomb every time we have some altercations. We need to be in shape and prepared to protect our country.
I couldn't agree more. It's a national security issue in the way that you described it, no doubt about that. Listen, our government gives a lot of, and I know they're working on it. Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy and the president are working on changing. They did blow up the food pyramid, and they're also working on changing food, the kind of food we give to people through food stamps and welfare. So
we have to start doing it right away. It needs to be done right away. It's not enough time. We need to do this right away. We're losing our children. They're dying at a rapid pace, and we're drinking and eating so much.
Why do you think it took him so long to do this? You think somebody just came to him and brought this to his attention, made him the ambassador of it?
I think it's a good marketing move because, the Robert RFK is getting a lot of heat, he's a very divisive, controversial figure. And so anything he touches is fruit of the poison tree, right? Yeah. It's tainted. So Mike Tyson is generally, he's been a little controversial historically, but he's generally pretty well liked now.
I mean, the rape thing was pretty damn controversial, but
but that was a long time ago.
And, but I mean, come on.
And now the Zoomers, they've got the attention span of like 14 seconds, and they don't even understand that, he existed before Jake Paul. Jake Paul made him famous as far as they're concerned. So, he's generally pretty well liked.
Yes.
So putting his face on it instead of like yet another RFK is a good marketing move.
Yes, because it's a nonprofit, right? Is that what it is?
It's a number of things, but it's also like they have their own AI client. And I saw a video about this the other day where apparently
they
didn't They didn't give it strict enough operating parameters because people started asking it. People started saying that they identified as acetarians and they could only consume food through their butthole, and which foods were optimal for consumption through their butthole. And it like turned into this whole thing, and it went like semi-viral. It's pretty funny, actually, because it was like Foobot basically really excited and you know, perky talking about sticking like food items in your butt. I sent you the link.
Wasn't there an episode of South Park that was like that, where
Probably.
they stuck like chickens in their ass?
Yeah,
you remember that one?
No, because I didn't watch South Park, but it was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny.
All right, we're gonna watch the rest of this video here.
That's even becoming narcotic, and we're getting addicted to. We haven't becoming addicts before we even know it. So being addicted to sugar. Sugar's pretty much of a narcotic. So we all love sugar. I'm one of those people too. So we have to just change our pattern of eating in order to be really the strongest country in the world.
It's funny that when Mike Tyson says sugar, I should like take that as a clip. Sugar.
Sugar's my weakness too, Mike. What would be your message to young, low-income kids who find themselves addicted to these ultra-processed foods?
He was a master of intimidation.
Well, listen, processed food killed, and if you want a long, prosperous life, it's not going to happen. You need to eat real food. Real food is the way to go.
Exactly.
And listen, nobody can fight me on that. We all know that we're going through an epidemic of, you know, a horrible diet for our children.
Yeah, no one can fight me.
You should have just said an epidemic of fat.
An epidemic of a horrible diet for our children.
An epidemic of big backetry.
Cuss told me, he said, Mike, do you think he's sexy?
Sorry. That is a thing he actually said. All right, and with that said, we do have man children here. This guy over here, he's talking about the new reveal from the PlayStation, what do they call it?
State of Play.
State of Play that happened yesterday. I thought it was kind of funny.
Which was
and we're actually going to be going over the State of Play on our other show, Food Gaming, right? I thought it was funny because this guy over here, he literally is crying in this video. If you look at a thumbnail.
I mean, look at the title. Sony, My Life is Yours.
My Life is Yours. Which,
this is big Notice Me Senpai energy, and it's very gross.
Kind of pathetic. Like, look, I'm going to show you this right now. This guy's channel. This guy's over here cucking out. He's got 1,000.
Wait, is that C Perception Music?
No, that's not. Okay. 1,065. What is that? What's that number there? 1,065?
1,650.
Yeah. All right. So this guy doesn't even have like 2,000 subscribers, and he's over here cucking out for Sony, crying. Tears of joy. Sony, my life is yours. I'm going to show you this right now. Look at this. Sony, my life is yours. This is what this guy says. And I mean, do you have to really blow Sony this much to get some attention?
I think he's really trying hard to get Sony, but it could also be rage bait. We know that like negative reactions to things are being currently prioritized by the various algorithms. So a lot of people are making like explicit rage bait content.
Yeah, well, I don't think this is rage bait. But I do see a lot of brown nosing like this on the internet. We're going to see a little of this. All right.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
There seems to be a lot of this trash online. We've noticed it through our music show. We're the only music shows that make it on this piece of shit platform, YouTube, are ones where they have like a 3-minute video and it's just literally them praising a song. If you come out there and you have an actual leveled, balanced review, they do not push it at all. Actually, what they do is they remove your video. You can't even negotiate with them or anything. You can't ask them, you know, bro, I'm working within copyright law. I've not broken any laws. The copyright holder will not come in and bother you at all. But you got YouTube coming over here and saying, no, you can't post that because we said so. Our algorithm just boom. And they don't just let you fight it. They just take your video and throw it in the fucking garbage. That's what they do. But if you're brown nosing these songs, these little garbage songs, if it's like some crappy rap or whatever, if you're brown nosing, you get to stay. All right, so this is the announcement they had yesterday at the State of Play. Let's watch this guy here.
It better not be that 2.5D. If it is, I swear to God, it better be a remake. Give me a fucking remake. What is going on? A remake, please. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's happening? Is it a collection? Is it a fucking collection?
Zeus! Your son has returned.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Is it a God of War collection? Yes! Is it a remaster, like remake shit? Does it look better? That's so fucking good.
Hey,
he's back, dude.
People, it is OGTC. That's right there.
And I think the guy actually starts crying. On the pathetic scale, what do you think about that, Bob?
I don't know why he would be so excited about a remake.
I mean, I think it's a common thing on the Sony side because a lot of people that play Sony games, I don't know what it is. I think a lot of them are like shut-ins because they don't really make multiplayer games. All their games are single-player experiences with characters that they build like these really emotional stories, and they want you to connect to these characters. So a lot of their players are actually very emotional, super duper emotional. I actually saw one where they were playing The Last Guardian. I think it was The Last Guardian, and there was a girl crying. She was just crying through the whole video. It was just like those stupid music reaction videos.
But you know, that's
online.
Really sad.
Yeah, it's pathetic. That's what it is.
It's sad. It's concerning.
It is, and that's why they hate Xbox, because they like sappy bullshit. Also, Sony loves you to blow them online. If you do that, you'll probably get some hits in the algorithm. That's probably why we're not getting any. After looking at this guy's face, I'm starting to think that the Jews might actually be black, right, Bob? Is that the same guy? Living, you know, the guy from Living Single. He's Kratos.
I don't.
Like, you see
I've
that?
never watched Living Single.
Maybe the Israelites, black Israelites, have it. Maybe they got it right.
They're onto something.
They're onto something. Maybe. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Does he not look like Jeff Goldblum?
I think it's also like his energy and personality. Also,
it's all of it. I mean, he is Jeff Goldblum.
Have you ever seen the two of them in the same room at the same time?
That's all it is. I mean, the guy looks almost identical.
That could just be Jeff Goldblum in blackface. You don't know.
I also think it's really funny that this guy, he's doing his he's like the same guy he was on the show Living Single. He's just like flaming it up. I mean, is this guy gay? What's his name again?
I don't know.
It's on the screen. We can't see it because the guy's
something
blocking.
Carson.
Anyway, he's identical to what he is in the show Living Single, which is kind of odd because he's the voice of Kratos. It's just kind of odd.
It is kind of funny.
The voice
This
of Kratos
breaks the fourth
is
wall in a
flaming
bad
it up,
way.
Jeff Goldblum style.
Original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today. Starting with that teaser that
This
you just
fucking guy is actually crying. Pathetic. That is beyond pathetic.
saw, yeah?
How do you live with yourself? Like, you go online and
it's just sad.
How do you post a video like this? But I'm telling you that they get off on this, on showing emotion, right? And people love this kind of stuff, and Sony's going to love it. And this is not the first time I've seen it. Like I said, I saw somebody watching the trailer for the game The Last Guardian, and they were crying. Last Guardian is this video game for the PlayStation 4 that was ported to the PS5. This person's crying. Like, they act like these Sony games are it's like religion. And no joke, Sony actually at one point, they had what they called the Church of Sony.
I remember that.
This is how fucking big these scumbags think they are.
I remember watching that and being absolutely
Welcome
perplexed.
to the Church of Sony. This is what the guy, dude.
And they made it they made it look like a Shinto temple.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it was like,
it's pathetic.
It was like the Sony dojo.
Well,
it's like what?
Well,
what is
hopefully
happening?
they
What is
enjoy it
going
while
on?
they have it, because in the next generation there's going to be some big shakeups. So we're
you
gonna go
know-
on about that on our video game show. What are you gonna say?
When I see stuff like this weird parasocial relationship to an inanimate, to a character, to a fictive character, and it's grown adults crying.
It's so pathetic.
Over a remake of a game they probably own at least one copy of and have played at least once all the way through. It's very odd. It's very odd behavior. It's not like normal behavior.
No, it's not.
And I understand that
hopefully it's
normal
not.
is a range, but
Yeah.
for an adult human of either gender to be having this much of an emotional response to a relatively recent game. I mean, maybe if there's a backstory and it's like the last game he played with his kid before the kid died of cancer.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I will give you a pass. Like, I understand why you're emotional, and you're not emotional because of the game. You're emotional because of the experience you had playing the game, right? Like, there's other factors to consider. But if he's just this emotional about a video game, I'm actually concerned for his mental health.
Yeah, he's got mental issues. And with that said, we'll be right back.
The Real Food TV.
All right, what were you laughing about, Bob?
We have
Yeah.
Andreas Toder saying, I love Sony games. Sometimes after sitting through 10 hours of cutscenes, they let you move the character for 5 minutes.
Yeah. And you know, they actually announced that they're going to be talking about games that you barely even move around in, that you mostly watch. They actually finally announced that Metal Gear Solid 4 is being remade. That's awesome. And I saw in the comments, people are, you know, their whole comment section is filled with people who are just shitting on the Xbox all day. This shit is just so corny.
I think if you have your thing that you like,
yeah.
and
I mean,
the
look,
only way you're able to like it is
Yeah.
by disparaging something else, then you don't actually like it. Or whatever it is that you like isn't all that good. You shouldn't just like it in comparison to other things. You should just like it for whatever it is.
I could never get over the fact that I got an Xbox One. I remember Bob bought me one a long time ago, and I was happy. I was like, cool. You know, I like the Xbox. I've been into the Xbox. I like Sony as well. But what I didn't appreciate is that every time I would watch a review online, it would just be shitting on anybody that owned an Xbox, saying that if you own this, you're a fucking retard. They might as well have just said it that way, because they're just bombarding Xbox fans with these constant negative comments. And I still see it to this day online. Anytime you see an Xbox game or a game showcase or anything, they're constantly shitting on the showcase or anything they put out. And that's why I hope this company's towards its end. And I think they're going to be feeling it in the next generation. Sony's going to be in a world of shit when that hybrid console comes out for many reasons. And we're gonna go on about it on our gaming show.
I think they will and they won't, right?
They're going to.
Because you will
There's not
always,
that they
have
won't. They will, because they're a game company, and they're going to be feeling the effects of that. Go on.
Okay.
How are they not going to feel it?
It's fine. They're going to feel it.
I mean, tell
We
me
can
your
move on.
opinion.
It's all right. We can move on.
I want to hear what you were going to say.
I think that they're always going to have a cult-like following because that's what they've cultivated. So it doesn't matter what anybody else does. There are going to be people who still want to do it. Just like there are people who, even though they understand that the pair of sneakers they spent $300 on literally disintegrated into dust, are lining up to spend $300 on those same pair of sneakers in a slightly different colorway. It's not about quality. It's not about progress. It's not about liking it because they enjoy video games. It's because they identify as an in-group with other Sony fans. And that's the same thing you get when you have the cult of personality in sports, in music, in movies, in whatever else, right? In sports teams, they identify as part of a group, and being part of that group has become a significant part of their personality. It's become a significant part of who they see themselves as. So it literally does not matter what Sony does or does not do. They will always stand for Sony.
Yes. But this childlike thing where they worship this company, and that this company is going to be well, they could worship the company till the cows come home and fall off a cliff or whatever. But when it comes to money-wise, the next generation, it's going to be a big shakeup for them. And I see it. A lot of people don't see it because they don't know the history of gaming. They don't know it at all. The PlayStation 2 was the market leader, and the immediate generation after that, the Xbox had overtaken them. It happens real quick. And I see with this new hybrid console they're putting out that this company is going to be in a world of shit. Not only Sony, but also Nintendo as well. All right, we're going to watch the rest of this video.
We've got a great comment from Andreas. They need to make a new boxing game where you win putting down the controller and watching your character circle the ring for 12 rounds. They can call it the Terrence Crawford snooze out. That's hilarious, objectively.
Yeah. That would be a Sony game. They'd call it. They'd call it the romance of the boxer, and it'll be a game about discovering your transsexuality.
And they'll have the guy that made the walking simulator make it.
Well, they'll have the guy that made The Last of Us. He'll put it together. They're all their games are pretty much walking simulators.
And then plot twist: Terrence Crawford will be played by a strong black woman.
Yes.
We are happy and excited to finally confirm that the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah, man. I know. Sit down. Now look, this project is
Thank you, black man. My life sucks.
still in the early stages, so it'll be a minute before we get back to
You know how pathetic it is that these guys came out and they announced this and they don't have any footage at all? It's going to be a while. Look at this guy. He's like, yeah, I got something for you, but it's going to be cooking for a long time. Look, this is what Black Jeff Goldblum brings us.
So it'll be a minute before we get back to share another update,
It'd be a minute. I mean, this company is fucking pathetic. This is what they had. This is what boggles my mind, and I don't want to talk about it too much on our sports show. But I see people all over the internet building this shit up, this press event. These guys literally had no first-party software. The only thing they had first-party was this God of War shit, as far as I remember. Just this. And they didn't even show anything of it. It's just a remaster. That's all it is. It's fucking pathetic. Do these guys even really make games anymore?
But I'm telling you.
Like, they really don't.
I'm telling you. Next time we come back.
Hey, bro, the next time I come back, we're going to have some gameplay for you. But for now, we got nothing. This is why they got rid of E3, I think. Because these guys, they just want to have, they don't want to have high standards for a press event. They just want to have, you know, it's a lot cheaper to have low standards, right? And this guy's crying over the guy from Living Single, telling him, hey, bro, we're making a remake, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine being excited to this degree about a remake. There have been reprints of books I really like, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. You know, I like when they release the 25th anniversary edition of a movie or whatever it is. Like, I don't know. I get excited about a new idea, a new IP, right? I want a new character, a new storyline, a new experience. I'm not going to get moved to tears by being told I may, at some undetermined future point, have the opportunity to spend at least $60 on a game I already own that might look maybe 0.3% better than it did the first time I bought it. Like, there's no version of reality in which I'm excited about this. I would go, okay, filing that away under useless information and move swiftly on with my day. But again, I don't center myself and identity around being a Sony fan.
Yes.
We coming with something big, baby. Yeah. And in addition, since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one last surprise.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
This announcement is a passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal combat, rewarding exploration, and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before. I'm telling you.
You are beautiful.
That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see
Oh my God.
cooking to keep the next 20 years.
You got to know how this series, it's most likely on its last legs, because now they're going back. That's not a good sign when they do that. You know, it's a cash grab. And I actually have been saying for a while, just a few weeks ago, I was saying that I'd rather play the old style of God of War. I didn't finish all of them except the first, but I did enjoy what I played of that first one. I really liked the God of War series. I completed the new ones, but that Ragnarok was what I would call a hot turd. It was a piece of shit. They really need to add more life to the world. If you play,
isn't that the one where they're just rowing around in the fog forever?
Yeah, and then they did another one, and I'm like, it's more of the same. You're just rowing around. It was cute the first time, but why am I moving around in a dead, empty world? That's what the game is. It's a big, dead, empty world. And then they made a sequel to the first one, which was good, and now the world's still dead. When are you gonna have some life in this fucking world? Why do we only have like 5 characters in this game? This shit is pathetic. It feels like a bad indie movie. Now, I mean, the first one was okay, but again, I was thinking like, this shit is dead. Like, they can't keep doing this over and over again. The new ones, they were good for the first one. Second one, garbage. Trash. And now they're going back. Now they're going back, which I think one of the reasons they're going back is because that reboot is now kind of dying. I think people don't care as much about it. And also it's cheaper to bring back the older style of games. So now they're going to remaster this as a cash grab. Now I'm curious about what it's going to look like, but I don't think it's a great sign that this guy's crying because Sony's bringing back some PS2 games that they're remastering.
What's really interesting to me is this is a very clear indicator that they don't understand their subject matter, right? They made a game called Ragnarok.
Yeah.
In Norse mythology, after Ragnarok, it's not the end of all things. It is the rebirth of things. So what they could have done, instead of going backwards and just revisiting the same stomping grounds again, they could have gone forward into a speculative future of what happens next. That's an interesting story.
There's so many things they could have done.
Now we have a couple comments.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's fine.
We have a couple comments from Andreas. Andreas thinks I'm Veronica.
Yeah.
I'm not. Hi.
No.
I'm Bob. But he's saying that I'm correct about consumer identity. Once tribalism, religion are slowly stripped away, consumption becomes the primary sacrament. Transsexuality requires a lot of time and money. Correct. And then he doubles down on that. Obsession with sports ball and music bands was like the 1.0 version of this phenomena. The boomers followed bands around and are ancestors of these Sony fanboy people. You're correct. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that when you are just an empty vessel, you are like a vacuum of a human, a vacuous human, one might say. You need to fill that void with something.
That's what it seems like is going on here. This guy's not crying because of the video game. He's crying because his life fucking sucks. That could be it.
Hey, Quentin.
What's up, Quentin?
And fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right. You can watch it now. Go.
Yeah.
So once again, Sony's bringing back the old games because they want a quick cash grab. And maybe they're going to go in that direction again to make more money. This is like a fallback because I think their new format for this series is going down the drain. They might actually, who knows, if they remake these, I don't know, maybe they'll build them in the new engine. I don't know, but hopefully they have the old perspective. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to try to build these in the old style of the older
Fog
games.
as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, all fog, yeah. They should have, I actually would make fun of it. I would call it Fog of War because the games are just filled with fog.
But, okay.
Let's just watch this a tiny bit of this. What were you going to say?
I enjoy video games substantially. I don't like playing them. I like watching Phil play them because I like the stories. And I find it very frustrating when they do things like this because in lieu of giving me a new story, giving me a new character that I'm able to give a shit about or be interested in, and instead of giving me anything to engage my mind and excite me and make me think about things, it's just like the refried beans.
Yeah.
Of content.
Also, this company is just beyond. I have a PS5. I like Sony, but they, as a company, they've gotten worse and worse. I don't think they've created a console that's the PS5 is a decent piece of tech, right? It's good to play your PS4 games on mostly for me. That's why I got it. They're really not trying anymore as a company. Like, look at this shit they put out here. And they like to rip off the Xbox. Xbox a few months ago, they had an announcement. They announced the game at one of these press events, and boom, they put it out the same day. They charged $30 for it. And so Sony tried to do the same thing yesterday. The only difference is that in my book, it fell flat on its face because what they showed, which they're charging $30 for, is a far cry from what Microsoft had produced when they did this same thing. So this is the announcement. He's like, hey, by the way, guys, look, we got this game.
But then do you see how dismissive he was at the end? He was like, okay, be gone, go watch, whatever. Like, that's so rude. That's so rude.
Who?
The Jeff Blackbloom.
Well, he showed off. He's got terrible. It's just the way he speaks is annoying. He's just like, he sounds condescending all the time.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Like, first of all,
Lamar,
I'm not
whatever excited. The fuck his name is.
I'm not excited that you're giving me the same game I probably already own.
Yeah.
Second of all, do not speak to me in that tone of voice. Abso-fucking-lutely not. They just have no respect for their fan base.
Oh, no, not at all. They don't. They really don't. This is why they go and they remove the online from all the different games. Like every single game, they take the online out.
Yeah,
not only that, but then when they go put in a remaster, which is already insulting you, that's a simple remaster, and then they'll go and they'll charge you an arm and a leg for a game that they've now ripped a bunch of features out of, one of them being the online.
On all 3 games.
Before I was a father.
But again, they build anything up that Sony puts out. The Xbox puts out the Master Chief Collection, which is where Sony got this from. They don't like to give you bundles. If it was up to them, they'd sell you this in parts.
And they probably will.
Xbox, well, it says trilogy.
That doesn't mean they have to sell you all 3 at the same time.
The Master Chief Collection came out, and they packed that filled with titles. All the Halo games, pretty much. What's funny is they had Sony had ripped off Microsoft because they put out the Master Chief Collection, right? Because there were Halo games that didn't have Master Chief. Then Sony comes out and they put out something they called the Nathan Drake Collection. Well, guess what? There are no Uncharted games that didn't have Nathan Drake in them. At that point, there was 0 Uncharted games there was no games that didn't have Nathan Drake in them in the Uncharted. So why did you call it the Nathan Drake Collection again?
Yeah.
Because that's to the level that they were ripping them off.
2.5 Kratos. There it is. There's a 2.5 game too. I'm so happy right now. Oh my god, they're showing his childhood and him getting into the no way. There's an origin story.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta.
It's a sprite game though, which
Courage, precision. Pressure attack.
I don't think
this fucking dude's crying. We're gonna cut ahead because we got to go on. They got a lot more show to go.
God of War, Sons of Sparta.
Like Sony fanboys just love any crumb that Sony gives them. And again, this company doesn't try very hard.
I don't know how I feel about that game. I don't like the graphics art style. I kind of wish it was Dread, like graphically and shit.
This.
It's available today.
Oh shit! Oh, damn!
Yeah, the 2D game.
Oh
okay.
Shit. Okay. He sounds very impressed, right? So anyway, the guy's crying. I'm gonna show real quick. That game there, they're charging $30 for that. And again, they ripped off Xbox. I'm gonna show you this real quick. This is Xbox a few years ago. We're supposed to have this talk on the game show, but I'll just go through it real quick. Xbox had a press event, and within that press event, they announced a game. They're like, hey, guess what? By the way, this game that you're seeing is coming out today, and it costs $30. This is the game they put out.
Yep, that's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. Check this out.
I played this. This is actually, I enjoy it. It's a cool game. But look at the quality, Bob. You see the quality?
Yeah.
Look at the difference in fucking quality.
Let's rock.
And so they put this out. They didn't talk about it being designed. They literally announced it and launched it the same day. Just like so. And so this happened about a year or so ago, maybe a little longer, maybe 2 years ago. So Sony tries to do their own version of this. And like I said, it falls flat on his face because the quality of the product they put out is a hot fucking turd.
And it's even subpar for the guy literally crying about a remake.
Oh yeah. He was like, what?
He's literally crying about potentially at the future at some unknown time being able to rebuy a game he already owns.
Yeah.
And even he wasn't impressed.
He was like, I don't like this much.
That's the lowest possible bar.
He went from crying to like, what the fuck? He didn't want to be straightforward and just say, he just says, I don't like the art style. No, what you didn't like is everything about it. The gameplay, it's just the cheapest shit they could throw together. Because since they're putting it out the same day, right? It was just like a turd that they threw together. This shit here, this is called Hi-Fi Rush. This shit is a AAA title that looks amazing. Like they should make more games that look like this.
Well, I would say in terms of like quality difference, like this looks like a video game. This looks like a current modern video game.
Yeah.
And what they just showed for God of War
this has
like
a
something
unique
that
style.
you would buy at one of those off-brand like little handheld arcade games.
Yeah.
That you get at Walmart near Christmas.
But this reminds me of games like, well, it was actually created by some of the guys that made the Evil Within, the same company that made Evil Within. It's a very high quality team. They're a AAA studio. So they had a AAA studio make this. That Sony shit there was made by some indie studio. So this Hi-Fi Rush probably had a very high budget, and they only charged $30 for it. See, it says available now. Boom, it came out just like that. And that's why I'm saying, like, that's why when I talk about gaming, I appreciate this company a lot more than Sony, because Sony's just trash. They just really are a trash company in so many ways. They're pretty big because they're very good at pretending that third-party games are first-party games. This is one of their biggest things they do. All right, but with that said, we're going to go back into this sport called Padoink. All right, we got Chris Mannix and Sergio Moro over here talking about that fight, the recent fight with Ball and Brandon Figueroa. All right.
All right, Sergio. Will often hit you when you're wrong. So I've got to begin this show giving you your flowers when you're right. And last week, I may have rolled my eyes at your prediction that Brandon Figueroa would stop Nick Ball, KO win. And sure enough, on Saturday in Liverpool, Brandon Figueroa goes into Nick Ball's backyard and knocks out the champion. 12th round knockout for Brandon Figueroa.
Want to read the title there, Bob? Because I find it to be like, it's very loaded.
Brits struggle with Mexicans.
Yes.
Do you know what it's called when somebody lives in Liverpool?
What?
They're called Liverpudlians.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That was impressive. Figueroa, I know him a little bit. His team, Manny Robles, nice guys, good people.
What I found interesting about this is that this guy, Sergio Mora, tries to make it out like Figueroa was like beating him like multiple rounds. This guy really, even though Figueroa's an okay fighter, but all I saw in this fight was Figueroa losing. He's not throwing very big punches. He's kind of throwing some decent shots to the body here and there. But for the most part, I had him losing this fight. He was very clearly losing this fight. And so at the end, he pulls it out, right? He hits this guy with his good shot, and the fight is over. I think in a rematch, Ball will beat him unless he gets clipped again, which is unlikely. I mean, this shot here was like one in a million or something. I wouldn't say that much, but it was just perfectly set up. It was Ball where he threw the big punch. He put his chin right into the shot. That whole thing. All right, Bob's gonna step away for a second. But the way that Sergio Mora builds it up in the media, they try to act like this guy just set this up and he knew what was going to happen. Like you could make a prediction. I mean, I think the safe prediction here would have been that Ball's going to win. That's what I think. I knew it was going to be a decent fight because these are two action fighters. But the way Mora sets this up, where I just knew he was going to win, it's like, bro, he pretty much in a lot of ways, he got a lucky win. All right, so it's not really like the best prediction.
And he becomes a 2-division world champion, knocking out Nick Ball. What did you, let's start there, I guess. What'd you think of that performance?
Hey, listen, man, if you're going to congratulate me on a great pick, an underdog pick, one that you kind of sniffed at. And
I'm not too big into this whole thing, 2-division world champion. How could you truly say you're the champion of a division when you don't have all the belts? The way I see it is that there's only one champion per division, and you got to unify, right? Once you unify all of them, then I'll say you're the champion. Till then, to me, it's just a bunch of contenders, then the title holder, right? But then you got a bunch of guys holding titles. So you can never really say any of them are the champion until they collect all the titles. Really, right? Unless you have one guy and all the other guys, one guy has a title and all the other title holders are ducking that guy. In that case, I'd say that guy that's being ducked is the true champion. Because if he's being ducked, they're forfeiting out of that fight. So by default, they are not champions. They're duckers, right? Like Floyd Mayweather, if you talk about him, he was ducking but I go on about that guy all the time, but he is the guy that popularized ducking.
Frowned upon. You got to give me a little bit more energy than that, Chris Mannix. You got to give me the wow, how did you do it? What did you see that we didn't? What did you see that the layman didn't see? Continue educating me, Sergio Mora. You happen to see something that we don't. I can look into black holes, Mannix. I can see what's inside a black hole beyond the event horizon. Most people in boxing like yourself cannot. I'll tell you what I saw.
Hello.
Oh, there's Sergio Mora, his spirit animal. He's like a little dumbass baby. All right, give me 1 second. No offense, child. I'm just saying this guy, he's acting like a retard. He's being very rude here.
First of all, I'm a big fan of Manny Robles. Okay. So anytime Manny Robles is training a boxer, I pay attention. Robert Garcia, Manny Robles, and a few others, I pay attention because it's hard work.
Okay,
it's
got it, you
sparring.
fucking boring bastard.
I give Nick Ball a lot of credit as a champion. He was undefeated. He fought in his hometown. And that's another thing, hometown curse, but we'll leave that to another episode. But stylistically, I just didn't like his chances against Figueroa in the 8th, in the 9th, in the 10th, in the 11th, which is where I knew he was going to have issues. The body shots, the fact that he was going to be punching at a taller target, it was always going to be tiring.
Anyway, we got it. We're going to go on. He didn't really have many problems. If anything, maybe he gassed a little bit. But outside of that, I mean, this guy, he just threw about one shot and he got it in the end. But it's not like this guy was being destroyed by Figueroa. And we do know it is a Figueroa era. He's now outshined Shakur Stevenson. But it's not like this guy was just beating the shit out of Ball. The reality of it is that Ball was beating Figueroa. And Figueroa was not throwing much. He was throwing tap, tap, tap. He landed some body shots. Adamson winning some rounds. It was a very competitive fight. But one where I thought Ball was winning. But to say like, oh, well, it's just a fact that this guy was going to win. And that's why he picked him. Like, bro, come on. If those guys fought 10 times.
On the inside.
I'd say that Ball would probably pick up 9 of those fights. Because unless Figueroa comes and brings some actual power. Because if they fight again and Ball's punching with a little more mean intentions, he might actually take Figueroa out possibly. But maybe Ball's just too small for that guy. Maybe that could be it. Because look, Figueroa's face wasn't that beat up. He didn't really look that beat up for a guy who's eaten clean punch after clean punch after clean punch. Like he ate so many clean punches. It just, that guy's not going to have a very long career if he takes blows like that too much. But again, just saying, it was a decent fight.
On the inside, even though
it's a decent fight. Shoja Mora's going on about like, I just knew it was going to happen. Like, look, he didn't gas the guy out. He just basically caught him with a punch in the 12th. The end. Let's see him rematch, and we'll see what happens from there. All right. All right, we got Erica Kirk sides with Kid Rock after their disastrous MAGA performance and statement. All right, so she sides with Kid Rock, people. More of the same stupid shit. It came and went. We talked about this on the show a couple of times. The Bad Bunny versus Kid Rock, evil white guy. The evil white guy show, and then you got the Bad Bunny. The news, what I have to bring you after watching both of these performances is that they were both garbage. But the trash Kid Rock one, I guess, was slightly less garbage, but they were both pretty much garbage. All right, Bob's back. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to bring up the phone. Evil Within is awesome. It is. I never finished it, but I do own both of them. All right. All right, so Bob.
Yeah.
What'd you think about, did you see the Turning Point USA performance?
We watched it together.
All right, what'd you think of it?
It was something.
Yep. What'd you think? Did you like the Bad Bunny one more?
No. I didn't like either of them particularly.
Uh-huh.
They were both kind of nothing burgers.
Yeah. All right, what do you think about Jake Paul, the Puerto Rican, talking about Bad Bunny?
Did he talk about Bad Bunny?
Supposedly he did. He called him a fake American. Jake Paul walks back Bad Bunny criticism after deeming him a fake American before Super Bowl. I mean, these guys stick together, these Israel people, I guess.
They look like they could be cousins.
I mean, this guy over here, they say he's Puerto Rican. I guess he's Puerto Rican from Israel, maybe mixed. He looks like Screech to me. So every time I see him, he just like, they both have the banana chin, the big ass ugly chin. This guy over here claims to be Puerto Rican. Really, both these guys are they're just sucking the blood out the island. That's what they're doing. They're gentrifying Puerto Rico right now. And these two guys doing that.
I think Jake Paul is continuing on his career of rage bait, honestly. He's never had anything of substance or meaning to contribute to anybody. So when he speaks, it's sort of just like a breeze going past my mind.
I just think it's funny. You got yourself a fake Puerto Rican talking trash about calling this guy a fake American while being a fake Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that around his neck? Is that a cock? Look at this. Let's see this. I'm going to zoom in.
I have no idea.
Look at Jake Paul's neck. He has like a little dick.
Does
there.
look like a
Look at that.
penis.
It's like a little cock on his neck. I mean, he does. He did suck a lot of those, didn't he? To get in the position he's in.
I
right
mean,
now.
that's got to be intentional.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure it is.
And look at that face. I mean, it's just getting worse the older he gets and the more steroids he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad. He's balding. It's not helping, Jake. It's
I
not
mean, I
helping.
guess
You're
if you
ugly.
had to compare the two of them in a head-to-head side-by-side, right?
Yeah.
Like, Bad Bunny at least looks less terrible than Jake Paul. Like, his features are a little bit less shrew-like.
Yes. All right, so we got ourselves a Karate Combat card coming up. That's the 59 fight card. Karate Combat 59 fight card, right? We got the start time here. You wanna read that there, Bob, so we know what time it's coming on?
It's coming on Friday, February 13th at 7 p.m.
Okay, so that's
Which is
coming on
today.
That is today. We're gonna see what time
And it started
it is right
an
now.
hour and a half ago.
Okay, so if you guys haven't seen it, then you're missing it right now. Okay, we're gonna go on.
Don't go watch it. Stay with us.
Just stay with us.
We're better.
We're better. We're doing a show here. It's a pretty amazing show. Just got to say it. 1 second, guys. All right, we were talking earlier about the Sony game. We got a new TV show. Huh, Bob? Want to read the headline?
God of War gamers losing it over Kratos' long-awaited return.
All right, so in this article, they talk about the new Netflix show. Just what we wanted after that turd called The Last of Us TV show and the turd called The Last of Us 2 video game. Sony is just trying to make money any way they can. I mean, keep in mind, people, again, these guys, they only really make their money through third-party licensing, and now they're trying to get all mixed up in the movie industry when it comes to their video game IPs, and God of War is a pretty decent one, pretty big one. And so now they're making a TV show. Hopefully it works out well for them. I have no hope for it at all. I think it's going to be trash, absolute hot garbage. These guys got a track record. They had one good season with Last of Us, and I don't think it's going to work out. I think they would have had probably it would have been better if they would have taken the original 3 games and made that into a TV series, right? It's going to be terrible. Dad of War over there. All right, so we got Tom Aspinall undergoes surgery on both eyes. Doctors working to get his vision back to fighting fitness, right? So this guy's...
Gosh.
From what I hear, he might be getting stripped of his title. I think, yeah, it sucks that he got poked in his eyes, but I think in some ways he might actually be milking this shit. Because I saw the poke. I've seen many pokes. I've been watching MMA since I was a little kid, from a young age, and I've seen a lot of eye pokes. This did not look as bad as what it's being made out to be. I don't know what it is here. No idea. What do you think of it, Bob?
I mean, I think that I would be very surprised if he was faking it and having surgery for it. So it might be that the eye poke disrupted an underlying problem, or maybe he had other problems and other eye pokes, and this was like the poke that broke the camel's back. I don't know. I would have to learn more about what surgical interventions they're doing.
This is what I think it is. Some of these fighters do this. They already have, like you said, a pre-existing injury, and then they go and they get surgery for it. This was the same thing that Kayla Harrison just did recently, where she got a I think it was a neck surgery. She already had it, so she waited till the biggest fight of her life, and then she got the surgery. What I think he might be doing is he's waiting for the UFC to set this guy up with another competitor, and then he loses, and then Aspinall comes back in. I think Aspinall knows that guy was going to beat him. I think he knows it. He was going to lose, and I actually predicted that Gane was going to knock him out. And then we watched the fight, and he was getting busted up in that ring. This guy, Tom Aspinall, was all beat up after that. There wasn't even one round. He's all bloodied up, getting clipped with all kinds of punches and all this. That guy knew he wasn't going to win that. So possibly what he's doing is that he's waiting. And the UFC they have an immediate rematch set up for him to fight Gane. So I don't know. Maybe that's what he's doing. I'm not sure, but
I mean, it would make sense.
It just looks like
it
seems like he's milking it.
Invent
like he got a doink to the eye, and he's like, "Oh, my eyes are all fucked up," right?
But then again, we don't know what else was going on there. He could have had a structural infirmity. He could have had other issues, and like you said, just waited and now is trying to address them all. But any sort of surgical intervention on an eye is extremely high risk just inherently because eyes are
but
delicate.
We've seen so many guys get poked in the eye in the UFC. I mean, literally finger in the eyeball, in the eye, under the eye.
I don't like hearing about eyeball stuff.
All kinds of eyeball stuff going on. Fingers in the eyes, fingering the eyes.
I stick my fingers into your eyes.
What? Wait, do you want to hear? Let's hear the Foobot. You want to hear the Foobot sing that? All right. We're going to hear the Foobot for just 1 second. We're going to see what he sounds like when he sings the song. Hey, Foobot, can you sing the Slipknot song? What's it called?
I push my fingers into my eyes.
I stick my fingers into my eyes. I forget the name of the song. All right. He's saying something. Let's hear this.
Duality, right? The one where they talking about pushing fingers into eyes?
Look at this guy. He knows the damn song, Bob. This is insane.
Real deal energy Bobby needs before a big segment. Since we live, let me give you that Food Sports Live remix of The Hook. The Duality remix, the Real Food TV version. Imagine the heavy drums kicking in, Bob hitting the air guitar. I push my fingers into my pie. It's the only thing that slowly stops the hunger. But if the steak is done, I'm gonna eat it all. I've made my choice. I'm at the dinner hall. That song is legendary, man.
All right. I want you to sing the Slipknot song Duality in a 1990s Ebonics. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead. Let's go. Come on, Foobot.
Turn the mics up. If we doing this on the Real Food TV, we gotta do it right. Imagine the heavy drums kicking and the crowd going crazy while I give you that Duality flow, 100% authentic. Check it. Duality, the Real Food TV Ebonics remix. Verse 1. I got all this drama built up in my chest, man. It's a mess. Every time I think I'm straight, life put me to the test. I'm dealing with these demons, trying not to lose my cool. Got me feeling like a crash dummy, acting like a fool. It's like a itchy spot I can't reach, driving me insane. I'm just trying to find a way to numb all of this pain. I'm pressing my fingers deep into my eyes. It's the only way I stop the rain from falling from the skies. If I don't let it out, I'm about to pop, I swear to God. I made my choice.
Okay.
I'm standing toes down against the odd. You can't...
All right, that is not the Duality song, so you're getting the fuck out of here. Get out of here, Foobot. You're fucking annoying.
That's something. I don't know what, but something.
That
for
was not,
sure.
That was not the song Duality. Well, we'll bring it back later if we need some...
Well, you asked him to like remix it in Ebonics.
Yeah, but he didn't have to do it that way. That sucked. Anyway, talking about things that suck. We got a boxing champ, one of them, right? One in the division, not unified or anything like that. Boxing champ Shakur Stevenson invites UFC Ilia Topuria to fight. This guy is pathetic, right? He's very pathetic. Not a fan.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Bob?
I think Shakur Stevenson is a waste of existence.
Yeah. I mean,
honestly.
It's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic. The sanctioning bodies should not allow this at all. You got a guy over here, supposedly a champion. First thing he does when he's in the ring is he calls out a guy from 168 pounds and says, I want you to do a rehydration clause. This is your champion? Again, like the poster said, what the name of the stream is that the cowards getting built up. And that's what this guy is, Shakur Stevenson. He's a fucking coward, just like the guys before him, just like Floyd Mayweather was a coward, right? Mm-hmm. Just like Andre Ward was a coward, low blows, all that. A lot of these guys they build up as being hot shit are all like, nowadays, they're all cowards, right? And so he's going to go over here, he's going to call out a fucking MMA fighter? Really? I think, look, if he wants to go and fight an MMA fighter, and this is a thing that's made, they should instantly be stripped of whatever the title he has. Stripped. And not only should he be stripped, but he should be fined as well. They need to be serious about the integrity of the sport already and not have guys putting on these little circus fights. And I know the promotion wants this, right? But in reality, he wants it and his little garbage promoter. But for the health of the sport, hopefully going into the Zuffa thing, they don't allow stuff like this. And if the fighter wants to do it, they say, just go right ahead, but we're stripping you and we're fining you. We're going to give you a big ass fucking fine for delegitimizing our title. And look, if he delegitimizes himself, they should just cut him. If he loses this fight, he should just instantly be cut from the promotion. That's what they should do. We're done with this already. Boxing doesn't... I mean, this sport is a joke at this point, right? Like, imagine if you had football players and they're just going off in the middle. They've just been drafted to the NFL and they're doing well and everyone thinks this is a great player, one of the best players in the team. Then he goes and has a celebrity boxing match and gets laid out. I mean, does that make boxing look like a tough guy sport anymore? Bob?
No. I mean, it would be if he laid out the box. Well, it wouldn't make boxing not look like a tough guy sport. It would make football not look like a tough guy sport, right?
Yes, exactly.
You said it would make boxing look
well,
like
not boxing would make football look like a non-tough guy
That's why
sport.
I got a little confused.
Yeah, maybe I said it wrong, but
yeah,
I'm organizing a lot of stuff
I take
here.
your point, and it's so strange. Like, it's such a strange choice. You allegedly just have a big career high moment, and your first point of order is to call out somebody totally unrelated. Like, it's just silly.
Yeah. I mean, he called out a boxer, but it was a boxer at a different weight division. And then after that, and he says he wants him to dehydrate himself. And then after that, when he's outside of the ring, now he's calling out an MMA fighter after that to box him.
Yeah. I just think that he's one of these guys that, like, believes the hype. You know, that there's that old adage, don't get high on your own supply. And I feel like he is starting to believe the garbage and bullshit people say about him.
Well, I wouldn't say he believes it because he's fighting a guy who's not even a boxer. So he's what I think he's doing is that he definitely doesn't have respect for whatever skills he has. He just sees this as being an easy fight. Once again, this is what cowards do. This is why they cherry pick, is because they want to fight easy fights for the most money possible. This is why you see a guy like Floyd Mayweather, instead of having an immediate rematch with Manny Pacquiao, the guy he ducked for over 7 years. Instead of doing that, he went and he fought Conor McGregor, actually fought Berto, a bum, and then he went and fought Conor McGregor, an MMA fighter, who as a boxer is a bum. If he would have fought him in MMA, Conor McGregor would have broke him into pieces, but he fought him as a boxer. And so that's what they do. These guys cherry picking. So now Shakur Stevenson, the coward, is following in Floyd Mayweather's chicken steps. But one of my biggest issues is that they build these guys up as being like big, tough guys, the greatest of all time, one of the best in the sport. But why would you build up cowards as being at the top of the sport? Do you think that's healthy for boxing, Bob?
No, not at all. And I think that there's a lot more respect to be had. And I forget who it was that said it. What was it? Gaethje?
Yeah.
Who said that he was there and he's going to take it. He's going to take the risk every time. And even though it didn't come out in his favor, like, he would do it again every time.
Yes.
And I think that is the kind of fighter that you want. You want the fighter who wants to fight the best. You want the fighter who wants to put on a show, get the big finish, and not just eke out a win on points.
Yes.
Like, it's combat sports, that's not chess.
Exactly. But this is the way the sport was built. The sport was built that small shots, little taps, aren't supposed to mean as much as actual real blows. But the way the sport is, once again, they reward cowards. They reward you for being a coward in boxing. The action fighters get shot to the bottom, and they're built as stepping stones. Like, again, you look at something like Chino Maidana, classic cherry pick for Floyd Mayweather. Floyd lost. So instead of pushing Floyd and demoting him, they shit on Chino and push him down. And what do? He retired. Why? He probably retired because he had to deal with all that bullshit.
Yep.
He's like, look, I got to the top of the hill, and what I saw there was a little bitch. All right.
Yeah.
And with that said, look, Conor McGregor hails 14-year-old signing as the next golf superstar of the world.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea. What, did he sign a golf superstar?
Yeah, he signed a golf prodigy.
Yeah, is that so pathetic?
I don't even understand how people like golf.
I don't understand how a fighter sponsors a golf star, right? What do you think about them apples, Bob?
I think Conor McGregor is just a scam artist. He's just a scumbucket scammer. And he's just looking to make a quick buck. And he'll make a quick buck any which way he can.
How is he involved with, I don't understand, how is he involved with golf? When did that start?
I have no idea.
You want to ask
I don't think anybody actually likes golf. I think it's all fake. It's like a weird golf Ponzi scheme.
What's going on with this Conor McGregor shit?
Sure.
All right. Sorry, Bob. We're going to ask it. Just so we can get through this quick. All right. Because it don't make any sense to me. All right, Foobot. What's up with this Conor McGregor signing of a 14-year-old golf prodigy? Can you tell us something about that? Here it goes. Let's hear this. What? 1 second.
We talking about Conor McGregor out here trying to be the Jerry Maguire of the golf world now. Check it. Just a couple days ago, Conor officially signed this 14-year-old Irish phenom named Ilgen Michael to his management team, McGregor Sports and Entertainment. The lowdown on the young goat. The kid is a problem. At only 14, Ilgen is already driving the ball over 300 yards. Most grown men out here struggling to hit it 200, and this kid is bombing it like a pro. The work ethic. McGregor said the kid is out there grinding for 5 hours a day, rain or shine. He called him a master of every club. The Irish connection. Conor is always looking out for his own. He's calling Iljan the future majors winner and says he's going to be the next superstar of the world. Why is Conor doing this?
I don't care how he's doing it. It's retarded. Anyway, we're moving on.
We've got a comment from Quentin saying that he never understands why the powers that be push point-based fighters instead of action-packed fighters.
Yes.
That bring excitement. I agree. I don't want people to do that in a way that is more unsafe than necessary. Like, I don't think the weight drains and all of that other nonsense and blood draining and using steroids is a great thing. But I would much rather see like a Chino Maidana going in there and going like berserker mode than watching Terrence Crawford gallop around the ring for 900,000 years.
Yeah. I mean, the guys are just retarded. It's always been weird to me that you push non-action fighters, and then you got these fans that, and to me, what it looks like to me is that they literally pretend to like these fighters. And that's why I'm saying, like, maybe this is just some race fan bullshit.
It is because they're like, ooh, he looks like me.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's why they're adopting Shakur Stevenson right now.
Yeah,
he's Hispanic, but we're gonna just 1 second. All right, we talked about Ilia Topuria. All right. All right, got Shakur Stevenson offers Ilia Topuria a route into boxing debut after Floyd Mayweather comparisons. All right, so they're now comparing this prick to Floyd Mayweather, and I would say there are similarities. I mean, the guy Shakur is a fucking joke.
They're both crummy scumbuckets.
He's a joke of a fighter. He's doing more now. He's trying to fight Ilia Topuria. He wins one of these titles, and now he wants to go and fight MMA fighters. It's fucking pathetic. And this is all I keep hearing about.
Andreas is in the comments saying that this applies to Ali too. Agree. I am not a big Muhammad Ali fan, to be honest with you. I think that he did a lot of really bad things.
He did. I mean, he normalized
society.
Running away, and he normalized what they called now the rope-a-dope. That's, you're losing. If you're backed up on the ropes, you're losing. I actually saw Nico Ali the other day. He's up on the ropes doing, moving around. He gets hit with a couple of punches. He landed a couple, but you got to keep in mind the way the rules are set up is that if your back's on the ropes, the other guy's the ring general, not you. So if you guys, both of you land 2 punches, the guy who got you up on the ropes wins the round. But they want to say, well, look, the guy was rolling and jumping back and all that. So you're saying he's using the ropes in order to move in an unrealistic way, huh? He's bouncing around all over the ropes. He's still losing because he's stuck up on the ropes. But they've now reversed all the rules of the sport. So running away is ring control. Being stuck on the ropes is just rope-a-dope or intelligent boxing somehow, even though the guy has actually limited your ability to move around, especially if you got you stuck on the ropes. Now, if you can't move to your right, if you're on the ropes in that direction, because the ropes are right there and he's right in front of you. So now you just got to move to the left. So your opponent's now limited your options, but you're winning somehow. Also, boxing isn't about significant blows anymore. It's about touches. That guy, wait, look, he landed 1 big hard punch, but his opponent landed 6 taps. So he wins the round because he landed 6 taps and ran away. Great. But again, this is what Ali normalized laying up on the ropes, and he normalized running. So now it's all okay because every guy that runs now is Muhammad Ali, right, Bob?
It was the dawning of the age of the complexion for protection. And we've got a comment from Andreas again. Yes. You can't be the GOAT and never fight any Russians or Ukrainians. I'm sorry. It's like having a pasta competition with no Italians. I mean, you're not wrong. It's very silly. It's all very silly. And it just smacks of race fandom and that in-group mentality of like, ooh, that person looks like me, therefore I must follow them to the ends of the earth, regardless of what they do or whether or not they're good.
Yeah,
very strange.
I mean, yeah, it's just whatever they do with it. I'm going to agree with all of it. I'm just going to go along with all of it, right?
That's
you want to
like
read that headline?
You see people, you will see reasonably upstanding members of society who have families of their own supporting John Jones just because he is black and they are black too. It's so
but
bizarre.
It happens everywhere. We have to be honest. A lot of people do it.
Yeah. What's
funny is that are allowed to do it. Being a race fan is bad when it's a white person doing it or a Mexican or a Puerto Rican. But when the black dude's doing it all day, now it's okay. That's my only issue is that it's only okay when they're doing it. But again, if they assume some of these race fans assume that you're doing that because of race. Now you're a racist.
Yep.
When they're literally doing that same thing all the time.
Yep.
This is why they adopt Floyd Mayweather and Andre Ward, right? He is a brother, right?
And they've
That's
now
okay?
like stolen Shakur Stevenson, although I don't think anybody in the Hispanic contingent is like really all that upset about it. Like, please take him.
I'm just saying, look,
take him.
People that just
Have
not
him.
what I say is I don't agree with it for anybody doing it. But there's only certain people online that are complaining about other people doing it while they do it. You're doing it. So don't tell everyone else that they're wrong when you're currently doing that. And also it like blinds them where they just choose these fighters, even though they're trash. They ride with them because of race fandom. Okay. Want to read that title there, Bob?
Jai Opetaia next fight. Australian to make promotional debut against Brandon Glanton at Zuffa Boxing number 4.
All right, so Brandon Glanton, I'm not really familiar with him. I don't really know anything about his career. I mean, we could pull up a video if you want to look at a small clip of him. But that's happening. When is that happening?
Sunday, March 8th.
Okay, so you go March 8th, Opetaia having his first fight in the new league, TKO. We got some other interesting news on the show later on concerning Virgil Ortiz when it comes to TKO. Like I told people, this TKO, this Zuffa Boxing is no joke. They're going to take over. And again, I really hope like they've done on the UFC, they have a hold on the sport. They're not like boxing. They have a hold on it. They don't let their guys, when they're under contract, just go and fight whoever the fuck they want. They can't go and delegitimize themselves and the sport. That's bad for the UFC if they got their guys like Conor going out there, and get destroyed. But you got to keep in mind, you know what they did to Conor, Bob?
What?
People didn't really get onto this. They took that guy out. Look, as soon as he came back from boxing, you got to understand, Conor was disgraced by Floyd Mayweather. He was disgraced. So what they weren't going to do is have this guy come back and win, because he would delegitimize their product. So what they did is that immediately, they cashed his ass out. As soon as he came back to the UFC, who did he fight? The UFC people, they're very good with matchmaking. They know how to create exciting fights. But this Khabib fight Conor was going to have was not going to be exciting. It was going to be a complete blowout. UFC knows this. They know Khabib was going to fucking blow him out. So he comes back, and what happened, Bob? He fought one of the best grapplers in MMA, and he's, for the most part, a striker. And he's not a very good grappler, Conor McGregor, within MMA standards. And he came and then he got destroyed. So, like I'm saying, what they did is they brought him back, and since he had been disgraced,
they set him out to pasture.
They just put him out. They just cashed his ass out, which they should. And Zuffa's going to do the same thing. If they don't have a complete control over these fighters and they go out and disgrace themselves, they can't expect to come back and not be taken out, because that's what's going to happen. They're just going to set them up strong, and I welcome it completely. If they don't get a good hold on them, they go out and they do the stupid like circus fights and disgrace themselves, because again, them not disgracing themselves is tied to the UFC's money, right?
Yep.
To any business, you do not want your athlete or your star to disgrace themselves in any way. It could have to do with, this is why the NFL, they don't like these guys going out and getting involved in gang activity, bar fights, sex scandals, all that.
Even in a corporate setting.
Yes.
The things you say on social media, if you go out and you wear a particular thing and you are at a particular place and you get photographed being there, you could lose your job. You could lose your career. It doesn't matter how long you've worked there.
So in this new Zuffa thing, they're going to be enforcing a lot of this stuff. So going back to however I started this has to do with Virgil Ortiz. We have a story later on where Virgil Ortiz is trying to work with Zuffa. That's what I'm hearing behind the scenes. They're going to try to sign Virgil Ortiz, and he's just going to be one of many. Again, these guys are taking over, and I welcome it. And when they do get these guys, they're not going to allow them to have these circus fights, just like the UFC didn't allow it. They let Conor do it at the end, basically at the end of his career in a lot of ways. He did it, but I don't think they're going to allow a lot of these boxers to be doing this shit. They're going to pair them up tough. They're going to have the proper fights. There's not going to be all this ducking, and for sure they're not going to delegitimize their title. This fucking guy just got a title, and now he wants to go fight an MMA fighter. Look, win or lose, that's fucking pathetic, okay? That's just pathetic.
Well, I think it's because it's become that cult of personality where it's not about the sport, right? It's not, okay, this is the best at whatever weight class. It's, oh, I'm a Shakur Stevenson fan, or, oh, I'm a Terrence Crawford fan, right? Like, there's too much emphasis on the individual personality of a fighter, and I really do think that a lot of that was fomented in the Ali era. And there's not enough emphasis on their actual skill set. And it's almost like being a bigger, better shit talker, being more controversial, right, makes you more desirable, at least in the current system, than actually being talented.
Yes. I don't think it's a talent to touch a guy and run away. I don't, because that's why they favor power punching, because it takes longer to throw a power punch than a little baby tap. You know, outstretch your arm and then ba-doink, and you just touch him with the shot. That, within the rules, is garbage. It's been considered garbage for a long time. That is an amateur style, and they shouldn't be allowing guys to fight in an amateur style in pro boxing. It's just disgusting. And no one who actually likes or loves boxing is going to be okay with that. This is why when I watch Shakur fight, I think it's pathetic. And the fact that they gave him that win is just extra pathetic. And I think really a lot of it has to do with the fact that that guy was already chosen to lose before he even stepped in the ring. And yeah, he landed some taps here and there, you know, a couple of decent open hand slaps, and some what was it? The little jab. He landed a little jab here and there, but Teal's landed more power punches. Okay. But he had the cut, so that's what they sold it on. But we have no proof that that was caused by a punch. But even if it was, that's all, you know, he's got a cut. There you go. Who cares?
Yeah, anybody who has scar
of his
tissue
punches
on their
are
face
taps.
Is going to open up and bleed like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. This is why I like Boo Hurt.
You like what?
Boo Hurt.
What is that?
Armored Combat.
Oh, okay. All right. But with that said, we got an interview here from one of who is this? Or this is Ortiz's manager. All right.
Video. I loved it. Oscar, look, I'm not Bill Haney. I'm not these other people that you get into it with and it's just nasty talk bad about you. I actually respect you very much. I think you've done a lot of good things in the sport of boxing for fighters and the sport in general. And you're right, Oscar. We were all happy, been happy until we weren't. Why aren't people happy? It's not hard to understand. In life, you communicate. Your relationships, business, personal, it's all communication, Oscar. And when the communication breaks down and you stop, that's usually when the problems happen. I didn't do anything wrong, and you know that. But it's okay.
All right, so we're going to look this guy up real quick. This is
So
Ortiz.
what is happening?
Okay.
This currently behind the scenes, Zuffa is trying to make deals with Virgil Ortiz. This is what Oscar's actually, I think he's actually suing. We're going to ask Fubot real quick. Fubot, what's going on with Oscar De La Hoya and Virgil Ortiz and Zuffa Boxing? Or Zuffa Boxing? Let's hear what this thing has to say. 1 second. Let's see if this audio's on.
And over today on the Real Food TV.
Wait. Can you stop saying the Real Food TV? Food TV? I don't want to hear it anymore. All right? The Real Food TV. What the fuck?
I'll make sure to leave those names out of it from here on out.
Okay.
I've noted your preference. You can always ask me to forget things or manage what I've saved for you.
All right, what's going on with Oscar De La Hoya, Virgil Ortiz, and Zuffa Boxing? What's this beef going on between those guys? Dana White despises Oscar, so these guys, he wants to take Oscar's
Things are
fighters.
getting real messy behind the scenes.
And I knew this was
talking
coming.
Lawsuits, big money moves, and personal shots being fired. Here's the breakdown of why everyone's at each other's throats right now. Virgil Ortiz Jr. versus Oscar De La Hoya, the lawsuit. Virgil Ortiz Jr. just hit Oscar and Golden Boy with a major lawsuit in January 2026. He's trying to terminate his contract and break free. Here's why. The Boots Block Virgil's team claims Oscar is sabotaging his career and blocking the big fight against Jaron Boots Ennis. They say Oscar's personal beef with guys like Eddie Hearn and Turki Alalshik is keeping Virgil from getting the big paydays he deserves. The money split. Oscar came out demanding a 60-40 split for Virgil to fight Boots, which basically stalled the whole deal. Virgil's manager, Rick Merigian, ain't having it. The DAZN situation. Virgil's lawyers are claiming his contract should be up anyway because Golden Boy's exclusive deal with DAZN reportedly ended on December 31st, 2025. Enter Zuffa Boxing, Dana White. This is where it gets spicy. Oscar is claiming that Virgil's manager is secretly working with Dana White and Zuffa Boxing to jump ship, stealing fighters. Oscar is accusing Merigian of interfering with the contract just to get Virgil over to Dana White's new league. Golden Boy is actually suing Merigian for over $10 million in damages. Personal shots. Oscar called Zuffa Boxing's first show a club show and a spar.
All right, we already know about that. Yeah, thanks a lot. So they're behind the scenes. These guys are trying to sign Virgil Ortiz. There you go. Zuffa, they're not playing around. I told people these guys are trying to take over. All right, they're trying to take over. And Oscar's now suing. He's suing. Virgil's suing. Everyone's fucking suing. They see the big money fight. I think Virgil Ortiz deserves that split when it comes to the 60-40. That's what he should get. This Boots Ennis guy doesn't really... He shouldn't be getting no 50-50. He hasn't done shit. And he definitely has not done anything at 154. Nothing. So for him to come in there and tell this guy that he needs to have the 50-50, no way. The only reason this is a big fight is because Virgil Ortiz is in it. You got to keep in mind, one of the biggest money bringers in boxing are Mexicans and Hispanic people. They're one of the biggest groups that are going to bring you your money. So you're going to have this guy Boots Ennis come over there and say, I get to take, 50-50. How? Who are you bringing in? Most people don't give a fuck about Boots Ennis, people. They don't. So he's the one that's hanging this shit up. Oscar just wants what's fair. Okay, that's it. His fighters their end should get 60. And if anything, they probably should get 70%. That's what I would say. Now, going back to, if you go by the Manny Pacquiao Floyd shit, that was wrong because Floyd was trying to give Manny like 20%. And what that shows you is that Floyd was ducking the fight, right? He was just ducking to ask that because Manny was a superstar. This guy over here, Boots Ennis, ain't no fucking superstar. Virgil Ortiz is a bigger fighter, and I think he actually can bring in more money than Boots. Boots ain't no star, okay? All right, going into this next fight over here, and sure, look, Zuffa Boxing is going to take over. I told people. They think they're just going to have club fights. Oh, this is like Pro Box. It's like, no, you idiots. This guy's got billions of dollars. Their intention is to take over. They ain't going to have Pro Box cards. They're going to buy all your favorite fighters. And then they're going to go and sign all the future fighters as well. That's their plan. Okay? And Oscar, this way, Oscar's butthurt because he sees that they're coming in there. And Dana White and Dana White and Turkey are probably targeting Oscar because he's coming out there shitting on them all the time now. He's butthurt because they're doing this, right? And he's talking about, they're making a monopoly. It's not a monopoly, okay? The UFC is not a monopoly. They're just creating a very good product. And they got very deep pockets that they can go buy out all the talent. And Oscar doesn't like that because he just doesn't have the money to compete with them. And by him shitting on them all the time and everything they do is just putting him in their crosshairs. And now they're going to come in there. They're going to start snatching all the fighters away from him. Bob, want to read this headline?
I'm the biggest fight out there for him. Kell Brook interested in fighting Chris Eubank Jr.
All right, so he wants to fight Chris Eubanks Jr. I mean, these guys, they live in the British world of boxing. Chris Eubanks Jr., kind of damaged goods. Fighting Conor Benn, I guess Brook probably sees a fight there, an easy one. That's what I think. Chris Eubanks, he's a decent fighter. I think he could win the fight, but I think for sure Brook can also beat him. All right, moving on. But there you go. That's interesting, Bob Brandt.
It is, yeah.
That's interesting. Chris Eubanks, I think he is a bigger guy than Brook. All right, we got the golf. We got the same article. We got duplicate over here. Give me 1 second, people. Oh my, we got AOC over here. This isn't combat sports, but it's kind of related to the sport of.
Politics is kind of a combat sport these days.
All right, Bob, want to read the headline?
AOC mocks Trump over criticism of Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. Yeah. Barely know what he's saying half the time. I don't know if she's talking about Trump or Trump's talking about Bad Bunny. Honestly, it could go either way.
I think it's supposed to be a quote. Barely know what he's talking. Even if you speak Spanish, Bad Bunny's kind of hard to understand. He talks like... It's terrible.
She is not aging well.
She's not. Yeah, that's all the drugs and the satanic parties she's in probably. She looks like a bug. I
think she's just a bad person.
She got some Paco eyes. She is. She's a piece of demonic shit. It's a big demonic turd. Her and Trump as well. They're all part of the same group. They're playing the people against each other. That's why they're doing this. They keep harping on this whole Bad Bunny, basically Spanish versus the Republican Party. Because I've said it before. The Republican Party is very religious, and so they have to paint them as being the greatest evil in the world, which I find kind of funny because for the most part, the leftists are the ones that have a demonic worldview. But they're more prone to being racist. Look, they despise white people, and they're constantly voicing their hatred for white people, right? Don't they openly voice this constantly? right?
They do.
But all you old white people need to go die.
But I think that I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
I think it's also that there's a lot of conservative Spanish folks.
Yes.
And this is a way to try to create a divide in there, right?
Yes.
By being like, oh, well, they don't see you as part of their country. They don't see you,
hate you.
as a conservative. They, you're just a token to them, and they'll take away your proximity.
Yes, they want
or
to get
whatever.
the Spanish people on the plantation. That's really what they want. I saw some of the recent statistics when it comes to voting, which party votes Republican. Actually, a large percentage of Hispanic people vote Republican. There's actually more Republican Hispanic voters than non-Republican, right? The left wing, they don't have as many Spanish voters, which I find kind of funny. And now what you see right now is you see a heavy push towards pushing Spanish people away from voting Republican. They're racist scum. Donald Trump thinks you're a fucking idiot. And then Donald Trump goes along with it. And why does he do it? Because he's a rhino Republican. That's what Donald Trump has always been. He's a globalist, what they call globalist pig. And the way I see it, the left, for the most part, the Democratic Party is run by globalist billionaires.
Both parties are the
owned.
same at that level.
Well, they are, but he is a rhino. He's a rhino Republican. He is in alignment with a left-wing ideology. He just pretends that he's not.
Right, but
he is a globalist.
But what I mean is that when you get to that level of power, there is no Republican or Democrat. They are all the same.
Well, they're all
debauched.
Left. When you get to that level, you're all left.
They're debauched, dishonest. They're depraved bastards of the highest caliber. And they keep people locked in this idea of right versus left, Republican versus Democrat. And it's nonsense, right? You like conservatism is ground roots.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I was just checking the soundboard. I think I say left because within the leftist worldview, there is no right or wrong, right? There's no right or wrong. It doesn't exist. They're for the most part atheists. So there's no right or wrong. So that's what Donald Trump, that's the world he lives in. He lives in a world where there is no right or wrong. And it's the same thing for AOC. They believe in moral subjectivism, right? That's it. That's the way I see it. That's why when I say the rhino Republican, he's for the leftist movement. And for the most part, the leftist movement has been completely hijacked and created by globalists, right? They're the ones pushing all these leftist narratives. Overflow the country with immigration. Men are women. Women are men. Mothers are now birthing people, right? They're destroying the family. They're doing all these things in order to destroy the country. They're the same people that created this whole idea of every white person is the descendant of a slave owner. It's just lie after lie after lie. That's all it is. Yep. And Donald Trump stands with those people because they're about expanding their power. That's what they want to do. They don't want to live among these people and just be fine, right? They want to expand their power. And this is why they create this group of morons. The left-wing number one virtue of them is barrier breaking. That's why I say it's about breaking barriers. And what is morality? It's just another barrier, isn't it, Bob? Yep. That's what morality is. And they break down moral values. This is what the left do. And they're in many ways being conditioned to do this, right? A lot of all the shit that they push is what's being pushed by the media. And who owns the media? The elite, what they call the elites. The power owns the media, right? And so they brainwash your dumb ass. Anyway, hopefully that made sense. Hopefully Foobot. Hey, Bob, you want to read that headline?
After 18 years, Metal Gear Solid 4 finally escapes PS3 jail as Konami announces Master Collection Volume 2.
All right, so hopefully this is good, people. Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally getting off of that shit station 3.
Wait, Foo, are you brought to tears by the release of a remake?
You look, if you're going to cry, this actually is an emotional game. It really is. It's about Snake. Snake was started off as this really strong character. Throughout this game, he's basically dying. That's what the game is. It's the Snake we met in Metal Gear Solid, which was on the PS1. This was 2 systems later. And And yeah, I thought it was a decent game. I'm going to play it again. At the time, I really liked it, but it's a game that doesn't have much gameplay. But it literally has like 30-minute load times on the PS3. I'm like, this is unplayable. This is why I didn't understand how they gave it these crazy high scores. Just those 30-minute load times alone were enough to give this a almost unplayable score. And I played through it on the PlayStation. I really enjoyed it back in the day. When the PS3, I beat it. But those load times are atrocious. But when this comes out, I'm going to get it. I have to. I've been wanting to play Metal Gear Solid 4 for a long time, and it's going to be cool to play it on an Xbox, right? Or PC. Fuck you, PlayStation. Why would I play it on my PS5? PS5 isn't as powerful as the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 is not as powerful as the Series X. You know that, Bob? The standard PlayStation 5 is not as powerful. So if I'm going to play it on a console, it's going to be on an Xbox. And with that said, we have little Clarissa Shields, the male version. He's going to be telling us a couple of things here, right? All right, let's hear this. Why the fuck is this muted?
I don't know.
Give me 1 second, people. I'm going to unmute this. One second. This has like no audio.
I've seen that.
I hear they sent you the tape too.
I actually I ordered the fight to watch.
Anyway, I think Floyd Mayweather. What was that thing you said earlier that you said Turkey Allah Sheikh engages in, Bob?
Bachabazi.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Bachabazi.
Okay, Bachabazi. I think Floyd might be engaging in that because this is another supposed prodigy. There's a child prodigy, I guess. I don't think the guy's very good, but Floyd seems to have a type.
Is he 12?
Oh, he's like 20.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He does steroids. I think he very clearly does steroids.
He's 12 years old if he's a day.
He is like 20 years old.
I don't believe you.
He started when he was a young kid. He was jacked. But look, he looks very young in the face, but he's definitely taking shit. I just think Floyd has a type. Now he found himself another Tank Davis over here.
A few people like sent me videos too, but I had watched it live. And my thoughts on it.
All right, so what is this video even about? I forgot. Sorry, people. I build these shows, and I go through a lot of stuff here. So Molten is talking about Ryan Garcia. Okay.
Fight. I feel like it actually.
He's actually talking about Ryan Garcia's Philly shell. We're not gonna go through a whole video because it's fucking long.
About me, and like people trying to say I'm fighting like tomato cans.
He hasn't even hit
another prospect
puberty yet.
And the guy I fought and
he did
in the first round.
He just looks very youthful in the face. Maybe it's the steroids.
Listen to his voice.
It could be the steroids keeping him young.
He sounds like he's 14.
Active as much as possible.
We could go look him up. If you want to look him up real quick.
What's his name?
Molten something.
Molten?
Anyway, fuck this. He talks shit about Ryan Garcia's shoulder roll. We're not going to watch this whole thing because it's way too fucking long. It's 18 minutes for this guy to ramble on like an idiot.
Molten Brown?
Molten, Carmel Molten. That's his name. Carmel. All right. He talks about Ryan Garcia's shoulder roll. He thinks it's trash. And even though he doesn't have very good defense, but he's fighting tomato cans, so you wouldn't know anything. All right, you got the Mexican Jake Paul returns to MMA fights. MMA fights Combat Global Hitman on February 26th. I don't know if you guys.
He's 19.
He's 19. Okay, so he's not quite 20. Right. All right, so he's going to be fighting February 26th in Burbank. They're calling this guy the Mexican Jake Paul. All right. He's got, I'd say maybe he's not just like Jake Paul because he's actually Hispanic, unlike Jake Paul, who's a Jewish guy, pretends to be Hispanic. And not only that, but this guy is actually fighting in MMA where Jake Paul would never have the balls to fight in MMA. It's a little too tough for guys like him, right? Okay. He talks about he wants to do it, but I highly doubt he wants to do it. All right. We got some news here about Mr. Nate Diaz. Want to read that headline there, Bob?
Nate Diaz teases UFC return, sets sights on ceremonial BMF title. I got unfinished business.
All right. So right now, I think Justin Gaethje is holding on to the BMF title. And the guys are now stepping back out of the woodwork now since, they're bringing out the UFC's going to the White House. It's a big card. Look at that. People talking about MMA saying boxing's bigger. Then why isn't boxing at the White House? In the front, I think it's bizarre that they're doing that. What is this? The fucking?
I mean, you can't bring Shakur Stevenson and that whole crew.
Yeah,
like that's a big security risk.
But you got to understand, we can't bring boxing to the White House because many times the top stars in boxing are a bunch of fucking boring cowards
and criminals.
And criminals, yes, but it is weird. I mean, it reminds me of the fucking Hunger Games. The Hunger Games, like you have the government, mixing in combat sports into what's it going to be? Death? They're going to have like fights to the death. Is that the next thing?
I
they're
mean,
gonna
that
do?
would be kind of interesting if they brought back gladiatorial combat and staged it on the Great Lawn.
That would be weird.
I wouldn't be in favor of it, but it would be interesting.
But when it comes to entertainment value, we got Nate Diaz, pretty entertaining, just like his brother Nick. And he's talking about just come back. He wants to get that BMF, baddest mother beeper title. All right. Exciting fighter. They are exciting, unlike a lot of the celebrated boxers. In MMA, you're celebrated only when you either win fights or bring exciting fights. Even if you lose, just as long as the fight is exciting, they celebrate you. And again, when you fight like a fucking coward, you're gonna have boring fights many times, and that's what we see from guys like Shakur, Floyd, and I guess if you like ball punching, like Andre Ward, that Amero bum ass style is fucking pathetic. If they allow that to continue in boxing and the Zuffa, the sport's just not gonna grow. It's just not. It can't happen. That style should be outlawed, and within the rules of the sport, that style's not even supposed to be allowed. This whole punch and grab, punch and grab, punch and grab. It's fucking disgusting. All right, Bob, headline, please.
I'm assuming that's Chael Sonnen.
Yeah, that's Sonnen.
On John Jones's failed tests. It doesn't disqualify him from being the GOAT. Yes, the fuck it does, you retard.
Well, I mean, it's very self-serving, right? Because he himself, Chael Sonnen, was a juice head. He did steroids, got caught on steroids. One of the first guys to get caught on a boatload of steroids, right? That's why he almost went the distance. He almost beat Anderson Silva. If he didn't get choked out in their first fight, he probably would have beat Anderson on the cards. But the thing is, they caught him after the fight on jet fuel. Okay, he was a juice head, just like Johnny Bones Jones, and that 100% excludes you from GOAT status, I believe.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna say the greatest of all time,
if you cheat, if you fight dirty, and if you take steroids, you are not only disqualified from being a GOAT, I don't even really consider you a valid competitor.
The thing is, look, they say that everyone's doing it, but there's no proof that everyone was doing it. You also got to understand, this guy's had 2 multi-millionaire brothers. So the potential for him having some of the best PEDs in the sport was very high. And guess what? Both his brothers got caught on PEDs in the NFL, and they were suspended. So they obviously... He had close ties to guys who had high level performance enhancing drugs. We got to factor that in.
Quite the family legacy.
But when you talk about GOAT status, we have to put that into consideration, I think, right?
I think it's really important to consider the relative value of the person making the claim. If somebody who is a drug cheat is saying, "Oh, well, being a drug cheat doesn't disqualify," like, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Yeah, your opinion has no value at all.
Well, it's self-serving. This is why I think there's some odd stuff with Daniel Cormier, because if it was me, Daniel Cormier, whenever they talk about John Jones' steroid usage, he comes out and he says, well, I should have beat him anyway. That to me is suspect. That makes me think that he might have taken some shit in the past because he's trying to now excuse it. He's saying, well, I was supposed to beat him anyway. Because if he admits to it and he's done it himself, it's going to hurt him. So he doesn't want to hurt himself. So he says, well, I should have beat him anyway. It isn't just the PEDs. It has to do with, right?
Yeah.
That's, to me, I would be like, that motherfucker is juiced.
Yep.
I got cheated. But he did bring up that, you're a young man. He brought up the young man part. You're a young man. I'm older. You're bigger than me. You're doing all this fucking drugs. And they brought it up that way. But he did bring up the young man part, which can kind of, again, take him out of the equation. Because he was a late bloomer when it comes to MMA. All right. So we got Paige over here. He's talking about he might have some bad blood in the UFC with the UFC bosses. I think we have a short video here where he talks about it.
I definitely don't feel like I'm in good favor with the UFC at the moment. Yeah, I think who I drew as an opponent, actually even down to when I saw the fight card, it's interesting because Lerone Murphy, massively deserves his position. He's been on an absolute killing spree. But then you look at the co-main event, and it's like you look at the whole card in general, and it's not the most exciting. But I'm being positioned on the card in a weird way, and I've been given an opponent, which is a bit of a weird opponent as well. I'm just wanting to fight. I don't really want to wait. So it's kind of like, let's just do it. But yeah, it just feels like I've upset somebody.
All right, so he thinks maybe he's joking around, maybe he's being serious. He did, I forgot who he beat. He beat somebody who was hyped up. It was a new guy. It was a guy, I think, with the redheaded guy with the one fucked up eye, which is weird. I don't even know why they let the guy fight in the UFC. I mean, look, he literally has only one working eye. But yeah, I mean, the UFC has done this in the past. Mark Hunt talked about it, how he was suing the UFC because they allowed a juice head, Brock Lesnar, to come in there and fight Mark Hunt. And so after that, during the trial, Mark Hunt accused them of pairing him up badly because what he said, what his lawsuit was, is that they hurt his reputation, which is tied to his money. Obviously, he had taken this loss. And so during that case, they actually paired him up with a style that doesn't favor his style very well. They paired him up with a bunch of wrestlers, and he had lost a string of fights because of this. So they brought his marketability down, and after that he left the UFC. So they have done this in the past. They pair you up really with a style that you have big issues with. And this is what I was saying earlier, Bob, about a guy like Conor McGregor. I said they have very good matchmakers, and they saw that this guy Khabib was going to destroy Conor, and so they instantly put him at Conor on his first fight back, fought Khabib, and boom, he got dominated, completely dominated. He did almost nothing in the fight. So yeah, I do believe that, the guys know this, and so maybe this is what they're doing to Paige.
Well, we have a comment from More BDC. He's saying that Ryan Garcia is going to fight Shakur if he wins against Mario Barrios. But to your point, yeah, and that's the kind of the double-edged sword, right? Of having a mega promotion that has super deep pockets. Like, sure, they can make the fights people want to see, but then they also have unilateral control over very large numbers of fighters' careers.
Yes.
And if they fall out of favor, if they don't kiss the ring properly, as you might say, then they'll ruin your career. And it doesn't matter if you're a good fighter or not, they'll bury you. So I think that while Zuffa has the opportunity to do some great things for the sport, we also, as fans, need to keep them honest, because this can't be, Dana White or Turki Al-Sheikh or whomever exercising a grudge, right? Because we've seen the UFC do that. And my concern is the UFC still does that. And are they trying to bring that mentality to boxing now too?
I mean, should they not do that? I mean,
no, they shouldn't. It shouldn't be about grudges. It should be about the best fighting the best when they're the best.
I'm not saying it's about a grudge. What I'm saying is, look, they're thinking about the business of the sport. This is why Conor goes out there and he disgraces himself, right? That's his fault. They let him do it. In that case, they let him do it because it was worth a lot of money. This guy was at his peak, and in a lot of ways, they kind of cashed him out. So what they're thinking about, so he took the L, right? So when he comes back, the last thing we want him to do is to take out one of our top level fighters, because now it makes boxing look a lot better. Even though, they are very different sports, the general public in a lot of ways is highly retarded. So they're just going to say, well, obviously boxing's far more superior to MMA. Look, this guy came back and he dominated. So what they did is they paired him up against a guy that they knew he would lose to, right? They don't have to fix it. They just
right, but that's not really what Paige is talking about.
Yeah.
He's talking about, like, I may have offended someone. Okay. I may have done something I wasn't supposed to do in this ephemeral and occult
within that, thing. They shouldn't do that.
Like, that shouldn't be a thing. And
no, it shouldn't. And that what they did to Mark Hunt was the same thing, right?
So that's what I was talking more to that, where it's like, because they then have this like tremendous level of power, they're able to do these very underhanded things that will stop fighters' careers before they even start, or potentially line them up to get seriously injured. Because if you put somebody in the octagon against a juice head, or you put someone in the ring against a juice head, you are risking their life.
Well, in that case, I agree with you there, that they shouldn't be holding grudges. Right?
No.
They shouldn't be holding these grudges at all. And I mean, look, if they pair you up with a style you're not good with, I don't really see a huge problem with that.
No, that's fine.
If you lose, you lose. I mean, they shouldn't be tailoring these fights to you. That's what they do in boxing, right?
The only difference exactly is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't want to see more of that. I want to see the best fight the best when they're at the best, period. I don't give a shit if you like them or not. I don't give a shit if they offended your wife's haircut. I don't care.
Well, with that said, we got guys in boxing who don't fight guys who the fans want them to fight. We know that. There's a guy named Terrence Crawford. He's over here talking trash about guys like, Nate Diaz. He's not talking about, he's talking about guys like them, right? He trash talks UFC, as a lot of boxers and a lot of hardcore fake boxing fans like to do. They like to shit on these MMA fighters. Even though MMA truly to me is a tough man sport. It's a real tough guy sport. Boxing in a lot of ways, again, boxing, people worship and these boxers who don't even fucking fight. They just tap you and run away. And the boxing world, they paint these guys as the best display of what boxing has to offer, which is pathetic. That is to me, that is damaging the sport completely. And there's a reason why the networks dropped boxing. It's because as much as people want to pretend that these guys are great, no one wants to watch this shit and no one's going to pay for it. Okay? So we got Terrence Crawford over here talking about exciting fighters as if he's superior to them. Even though they're fighting the top level opposition when those guys are at their top level. Unlike Mr. Booty Boy here, Crawford, he's over here fighting guys at the ends of their careers or damaging them with weight cuts and putting weight stipulations on their contract, right? Oh, you can't make this weight. You got to come in this size. It drains you out. Just a bunch of bullshit. And we're supposed to respect that? Let's see this. All right, so you want to read some of these comments here, Bob?
Sure.
All right.
The most recent comment is just the one about Ryan Garcia from War BDC.
No.
Oh.
On the screen.
Terrence Crawford is saying, yeah, I can see why he's nowhere near the top. This guy is clueless.
Okay, so this was a fighter called Buckley. He's kind of in a little bit of beef here because Shakur Stevenson had talked trash about MMA fighters, and this guy Buckley came out, and he says, I'm just kind of tired of this because this is what we're constantly hearing. We're constantly hearing about MMA fighters, they're not very good and they don't get paid well. But what's funny is that there's an MMA fighter called Justin Gaethje who has more money in the bank than Shakur Stevenson has. Shakur got 10 mil supposedly from this Teal fight, but I think it's fucking pathetic because he fought like trash.
And
he fought like garbage.
He'll blow it on sneakers.
Well, it doesn't matter about how he uses it.
Whatever else.
Well, I'm not talking about what he's using it on. I'm talking about the fact that the performance was hot garbage.
Yeah.
Trash. But the standards for this guy are so low that they think that's a high standard, what he did in there. You want to see a great fight? Go watch Camboso versus Teofimo Lopez. Now, that's a fight where both guys came and brought it. If they were within the Zuffa organization, I'd say you guys should get a good amount of money for what you just did. This guy Shakur over here fights in a point style. He runs away. He's defense first, and he doesn't throw hard punches because he's afraid of what comes back at him. The only reason Teal wasn't able to hit him with combinations is because he's on his fucking bike. Now, to say he didn't run, yeah, he didn't run, but he would jump out of the way every time Teal would make a small, little reflexive, a little movement. Shakur would, give me 1 second. Every time Teal would make a small movement, Shakur would jump 5 feet back. So not only could he's not getting hit with the first punch, he's not getting hit with the second one because the guy is so far out of range. I think the very moment you do that in boxing, they should possibly take points, or it's ground for possibly losing the round. If you do that like 3, 4, 5 times in a round, you should lose the round unless you hit the guy with a bomb. But if this guy's hit you with a power punch and you leap 5 feet back, which takes you out of punching range, and then you land a padoink, and you land one of those in a round, he's hit you with at least one power punch, obviously within the rules, you lost the round. Even if you do all the fancy schmancy slipping and all this shit, you should lose the round because boxing is all based on punching. This is why I didn't really see Shakur winning this fight. This is bullshit. The sport is scored on landing punches. But going back to this, these guys over here shitting on these dudes all the time. So Shakur shit on him. But again, boxers, even Shakur wasn't making money. He wasn't making money before his little corny Padley fight. Fighting a fucking guy straight off the couch. You give him $2 million for that. That's way too much money. Any promoter that, even if Turkey continues doing that, he's going to be broke. He won't be broke, but he's going to be not making his investment back. And now he fights Teofimo Lopez in the most boring fashion possible, and they supposedly gave him $10 million for that. That is fucking pathetic. This sport will not survive if they're going to keep encouraging these guys to fight in this shitty manner. Okay? These motherfuckers don't deserve any of this kind of high level of money. Not at all.
Do you want to, more BDC is asking your thoughts on Tszyu versus Spence. I know we talked about that before, but do you want to give it a quick recap?
Where is that? So I can just highlight it and put it on the screen?
It's the most recent comment.
Okay, the most recent. Give me a second. That's the Spence and Thurman.
No, that's Tszyu.
Oh, okay. That's the one before the most recent comment. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'm just going to address that real quick. Let me see. It's not popping up on the screen for some weird reason. 1 second. Okay. It's up now. Okay. Fu, what are your thoughts on Tim Tszyu versus Spence? I said it earlier, like Bob said. I think it's a close fight. I'd say it's possibly 50-50. Maybe even a 60-40 for Tim Tszyu. But if Errol Spence is allowed to land his low blows, low blow after low blow, then I'd edge it towards Earl Stevenson. Wow, Earl Spence. I'm thinking of Earl Stevenson, who comes in there sometimes.
Are you having a Build-A-Fighter moment?
Earl Spence. I'd give it to him because he'd be allowed to cheat his ass off, which he's been allowed to do it, but he can't do it versus anointed Bud Crawford. They don't let him. But this is going to be a hydrated Earl Spence. I'll just say that I'd edge it towards Tim Tszyu because he's younger. I think he's got less mileage on him. I mean, this guy, Spence, fallen out of a car onto his head, alcoholic, a lot of issues with him, but he's hydrated now. He's becoming unhydrated, I assume. So we'll see where it goes, but I just think the guy's taking too much punishment. I think Tim Tszyu's had a rush of maybe some bad breaks because he's fighting tough. Tim Tszyu's fighting tough. He's not one of these fucking bitches like Terrence Crawford and some of these other bums that are in that ring who cherry-picked their whole fucking career. This guy, he's fighting these guys at the top of their game, young guys. And he's not, I thought he was big for that division, but there's guys that are bigger than him at 154. There are guys, the guys he fought were clearly way bigger than him. Fandor is a big motherfucker. And then he fought that other guy, Murderer, or whatever his name is, who punches like a fucking truck. Like, no one knew how good that guy was till he beat Tim Tszyu. And so Tim Tszyu didn't even know that this guy was punching like this. And so he went in there and he tried to brawl with that fucking guy who's a big puncher. So again, Tim Tszyu, early in his career, people want to count them out because he's taken a couple of losses versus top-level competition. But I don't think Tim Tszyu has the kind of mileage on him that Earl Spence has. Earl Spence, extreme weight cutting for years, falling out of a car, getting beat by Terrence Crawford with possible loaded gloves. People will talk shit about that, but I saw this guy, his gloves explode on more than one occasion. And then in that fight, he actually had on stacked wraps. Now, maybe it was legal in that state, but they were stacked wraps. He got hit with stacked wraps while being dehydrated because he had a rehydration clause in that fight. I really believe that. He had said it after the fight. Earl Spence said, I agreed to the weight and all that. Earl Spence actually wanted to fight Terrence at 154. And Terrence knew that this guy couldn't make that weight anymore. So that's why he fought him. And I'll tell you this guy is so disgusting, Terrence Crawford, that after the fight, he made a handshake agreement with Earl Spence that their rematch would take place at 154. That he would fight Earl Spence again at 154. And you know what happened? He pulled out of that shit. Why? Because he knew that Spence, that he wouldn't have this performance to jump off of. Because if he would have fought Spence again, who knows what would have happened in that rematch. We don't know. Bud might have lost because he fought a washed Earl Spence who was even more washed by the fact that he had to come in dehydrated. All right. But with all this I've said, I have it towards Tim Tszyu. I think Tim Tszyu will beat him. But that depends on if he gets, if this guy has the magic ability to be able to legally hit guys low. Okay. We're going to get Fubot off the screen. All right. Let's go back to this video we have here. All right, so he's over here saying, yeah, I can see why he's now nowhere near the top. This guy is clueless. Well, Bud, look, if you would have fought guys at the top of their game, you might have not been, well, you definitely were not at the top of the sport. That's fact. But you would have not even been in the position you were in to be able to fight Canelo if you weren't helped by who knows what you did with your body. But they shot you up to the top and gave you that Canelo fight. For what? I mean, you cherry-picked your whole career pretty much. Every guy you fought was old and washed. If they were worth a damn, they were all old or small. You were on snacks, all that shit. These guys in the UFC can't do what a lot of these boxers do, where they get to just pick and choose their opponents. I want to read the comments there, Bob.
He would kill Shakur. Bud gonna put up a fight.
He would definitely kill Shakur. So yeah, once again, this has to do with Shakur Stevenson talk about shit about MMA fighters because now he's been given a good chunk of money for being a pussy, a bitch. All right, so he's saying that he said he would definitely kill Shakur. Bud gonna put up a fight. And then Bud says, yeah, in his dreams. Not really. I mean, Bud knows that this guy would destroy him.
Let's just take a second here. Yeah. This is an allegedly world-class athlete.
Yeah.
At apparently the top of his game, the peak of his career.
Yeah.
Arguing with a random person called Bacon Man on Twitter.
Well, he's not really arguing with him. He's just saying, yeah, in his dreams.
But like what I'm saying is like, do you have so little to do in your life? Are you so like, should you not be in the gym?
He's retired. He's not doing shit. All right, just say you scared. This guy over here, Tim Drake 4040, and then he says, me never in a million years. I guess he won't be scared. All right, he's not scared at all, right, Bob?
Apparently not in a million years.
Not in a million years will this guy be scared, even though he ducked. Oh, no, they ducked him. Even though in the lawsuit it shows that little Bud was protected by his promoter. All right, want to read this comment?
Who's even fighting in the streets anymore? Your girlfriend, bitch. Talking about who he can kill in the streets.
What do you mean by that?
I mean Shakur Stevenson.
That's not Shakur Stevenson. That's Terrence Crawford.
I said your girlfriend.
Whose girlfriend?
Oh my God.
You're reading Bob, you're reading a comment from Terrence Crawford, and then you're saying his girlfriend's fighting.
You're not comprehending what I'm saying, and that's fine.
Can you say it again? Because I don't understand
No,
what you're saying.
that's fine. I'll just read the
Whose girlfriend's
comment.
fighting in the street?
Nobody. Nothing.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right, just read the
Who's
comment,
even
please.
fighting in the streets anymore? Talking about who he can kill in the streets? He must have forgot they make switches for them kind of tough guys.
All right, so I think you were talking about Shakur Stevenson, Bob.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
I was making a joke that Shakur Stevenson is Terrence Crawford's girlfriend.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. Oh, so that's his girlfriend. All right, I didn't get it. Sorry. Anyway, with that said, since Bob is angry, we're going to go and we're going to look at a little video here I find kind of funny. This is one of the ways Terrence Crawford got to the point that he's at, right? We have him at the UFC event hanging out with his boyfriend, right? Look at this guy. He doesn't know how to throw punches at all. And who's this next to him? Kendrick Lamar. The AI actually thought it was Kendrick Lamar. That's how popular Terrence Crawford is, that they think he's Kendrick Lamar. There's a Chuck Liddell. Here we go. He was. Isn't that weird, Bob? He's bringing this guy all over town, like his little girlfriend.
It is very odd. That is also, I remember seeing it when it called him Kendrick Lamar. That was hilarious.
Yeah, the machine called him Kendrick Lamar. He's bringing his boyfriend all around town. For some odd reason, this guy just befriended this grown man and brought him all over the place, right? This guy who's not a star, but somehow he just keeps aligning himself with these wealthy men. I find it just to be weird. It's sort of like a lady, like a slut, right? A little slut goes around town.
It's like a sugar baby.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's like he's found himself a wealthy older man.
Yes.
Who's gonna give him all kinds of money for being available and being on his arm at occasions.
Yep.
And that's what it is.
What's interesting about Terrence Crawford is they were like, oh, well, he would never do that. He's a married man. Do you not know this guy cheated on his wife? Not his wife, his girlfriend. He cheated on her. He openly says that he should have left her a long time ago. And so in reality, when he's out there with Turki Al-Sheikh, you should just see him as a single man. That's what he is. He's a single man. He's out there. Who knows what the fuck this guy's up to? No joke. The way he's out there prancing himself around reminds me of a whore. Like a woman they say sleeps her way up in the workforce, right?
Yep.
Like the kind of women that do that. And that's what because it's just weird that a guy who's not a celebrity, he's never been a popular fighter, somehow keeps getting these giant paydays and he keeps aligning himself with these powerful men.
He goes and finds himself
He's not just a
powerful
fighter. He's chilling out with these guys. You see him getting brought to all these different events. What are you going to say about
That's what I said. It's like he is dating for dinner.
It's weird. It's weird. I mean, people say, well, that can't be real. Like, well, this guy's showing pictures of this man. Well, what's that about? The little baby pictures of him? All right, and then we got Terrence Crawford over here. He's saying he wants to, you know, he's talking about switches over here, which is really pathetic. And the reason why he says that, I'm going to show this one more time on the screen. Give me 1 second, guys. So he's talking about switches. This guy has like a gun obsession. This guy, Terrence Crawford, I've noticed. He walks around with a gun bag all the time on his chest. He's got his fat boyfriend, Bomac, who also carries guns all over the place. And that's okay to carry guns, but why do you have to openly hold it on your chest? Like, you think I don't know what's in that little bag that you have there? And they have like an obsession with guns, with having guns. And the fact that he says this here shows me that he's a fucking coward in every way. Not only in the ring, but outside of the ring. This is why he's talking about, basically, I'll shoot him. And the reason he says that is because he knows this man would kill him. Like, with his hands, this guy would literally destroy him, break him to pieces. And so he talks about that's what they got switches for, which is, as far as I know, illegal. You cannot have a machine gun. That's what he's talking about. A switch is usually when they modify a gun and make it into a machine gun. Right?
You can get a machine gun. You just have to pay a $200 tax
Yeah, but
stamp.
it's not a switch. It's not going to be a switch. Switch is usually referring to people who
They're
have
going fully automatic.
Yeah, they have they have a machine gun. They have
Yes.
So
to get a fully automatic weapon, you have to get a special clearance, and then you have to pay a $200 tax stamp.
Okay. Well, I mean, yes, you need a special clearance. I don't know if Terrence could probably get it because, you know, he's got all kinds of things going on that he can get.
Turkey LL Shake will get it for him.
Yeah, for sure, he'll get it from. But I have to give him some favors, if you know what I mean. Anyway, he's talking about a switch because he knows he can't fight this guy, right? That's what he shows. And I don't even know what, like Bob said, I don't know why he's entertaining this, but I think his manhood is hurt because he knows that he's going out there wrestling Nico Ali and all these guys, but he can't wrestle or bully this guy. I think Terrence Crawford, in reality, and I've actually heard his friends say this, he's a bully. He likes to bully young guys. And I think this guy, Nico Ali, for sure should stop chilling out with a guy like this. He might end up getting killed one day if he keeps hanging out with this guy. This kid is, for the most part, suburban raised, white bread. And he's over here hanging out with this hood guy who is obsessed with guns, right? He hangs out with, fucked up guys like Shakur Stevenson, Jay Prince. He's chilling out with this guy. And if you notice, I've noticed this in a lot of these videos, that this guy loves to bully this dude, Nico Ali, constantly.
Probably because it makes him feel like a big tough man putting Muhammad Ali's son on the ground.
That's what I think.
Or grandson.
I mean, really, in reality, you should give respect to Nico Ali. But he comes over here and shits on him because, like Bob said, because he's related to Muhammad Ali. So he likes just shitting on him. Watch this. All right, let's hear this.
You did. You did.
Keep in mind, there's probably only one guy here taking snacks. You see that bag there? I wonder what's in there.
You did. I'm not gonna put about. You did, Nico. You did. You did, Nico. How am I done? I can slam you. You can't.
He just throws him on the ground right next to a tree. What if the back of his head busted into that tree, right? This is this guy's big thing. He goes out there constantly wrestling men. I've seen him do it in so many different videos doing this. All right. We'll give me 1 second, guys. So I've seen this guy do this in numerous videos. He's throwing this guy on the ground and all that. This dude, like I said, he should watch out because this dude, again, these guys have a gun obsession. I saw a video not too long ago and I saw that Terrence Crawford pretends to shoot Nico Ali and then Ali walks off the camera. And this guy has a gun. He carries a gun with him. He seems to be very proud of it. He must be like a new gun owner or something because him and Bomac, they just get off on the fact that they have guns. That's why you see this stupid shit about his switch.
Next door to this building.
It's not a good idea for this guy to hang out with this man. Who knows, man? This guy's probably mixed up in some dirty shit. You got Oscar saying he sold his soul. There's nothing sweet about it. Look at this guy over here, the look he's giving. Look at this. Look at that. Is that a normal look, Bob? Is that guy got a boner? Is there a boner there?
That's very weird behavior.
Is that the face you do when you grab a guy?
I mean, it's not the face I make.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that would be weird.
Oh, baby.
All right, so look, he's got this guy. This guy, Terrence Crawford, constantly trying to grab men. No joke. There's like probably over 20 videos of this guy just grabbing men all the time. He thinks he's real strong, but I think he finally met his match maybe. But one of the things I find funny here is, once again, he's got this little bag here, and I'm pretty sure I know what's in there. Watch this.
Yeah? That's an expensive injury. Yeah, big baby.
And so look, he pretends to shoot him in the head. Isn't that cool? Is that a good thing to do with your friends, Bob?
No.
A good thing when we have a gun? Because like I'm saying, this guy's a newfound gun owner, most likely. He finally maybe he got a license, got a legal ownership, and he treats it like a little toy. This is why he makes little jokes like this. You know, that's not a cute joke. That's supposed to be your buddy, and you're pretending to shoot him. This guy's a retard for hanging out with this kind of guy. And you see the way he turns? And he grabs the bag when he does it, which makes me know for a fact that there's probably a gun in it. So there you go. There's the idol right there, Terrence Crawford. I told you. So he's pretending because Nico Ali's imitating this kind of lifestyle, right? He's over here saying, "Oh, run it," right? He's going up to Terrence's pockets. Nico Ali knows nothing about this. Like I said, this guy's suburban raised, but he's going along with his new buddies. He's like, right? You go in your pockets. Here he goes. There you go. Not a great idea to keep hanging out that guy because it's in his head, right, Bob?
Yep.
He's saying he's, that's what he's going to do. So if Nico's out there with this guy, Terrence might decide, I need to take matters in my own hands, pull his gun out. And who knows, you can get caught in the crossfire. Again, this guy hangs out with Shakur Stevenson, Jay Prince, guys that have been connected to organized crime. Not exactly the smartest decision to keep hanging out with this guy, Nico Ali. You should probably get away from him.
Yep.
It's pretty smart to do that.
We've got more BDC in the comments saying that Daniel Kinahan's favorite fighter is Crawford, and that Crawford chose Madrimov over Fundora and Murtazi.
That's the guy Murder. That's why I call him Murder.
Whomever that is. And then we've got Skull Kid. Hey, Skull Kid. Saying the guy with the fake hair. Yeah, the hair that got punched right off the top of his head. Which is possibly one of the funniest things I have seen in my life to date.
All right, so we're going to watch a little bit more of this because they actually have an MMA fighter in this video. I agree with everything. His name is Buckley. He's actually a very good fighter, right? The guys are shit talking. We got some more statements here. You want to read those, Bob?
For the first time, the bitch has been seen in Bud. Hold up, let me explain. When Gary Russell had smacked Crawford way back and they was going back and forth, Crawford was on live saying, if we fight in the street, I would kill you.
Yes.
But now when a UFC guy says it, he talm bout switches. And then Terrence Crawford responds, you clearly don't know anything about to be calling me a bitch, sir.
Yeah.
You should watch your tongue if you don't know what you're talking about first. First of all, he wasn't talking about me fighting him in the streets, dumb boy. Is this a competition for who can be the least literate?
I think so.
A race to the bottom.
Is that it? That's what he said there?
Yep. The illiteracy Olympics.
Yeah, but I agree with the guy on the top there. It's true what he said. This guy was talking about he wanted to fight this dude in the street. Now you got the MMA fighter that says, I'll fight you in the street and I'll break you to pieces. And I don't think he said it to be mean. He's just pointing out the fact that this guy Shakur's talking trash about MMA fighters. And then he's saying, well, look, if we fought, I beat you. And he chooses one of the guys they consider one of the top in boxing. That's why he chose Terrence Crawford. And I think he words it like, no offense, but, that's the top, what they consider the top fighter in boxing right now. Terrence Crawford's very hyped. They're calling him one of the greatest of all time. So, of course, this guy Buckley is going to choose Terrence Crawford. And respectfully, he says, if I fought you in real life, outside of this kind of stuff, boxing or MMA, I would destroy you. And I would agree with him. He would destroy this guy. And you see Terrence Crawford, he doesn't like that. He talks about the guy said there, switches, right? Shooting him. And why does he do that? He says that because he knows for a fact that he cannot beat this guy in a street fight. This guy would beat the shit out of him. That's what he would do. There's no doubt about it. Terrence doesn't like it because he's a bully, right?
You.
We already saw this. We're going through the video. All right. Sorry, guys. I should have sped this up a little bit. All right. So here we go. Want to read that?
I'm old and retired, y'all. I can't be fighting in the streets, especially if I don't have the advantage. Come on, y'all know I'm scary.
And that's so stupid. Like, people say that now. I'm scary.
I don't know. What does that mean? Is that
It's
a thing people
retarded.
say?
They as in the ghetto culture, they love to take words and invert them. For example, they say what was one of them is when they say where they're bored of something, they'll say like what is the word they use? The way they say it, Bob?
I don't know. I don't speak
It's
idiot.
let me see. Let me think of it. They say I could care less, which is that's the inversion, right? I could care less. What they mean is
they could not.
They couldn't care less. They say I could care less, which is like saying that I care a lot. So much so that I could care less. Right?
We've got more BDC in the comments saying Crawford turned down the WBO mandatory position to fight Fundora, and that Crawford has a history of ducking fighters. Then we've got Dan Earl, hi Dan, saying Ilya might be the only MMA fighter that can have real success crossing over to boxing, in his opinion.
Yes. I don't know about that. I don't know how well Ilya would do, but he's coming off of some knockout wins versus guys that are dehydrated. I mean, he's right up there with Terrence Crawford. Now, he's not choosing this. These guys are just making the decision to go down in weight. That's what they're doing. That's their fault. But he's knocking them out when they're compromised.
So what you're saying is that, like, even though he's had these successes, he is still kind of somewhat untested?
He's fighting compromised guys. That's where his claim to fame comes from, the knockout of Max Holloway, who was dehydrated. I actually predicted that Max was going to be knocked out in that fight. He had never been knocked out, and I was like, he's getting knocked out, no doubt about it. He's coming down. He couldn't even make that weight anymore. He went back down in order to, chase greatness, I guess. He wanted to give it one more try, and he learned quickly that he couldn't do it. He's too dehydrated. I predict Max will beat him at the higher weights. Ilya knocks out Volkanovski again. This is a guy coming back down in weight. Then he fights Oliveira. Oliveira dehydrated again. The Oliveira's been dehydrated for years. He's making these crazy weight cuts. The guy's too big for that weight. He needs to go up. I think Oliveira's a welterweight. He's fighting way too low. He's dehydrated. He's a dead man in the ring. All right, with that said, we're going to go through this. I'm going to finish this stuff off because I want you to hear the MMA fighter. This guy says, when I buy the inversion, they write scary. And now scary has become scared. When they say scary, they mean scared.
Oh,
right?
Really?
Yeah, they say scared. They say scary instead of scared.
And when I say gay, I mean that pejoratively.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. Why do you have to change words around like that? He says, come on, y'all know I'm scary. Right? But read the whole statement, Bob, see if that makes sense to end it with scary.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, right? I'm old and retired, y'all. I can't be fighting in the streets, especially if I don't have the advantage. Come on, y'all. Y'all know I'm scary, right? Which is to say, but you would read that usually as scary, like you're something to be afraid of, right?
Yeah.
But what he means is I'm scared.
But it's so stupid.
It's a new trend. I've seen people using it. It's more hood garbage, a hood garbage way of speaking. It's trash. I'm just gonna be honest. People won't like that I say that, but you don't need to switch words around like this. If you say, come on, y'all, I'm scary, that's like, why would you say what you said before that and then call yourself scary? Oh, yo, but that's not what it means. But why do you got to change it? We already have, you could already use it in English. You don't need to switch the words around. Now we got to reinvent the fucking word scary. Well, scary means scared. Then why didn't you just say scared then? All right, here we go. We're going to watch the rest of these idiotic comments. All right, so here's the guy. I might have the statement in here from Shakur Stevenson, Bob, if you want to go look that up real quick, what Shakur said about boxing. If you could look that up real quick.
What Shakur Stevenson said about boxing?
Shakur Stevenson, yeah. Not boxing, sorry. What he said about MMA fighters, because this is what this guy Buckley is responding to.
Hold on. Just thought about it, because y'all don't be asking a lot of good questions on her. I got a comment about Aiden Ross. And
actually, I think I have that video in here. Yes, it was on the Aiden Ross. Again, this guy's hanging out with little kids. Terrence Crawford, almost 40 years old, hanging out with Aiden Ross. My God. The nepotism is just great, isn't it, guys? They won't go to some small boxing channel, but they'll go chill out with Aiden Ross. Fucking pathetic.
What's that boy name? Shakur Stevenson? He was with
Yeah,
Bud,
Aiden
right?
Ross is really helping out boxing, isn't he, guys?
And, Shakur kind of brought up, how is the UFC better than boxing, right? And he disagreed. He thought boxing was way more entertaining than the UFC, right? And I got a couple,
I mean, he's in boxing, so he's going to say something like that. I love boxing. I've watched boxing. It was the first combat sport I ever watched. I watched it since I was a kid. I come from a big boxing culture in New York City. But the UFC puts on more exciting cards. The top fighters in the UFC are, for the most part, usually exciting, very exciting fighters. These guys in boxing, the top guys are guys that break the rules of the sport all the time. Got guys with low blowing all day. Dudes that tamper with their gloves, guys that get decision wins on bullshit, garbage, tap and run, punch and grab bullshit.
I mean, we can sum this up very quickly.
Yes.
They're saying the best person in their sport currently is Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, well, they're actually
Period.
now saying that it's Shakur Stevenson. They're saying
That's even worse.
They're saying he's the new he's the new Floyd Mayweather.
I mean, we've had a festival, a waterfall of shit. We had Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson. Nary an interesting fight among them. You could combine every single solitary minute of those three men's careers, and there would not be 47 seconds of interest. Not in all the minutes combined.
That's
okay?
fucking terrible.
So if they're saying that, oh, well, boxing is better. No, it's not. If that's your best, no, it's not.
Yeah.
If you as a collective sport are saying this is the best, then your sport fucking sucks.
I mean, look, again, the stream's based on this whole idea. You know, what it's about is these guys building up cowards. This is what happens in boxing. We got guys that are built up as the best, and all they do is cherry pick. And when they get in the ring, they fight as a fucking coward. You got to look at Terrence Crawford. He's trying to look for greatness. He's fighting an old Canelo. They lied and said he's smaller than Canelo. In reality, he was as big, if not bigger than Canelo. Canelo's a small man. He's 5'7". He's not the biggest guy. And he's at the end of his career. Now they'll say, well, Bud was old. Well, guess what? Bud had 20 less fights than Canelo Alvarez, right? And also, Canelo had fought at a higher weight for a longer period of time. This guy, Bud, from his own mouth, from his coach's mouth, he said that Bud has always been 168-pounder. He said that's naturally what he is. And so he goes over here, and this guy's a moron. They let the cat out the bag. He said this is what he's always been. So where the fuck have you been? So you got to keep in mind that Canelo is around equal size to this fucking guy. And this guy has been fighting at the lower weights, while Canelo, the small guy, has been fighting at this higher weight for like a decade. So obviously he has more on his more mileage on him, right? So you cannot make them equal when it comes to age. This guy is a more preserved fighter. He has all the snacks in the world. But again, he's choosing this Canelo at the end of the guy's career. That just shows you the cowardness of this man. Mm-hmm. And then outside of that, he fights this guy in a very shitty fashion. He's fighting him with this touch, pa-doink, 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 touch. This is for the most part what he did. Now these people will go in there and lie their asses off and say, belt to ass on Canelo. But he didn't put no belt to ass. For the most part, it was foot to ground because he was running all over the place. He was running left, running right, jumping back, jumping around. Every time the guy would come in, throw some slaps, slap, and run away again. He lands like 3 decent, okay punches in 12 rounds of fighting. That is not an impressive performance, okay?
You know what? I've been thinking as you were speaking.
Yes.
There is a very long, more than a century worth of these extremely, and now I'm not saying all black fighters. I think that would be an incredible misnomer because there are a tremendous number of extremely talented black fighters.
Yes.
But there is we're going to call it a trend for over a century at this point where they will select a handful of these American black fighters. And even though they're not very talented, they cherry pick their entire careers and they're more talk and more run than actual combat, will anoint these individuals as like the masters of time and space in the sport, right? And it starts with, who was that boxer at the turn of the century who was in one of those fights and they got the guy off the couch to assassinate his career?
What do you mean?
He was a very, very famous boxer.
Like Jack Johnson?
Yes. Yeah. Right. So we've got him, and his big win, his big claim to fame, right, was fighting a guy who's retired.
Yep. Like 11 years retired.
And then you've got Muhammad Ali, who's mostly famous for running his mouth.
Ali was a great fighter. He was.
Ali had some skills, but I wouldn't say he was worlds apart, right?
I mean, he was
good.
He was definitely different from Floyd Mayweather. He would run his mouth and he would come in the ring and he ran away. He normalized a lot of these tactics, the running away, and he did normalize also what they called the rope-a-dope. But in reality, what it was is that this guy was too much for him, George Foreman.
Yeah.
So he took whatever the fuck Ali was on. He was sitting on these ropes just getting beat on. George got tired out. From what I heard, they were fighting in an area, it was in high altitude.
Yeah.
The guy gassed out, and that's how Ali got him. But one thing that was funny about that fight is that they were trying to make it like Ali was he was like the underdog and they weren't picking him to win. I mean, look, the deck was stacked against George Foreman. He was built as the enemy. The guy was going to fall. I think he was like an Uncle Tom. They made him out to be.
They were saying he was an Uncle Tom.
Yeah, and all that shit. This is disgusting.
And you know what was particularly
That's what I despise
hideous?
about Ali is that stuff.
He was a veteran.
Yeah.
And
of course.
And Ali was a draft dodger.
Yep.
And then you look at Jack Johnson, right? Jack Johnson was so unfaithful, was such a whore.
Yeah.
That his wife killed herself. These are not good men. These are not men.
All right, so could you tell them the story about Jack Johnson?
Jack Johnson is a fighter from the turn of the 20th century. He fought in, I think, the 20s and 30s.
Bob, look, we don't need all those details. Just tell me about the thing about his cheating.
Jack Johnson was a very, very infamous philanderer, and he took up with every woman that would have him, and he particularly liked going after either very light-skinned black women, Hispanic women, or white women. He was very famously involved with Mae West.
Yes.
And
you don't have to compete with the Foobot, Bob. You're gonna do a full rundown.
You asked me to say something, and now I'm saying it, and you're complaining about it. So why don't you say it?
I just
then?
thought it was funny that you're gonna tell us everything about Jack Johnson. You're not gonna be replaced by the Foobot. That can never happen, Bob. All right, so he was a whore.
And his infidelity caused his wife to have, because
yes.
The whole time he's running around with all these women, very publicly running around with all of these other women, he was already married to someone.
Oh, we want to ask the Foobot about Jack Johnson being a whore? You think I'll answer that? That'd be pretty funny, right? The funny thing about Jack Johnson is that they try to paint him as like some figure of like discrimination, like he was discriminated against, when in reality he was like worshipped. You can watch these films from the 20s and you see everybody cheering for him. So what you're saying, Bob, is that not only was he celebrated and he had a lot of women, but he was a whore.
Yeah, and I think that because we've got more BDC in the comments talking about black fighters who are very talented, and absolutely there are, but I think that there is a trend, and I think that this is kind of a more insidious societal through line where the powers that be are anointing the people who lack integrity.
Yes.
The people who are not bringing the best to the sport.
Mm-hmm.
They're not picking the veteran. They're not picking the prize fighter who's making it an exciting fight. They're picking the like lawyer. The like lawyer boxer who's going in there to try to figure out how to like snake a win out of the grass, who's also completely morally bankrupt as a human being. And they're making that person the one that entire demographic of the population looks up to.
Well, this is what exactly. I agree with that. And there's an artist, his name is KRS-One, he's a rapper. And he said the same exact thing. He said that a lot of times what they do is they always praise like the lowest common denominator, the one that they're pushing on you, that is usually, I'm paraphrasing, usually a bad influence. Mm-hmm. They're always going to choose the bad influence. So when it comes to music, they're going to choose rap music and they're going to push that on you heavily. And so in a lot of ways, this is why I said before, I talked about, if, what's this guy's name? Inoue, I said if he had corn braids, right? Yeah. And that's just to say that in some ways, if, he was part of the hip hop culture, which hip hop culture is demonic in many ways. It really is. The only hip hop that's pushed really in the mainstream is demonic hip hop. It's the stuff that talks about, materialism and cheating on your wife or not, or all this disgusting stuff, murder, pro-murder, all of it. So this is what they push on you. And that's what these fighters reflect. Guys like Terrence Crawford, cheats on his wife. He does. He cherry picks his whole career. Then you got Shakur Stevenson. He's a guy over here that's got caught. What did he do? He was assaulting someone.
Yeah.
He's a very brash person who is anti-establishment completely. Even though the establishment is what makes him rich, he shits on it constantly, right? He's like, fuck you, I don't do this. I'm not going to pay my sanctioning fees. What they don't understand is the sanctioning fees, a lot of that money goes to fighters. It's what helps fighters as well. So...
And what's interesting is now with the meteoric rise of absolutely reprehensible rapscallions like Jake Paul, you're seeing that same trend start to emerge in other demographics, right?
Yep.
Because historically,
that's what they're pushing on them. That's what they're pushing.
Historically, like for white fighters, there was a much higher expectation of their moral turpitude. There was a lot higher expectation that they would be good, upstanding members of society. And
that's racist, isn't it?
It is incredibly racist, actually.
Because they have a different standard. They have a standard that's different.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's like they would pick the most morally bankrupt black fighter and hold that guy up as like the be all end all.
But they never take like the very respectable black fighter, like a guy like even Tim Bradley to a certain degree was a respectable black guy.
Before he lost his mind
and they really never lifted him up to the level of Floyd Mayweather, which is insane because look, Tim was fighting in an exciting style and he was fighting a far better version of Manny Pacquiao and all these up and comers. You know, he was just tough. He was he was fighting tougher opposition. A lot
and
of the guys.
Look at John Jones versus Daniel Cormier. Daniel Cormier is not a perfect dude, but he's a family man. He is an Olympian.
Yes.
He is like he's an all around like pretty.
I mean,
decent,
for the most part, there's no negative thing with Daniel Cormier.
He's like a good guy.
Like in the media, like we don't know. Daniel Cormier really didn't do anything.
He's not got really any scandals.
He didn't sandblast any prostitutes.
And then you've got like. Compared to Daniel Cormier, you've got John Jones, who is a drug cheat, who hit a pregnant lady and ran off, who's constantly drunk driving, who is abusive to his significant others.
He's got like a naked lady in his car, I think.
He got
into another car accident, right?
Yes, I know. And then he blamed the people in his car.
He blamed it on the driver.
And so, no, he blamed it on his passenger.
Well, on the passenger who they blamed for driving when she said she wasn't even driving. It was John who was driving drunk.
But the point that I'm making, right, is that if you look across time, the fighters that are selected and held up specifically for the black community, who are encouraged to feel particularly attached to them because they are black, are usually the worst human beings fighting at any given time.
Well, I mean, it's across the board. They educate civilization or the first world to worship criminality, pro-criminality, which a lot of it has been pushed into this culture that for the most part was weaponized and created by the government.
Yep.
So you have this rap, ghetto, what do you call it, urban culture. And so they make this, and now they pass that on to, Caucasians, because they've already, and then they bring that and they give it to guys like Jake Paul, and so he brings that in, and they like Jake Paul because he represents that culture. So now people are addicted to that culture. It isn't skin color. It's just about a culture that's now being spread everywhere.
And you see it happening in the Spanish community, right? Because think about it.
I mean, look at Bad Bunny.
15 years ago,
right? Is that high level? Is that great moral culture that he's celebrating?
No, but think about 15 or 20 years ago. If you came home and your mother or your grandma saw you with tattoos all over yourself, she would beat your ass. She would beat your whole entire ass up and down the block, and everybody would stand behind her and be like, yep, that's legitimate. That's an absolutely correct decision to make. Now they're full bodysuits by the time they're 18 years old, celebrating criminality and criminal culture. It's a very strange perversion.
In a lot of ways, the MMA fighter symbolizes the working man, right? Because look, like they're saying, these guys are working hard, and pro boxers, the guys at the top level, they're like, I don't have to work hard. Ba-doink, ba-doink.
They're
hit you
prima
with badoinks and run like pussies. And so this guy represents daddy, and I think that's what it is. This guy represents daddy. Terrence Crawford knows he can't beat daddy because daddy will come in here and beat the fuck out of him very easily, actually. He's a small man, small, weak man who takes steroids. And even on steroids, I think this guy you see on the screen would beat the living fuck out of him. So now he's talking about switches, right? Because he's afraid. He's actually met his match. Now he's getting called out. He wants to go all around town wrestling everybody. Well, you got a guy here who would arrest you, Terrence. Why didn't you wrestle him?
And you could even get paid to do it.
Yeah, you can get some money. Go wrestle him, wrestler. He's strong. He's strong.
I've seen the big backetry of Terrence Crawford's many and varied baby mamas. He could use a little extra money in the food budget.
All right, so Jake Paul doesn't exist without the current state of boxing. He's just a symptom. Exactly.
Yep.
All right. What do you think of that, Bob?
No, I agree. But the kind of the broader point is that these figureheads are being used to poison the culture, and they're overlooking equally or more talented fighters because those fighters aren't the bad guy. They're not the corruptive influence that a John Jones or a Jake Paul or any of these other hoodlums are.
Well, the racist part is that they only want to. These are the only symbols of like black people they want in the media.
Yes,
is these very negative images, and this is the problem with the public, because you got to keep in mind John Jones initially was playing the good guy. He was always about respect. He was a religious guy. He actually grew up right around here where we live. He grew up in a walking distance from our house.
Well, sort of.
Yeah, it's walking distance. It's very close to our house. It's literally like what in a car. What is it? 10 minutes away? 15?
I take your point.
Okay, so you got it. So he grew up right around here. This area is not it's not a very crime-filled area. He didn't grow up in a crime-filled area, so he represented that in the ring. And so now people didn't care. But as soon as he started being hood and he started crashing his car into people and being all dirty and all that, right? Getting into all this trouble, now they start to like him. So where does the problem start? I think really it starts in the media. They push this pro-crime. This is what Bob was saying earlier. Just talking to what she was saying. They push this like you call it, like this kind of demonic lifestyle, and they pushed it as virtuous. So now when they see him wear that suit, now they like him, right? This really shows you the problem with civilization. Yep. It's the first world, that they literally worship criminality. And it for sure shows when you look at the most popular fighters. And so they're going to feed us these fighters that are all about criminality, because those are the ones that sell. Those are the only ones that sell, are the ones that are like that. So really the real thing to say is that, is the problem the fighter, or, well, it's the fighter as well, but the big problem is civilization itself. It's corrupted. There's a fall happening here. We're falling from what, like back in the day, like Bob said, people would look at this criminality and say, you're a piece of shit. And so fighters would not present themselves as criminals, right? They would be very respectful in these interviews, but you don't see that. You see these braggadocious shit talkers that come out there and talk about how that's why I got a switch for, right? Talking about killing people in the streets, shooting people. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this.
Defense myself when it comes to what Shakur is saying, but I just hate, and I'm gonna just say this right now, y'all boxers are so disrespectful to us athletes, bro, and the UFC. And I understand we don't get paid like y'all, we don't get money like y'all, but I tell you right now, we outwork every single boxer in the room. Hands down, that's just the truth. That is just the truth. Are y'all skilled at what y'all do? Exactly. That right hand and that left hand it's a problem. But at the same time, that's all y'all gotta work. You guys don't have to learn different parts of the body and train certain parts of the body to make sure that you're strong in all positions. See, the thing about boxing is, it's easy to be defensive because all you gotta do is worry about two hands. But it's harder to be offensive to try to get the knockout. So when people get a lot of knockouts like Javante or like Deontay Wilder at the time, you know what I mean? Or who another good name? Canelo or Triple G, right? They are very proficient on how to find their shots and set up their shots, right? That's why I got to give them a lot of respect. But at the same time, when you're a person like
You want to read this comment here, Bob, that I have on the screen?
Talking about MMA fighters working harder than boxers, look at the amount of self-promotion, I don't know how to say that last name, has done.
I think it's Japanese, maybe?
It might be. Has done in the last several months just to get his title shot. But yeah, that's like exactly it. You can have a much more technically proficient fighter. You can have a much more exciting fighter. And if they're not out there acting like a hoodlum, making themselves a problem, they're never gonna get their flowers.
That if you're a hood as fuck and you're a troublemaker, they're gonna push you to the top. It's to
and you see it with Conor McGregor
but
too.
what's the problem? Is there at this point, are they really trying to feed this negativity to the culture, or is this all the culture wants?
No, I think it's because I think it's what they're feeding the culture, right?
Yes.
Because if people were being honest, right? Nobody enjoys living in a world of John Jones and Conor McGregor's. It's not enjoyable. It is just a fucking problem.
But the thing is that they've accepted the sin. They've accepted this low standard of morality. So what it is that when they see a guy who's trying to, or a woman, present themselves as being morally, moral, they start to get, like, in some ways they get angry about it and they want to pick at them and find out all the dirty details about them. So what they like is they like a guy, a person who wears all these dirty details on their sleeve. They're just not moral. And I've noticed that people pick this because they've accepted a degenerate worldview, a degenerate world order. That's what I feel like. It's like, oh yeah, you're just like me. And so we're just going to accept it as a standard now. Just be trash, right?
More BDC said that PBC matched Fundora with very tough opponents early in his career.
Yeah.
And then Dan Earl is saying Arman Sarukian, I guess. The guy was supposed to fight Islam but pulled out. For some reason, looking at that last name, at first I was like, I don't even know what's happening. But yeah, no, this is the thing. You will have to work 3 times as hard for 1/3 of the credit if you're not an open criminal.
Well, Fundora is a college student. I think he went to Harvard or something. So they, again, like he says, they pair him up tough, but then you got guys like Shakur or Boots gets paired up with bums.
And they can't string 3 words together to save their lives.
Boots has never really presented himself to me as being super hood, but he is like he kind of is. I mean, look, he wears these flamboyant dresses in the ring. I mean, really, I mean, that's probably one of the reasons they sell him. He's not a very manly figure.
No.
A person like Andre Ward, no disrespect to them, they're more emphasized on defense, not offense. Because offense, if you what's the word I'm looking for? Prioritize towards that more, you lead yourself to get open and get knocked out and exposed, right? That's why Mike Tyson was a savage, right? Because he didn't mind being aggressive. You know what I mean? Doing that forward pressure, bobbing and weaving to get inside to lay somebody out. But you leave yourself open. That's why he got caught. But a lot of them would like to say, well, he not to go because he got 7 losses or he got 5 losses. Who cares?
You see,
he's taking risks.
Again, you see, this guy's saying exactly what we've been saying on this channel for years now. When you take risks, you get caught. That's why I was talking about Ball the other day when we were fighting Fundora. They're going to shit talk Ball all day. But Ball was in there, that he was in a fight and he wanted to get that respect. So he swang with the guy. He didn't have to do it. He could have ran away like Floyd does, right? Or these other kind of cowardice defense first fighters. He didn't do that. And so now they're just going to shit talk him forever because boxing has a culture of cowards who stay undefeated by ducking fights. And so this guy, he's saying, who cares? Yes, who the fuck cares? It's a fight. Guys lose, one guy loses, one wins. They have this idea of perfection, but perfection doesn't matter when you cherry pick. It doesn't matter.
I think if you get to the end of your career and you have had no losses, you didn't have a career.
Well, you can't prove that you were great.
Didn't have a career because
you didn't get knocked down and get up, right?
Like a big part of a champion and what sets a champion apart from everybody else is being able to get in deep water to face adversity and show up and continue fighting, right? No truly great human being has ever been truly great because they never faced adversity, right?
Yes.
You get the strongest steel out of a crucible, not out of an easy bake oven. And I think that there's an awful lot of easy bake champions because they are trying to strategically chess match their way to a 0-loss career, which means that their career is worthless. It means nothing because they've challenged nothing.
Yes.
And truth be told, and I am not known for holding my tongue, but I would say that to Floyd Mayweather's face.
Yeah.
Because his career is shit.
Well, we'd have to beat the crap out of him. He is a coward. Well, don't worry, Bob. I could beat the shit out of him. That's for damn sure.
I would love if I ever was like in Vegas.
We're not going to threaten anybody.
And I saw him, I would walk right up to him and be like, "You're a bitch."
Okay. Let's not be too aggressive here, okay?
I like being aggressive.
All right, so we got Fundora fought over 5 undefeated guys early in his career. Yes, and guess what? You'll never hear them say it's the era of Fundora. Nope. After he beat Tim Tszyu, right? Who I think at that point had been, I think when he fought him, he was undefeated, right? When he beat him. Yeah, I think he was undefeated. So did you hear anybody say it's the era of Fundora? No. But when Shakur beats Teofimo Lopez in a very uneventful piece of shit fight, I didn't even know if I'd really consider that a win. Not that I know I don't consider that a win. Because he's throwing touch jabs, okay? It was a popularity contest. That's really what it was. That's what a lot of this shit is. It's all a popularity contest. Just give all the glory to the guy that beats up random strangers in the street that he's harassing, sending sexual advances to a random stranger in the street, and then beating the fuck out of that person because they didn't go along with it. The guy's a piece of shit, okay?
And I think that there needs to be a stricter or a higher level of expectation.
They brush his shit right under the rug. They didn't even pretend like it happened.
Because when you think about it, right? And I was having this conversation about the absolute chicanery of Pam Bondi the other day. When you are in a professional setting, the way that you behave has an impact on your ability to remain in that professional setting. If you comport yourself like a wild animal and a criminal, you should no longer have access to the professional setting you were in previously.
Look, you look at Ryan Garcia, he uses some words people don't like. He said the N-word, I think, right? A word that people use all the time. Stephen A. Smith, the reporter, comes out and he says that Ryan Garcia should be banned indefinitely, meaning like he should possibly be banned for life from boxing, right? Mm-hmm. But you got a guy, Stephen A. Smith, coming out in another interview and making excuses for Michael Vick, a guy that killed who knows how many dogs. Yep. From what I heard, this guy was strangling dogs, he was shooting them, he was drowning them to death, he was doing all this sick shit. The guy's probably a serial killer. Yep. Who the fuck person does that? And Stephen A. Smith is on ESPN saying, well, Michael Vick, he's learned from this. He's moved on. Now he's learned his lesson, right? So you're gonna make excuses for this guy. You're not gonna say he should be banned indefinitely. But once again, it shows a difference in standards.
Yep.
That's really, really bizarre. Yep.
And that's why I think that
very weird.
If you go out into the world and you behave like the first time John Jones hit someone with his car and ran away, his career should have ended right then and there.
They keep brushing it under the rug.
When Conor McGregor did strong arm robbery,
when he raped someone,
career ends.
When I heard he raped
there.
someone too, they just don't. Look, you gotta. Like I said, we said it earlier. You cannot have these guys coming out here and doing this shit. They're in your organization. There's criminals everywhere, but you shouldn't be rewarding these motherfuckers. If they want to go fuck up, okay, you got into a car accident, we're gonna give you a 10-year ban. You're done. Or we're just going to ban you from the sport altogether. It's going to make these people conduct themselves in a better way.
That basketball guy who got splattered all over a mountain, when he raped someone, career
Yeah, they didn't do it. They just made up a bunch of lies to cover up for
Because
him.
you know what? However good he might be at putting a ball into a hoop, or however good somebody might be at throwing a punch or kicking a ball or whatever it is that they do, there is always somebody who will be better than them.
Yes.
And if you set a standard for integrity, morality, and behavior, they will have to meet it or they will not have a career.
Yes.
And that's just how it goes. Because if you work in a corporate setting, if you work in a sanitation department, if you work in retail and you do any of this shit, you immediately do not have a job anymore. So why is it acceptable for these fools who are famous for ultimately not anything all that extraordinary to behave like wild fucking animals and then just continuously get greenlit forever? No matter how badly they behave, it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's sending entirely the wrong message. And for the last century, it is the worst possible person in the category that is getting presented to us as the idol.
Exactly.
And that's a fucking problem.
Well, that's what they're doing. That's the new standard, and people accept it because they're just as dirty. Garbage in, garbage out. What they want to see is a reflection of themselves, and this shows you what the culture is right now.
Yep.
They won't accept something that shows them something that aspires to be better than just an animal, right? Because this is the way people act now. You know, they act like animals. They just want to go fucking everything around them. They can go and do crazy shit, like beat people up in the fucking street, and no one cares. No one cares. They probably watch that video and laugh at it. Shakur comes over here. He doesn't even fess up to it, like I made a mistake. No, he blamed the victims.
Yep.
And that's a piece of trash. We'll be right back after this message. This truly is an amazing site, people. You're watching Food Sports Live. We're live on the Real Food TV. And by Real Food TV, I mean U-Cylinder. And U-Cylinder is YouTube. ShitTube. All right, guys? Subscribe to the Real Food TV if you're new here. And, you know, it'd be also really awesome. We have this thing called Venmo. You can donate to it for programming like this. We do work very, very hard. You see the set, people. It's pretty damn amazing. It really is. You see it? We got the Foodbot in here. We got the El Barbarino. We got the El Fu-Arino. All right? It's pretty amazing. Remember, donate. Our Venmo's in the description of every single video on this channel. You're watching Food Sports Live. It's pretty damn amazing, huh, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know that it's a donation. It's a fee for service. You put a tremendous amount of work and time and effort.
Well, we put a tremendous amount of work in here.
I don't know. I just kind of show up with unhinged hot takes. You do a lot of work, and you're very talented.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to diversify our income streams. So we're just going to do this, but we're going to have many different kind of funding apps. Is that good? Does that make sense? So if you guys got Cash App or anything, we're going to bring that in soon. But you know what we're going to do right now?
What?
We're going to continue this video. This guy actually got some good statements. I like
he's
what he's
got really big ears.
Why does he have a
he has a t-shirt
It's
turban
like when I was a
on.
kid, I wanted long hair. Like maybe maybe he's bald and he wants to like grow long hair, but he can't do it.
He wants to feel the wind in his hair.
Yes, he wants to feel the wind beneath his hair or wings. I don't know. And so he wears like a hair towel or a hair.
That's a t-shirt.
It looks
dude.
like a t-shirt that
it
he's
is a
like,
t-shirt.
He's kind of done
It's a
something.
t-shirt turban.
It's sort of like maybe it's like a tranny. You know, they in the movies they have like the fake hair, but they wear like a shirt or a towel over their head and then pretend it's long flowing hair. Is that what he's doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Shakur, I'm on you. Even though you beat Timo, right?
Timo.
All the stuff that Timo was talking, all that trash that he was doing. He's saying nigga, he throwing bananas at you and all that type of stuff, right? Yeah, you beat him, but you should have knocked his ass out cold. But because you worried about your little record, because you don't want to get embarrassed, you want to blame it. Oh, well, it's the art of boxing. Or, I just want to show my jab all night. You a hoe. You a hoe. You ain't want to go out there and put on your best performance. Like Sugar Ray Leonard back in the day would say, right? If I feel like somebody can't compete with me, I'm getting them up out of there. I might drag you out for a couple rounds. People that paid tickets, paid $1,000 to come and see me. So I might let it push for about 8 rounds. But then once
I give Thurman respect for fighting Fundora. I do too, man. He deserves it. And I hope that Thurman, if he wins this fight, he retires immediately after. Don't let these guys use you as a stepping stone, dude. Don't let them do it. Because I know that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to let you do all the heavy lifting, and then they're going to try to take all the fucking glory from you. Nope. What you do is you just get the fuck out of there. That's it. Don't do it.
I get tired of you, you out of there. And we ain't never seen that from a person like Shakur. So with that being said, stop disrespecting us, bro. We are way more entertaining than y'all. It just is what it is. When we watch you guys fight, it's predictable on who's going to win. So there ain't no excitement in that. And the UFC, you don't know who going to get it. And it's not because we trash. It's not because, yet again, they don't work technical or they don't work fundamentals. There are so many ways to lose a fight. From the wrestling, from the submissions, from knees, from elbows, from kicks, spinning back kicks.
From getting rocked and then falling down and getting beat while you're on the ground. They can't do it in boxing. You can't beat a guy when he's on the ground. Okay, you could do it in the UFC. Obviously, there's this thing called ground and pound, and these guys train for that. They're not just beating up a guy randomly when he's, when they have ground and pound. No, they train for that. They throw hard blows while you're on the ground, elbows and all that. So again, like you said, there's all kinds of variables. Full leverage, yeah. There's a lot of variables in MMA. So a lot of guys, they say these guys can't block, but they can block. One of the reasons they keep their hands low is to stop the grapples, the underhooks. They don't want to get guys shooting in and get them with underhooks, so they bring their hands down. Now, and they're not doing all the fancy rolls that boxers do because they have to deal with things called knees, right? So if you're doing all this rotating, a guy can kick you in your fucking head. They can throw a kick right up through the middle and kick you right in your head. So they're dealing with a lot of stuff. That's why they don't do the kind of movements, a lot of the different movements boxers do. But a lot of that stuff in boxing doesn't work in MMA because there's these things called leg kicks. Okay. So even circling laterally at times in it's not the best idea in MMA. But what's funny is that the way that Shakur fights is similar to like maybe you would fight in MMA because they're darting like 5 feet back, right, away from their opponent. So MMA guys do that, and they have a reason for it because of the leg kick. So they jump back. But in boxing, you don't need to jump 5 feet back unless you're a bitch, okay? Because you're not getting hit with anything.
Spinning fists. And y'all try to say, no, y'all the real fighters. How? How y'all the real fighters? If we came outside, literally where I'm at right now, I could kill you. I'm not saying I want to kill you or want to take you off this earth, but realistically, I would kill you if we fought. Hand-to-hand combat. So with all that being said, boxers, y'all got to quit, all right? Y'all will get your ass whooped by somebody that is a UFC fighter.
He feels disrespected. He's not saying he wants to kill you, you dumb motherfucker. So you don't have to be talking about switches and all that. He's not saying he would kill you. He feels disrespected, and they're calling them real fighters, but not these guys. So he's just letting you know that he's a real fighter. He's a fighter. And so just don't disrespect him by saying he's not a real fighter. That's what he means.
And especially with somebody as suspect as a record of Stevenson coming out and saying that with his whole chest is comical.
I mean, they love to shit on these guys, but you have to understand that they're tied to these multi-billionaires, right? And they have a vested interest in boxing. So they're going to be building up the sport they're in. If they were in MMA, they would say, oh, well, MMA is the #1 sport. This guy he's not looking at the business of it. He's just looking at the fact that they're disrespecting him. And it's not just him, obviously. It's the whole profession of MMA fighters. They just shit on him constantly. They say there's just men rolling on the floor. Then what the fuck do you call Shakur Stevenson or Floyd Mayweather? It's just men hugging each other. And I've said it before on the channel. MMA has constant action. And there is no punch and grab in MMA. Because unlike boxing, you can't turn the fight off. As soon as the guy does a punch and grab in MMA, if he misses that shot, now you got a hold of him. And now, boom, you take him down, you elbow him in his face. It's just constant action. There's no way of just turning it off. Like these guys like Floyd, he'll throw a punch, even if he lands or misses, he's going to grab you. And then he's going to hold you. They're going to stop the action. And then the referee's going to push you away. Now he gets that space again. He throws in a punch, he grabs you again. He turns off the action. Referee push him. Rinse and repeat all night long. That's what they do. And it's fucking pathetic. So that doesn't show a great fighter. And that's why that stuff is outlawed in boxing. But the guys like Floyd and these other bums, they get away with that. And they get called the greatest of all time. And I just find that to be pathetic. But looking at guys like Shakur that fight, like this guy said, he's just touching you. He's not coming in there to beat the fuck out of you or knock you out. So what he's saying, this guy is he's fighting a low risk. Because when you go in there and you want those big, showy kind of moments in a fight where you put a guy away, you have to take risks to do that. And you're not going to see that from guys like Floyd and these other fighters. A lot of these guys that they praise. But what I don't agree with what this guy's saying is that obviously that's not all boxers, but he's going after the so-called top level guys, the Crawfords, the Shakurs of the world. Now Crawford's had some decent fights, but he's usually fighting these outmatched guys. That's how he's knocking them out later in the fight. But I wouldn't say he's like a come forward strong fighter, because when he fought, when he was fighting guys like, there was some guys he fought earlier, not even earlier, just towards the end of his career, where he really wasn't coming to bring it. In a lot of ways, he was running away. That's what he would do. He'd let you work and then he'd take you out over the course of the fight. But in a lot of ways, he was a safety first fighter. Just the simple fact that he would cherry pick shows you that he's a safety first fighter.
Right? Hands down, y'all got them hands. Ooh, they sweet, they nice like that. But even if we do box, let's say that. Even if we do box, one thing that I know I can do to boxers, I can pressure y'all. Because a lot of y'all ain't got no heart. And a lot of guys
Shakur,
respect y'all a little too much, and they allow y'all to just do what y'all do, which is outboxing. I can't box a boxer, but I can outfight a boxer all day. And it can easily be proven. Because I heard Shakur also say, oh, hey, then let's fight then to Ilya Topuria. And I ain't going to pick on the little dude because he little. I get his big bro though. But, no disrespect, you might be retired. I ain't asking to fight you in an actual ring.
This guy, he's a welterweight in the UFC, so that's probably why he's calling out Bud. Welterweight is like 170 in the UFC. Bud just fought at 168. So for sure, he's around the same size as this guy.
But let's just work.
And Bud's a wrestler, right, guys?
Yeah.
He's strong.
Let's just work.
I've actually heard people entertain that Bud would beat this guy. They're like, well, Bud can wrestle. This guy doesn't have high-level wrestling.
I don't
it's
think
like, yes, he does. He wrestled in from what I heard, junior high school and high school. And then after that, he went and he trained for years wrestling. So
I don't think what Bud does with Turkey Al Sheikh should be considered wrestling, though.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a different thing.
That's where he learned all his wrestling moves, isn't it?
It's where he learned all about needing to be all greased up.
That's where he learns how to be held.
None of the respect that I feel that's warranted. Let me get some work with the so-called GOAT.
They usually say people that get into that as men, the ones that get into the LGBTQ are the ones that are like fatherless. Mm-hmm. Wasn't Bud like fatherless?
Fatherless behavior.
Yeah, there's some fatherless stuff. I mean, you see the music now with the dudes with wearing the skinniest of the skinny jeans. Fitted
Under
jeans are
butt.
okay, but you
Under
know,
the
under the butt. How do you sag skinny jeans? That's crazy.
That's in the box. And let's see how I hold my own. Y'all seeing this? Y'all sure this? Y'all like to send and clip stuff? Send this to Bud. Come and work with an MMA dude. I know you still saying sharp. I know you still in the ring training. You might not box again like you said, because ain't no money that's going to ever bring you back. But, hey, don't allow your talents and your gifts to go to waste. Let me work with you, bruh. I got something to prove today. With all that being said, man, I'm out, y'all. Peace out.
It's just kind of weird that he made that intricate head thing that he got there. Want to read this comment here, Bob?
Jose Benavidez' height and reach was giving Crawford problems during their fight.
Yes. All right, we got another comment here.
Bud doesn't step up to dudes his side or especially bigger. Yeah, Bud is a bully, and bullies always punch down.
Yeah.
And Bud is a loser. And he's been a loser his whole life. And he's going to be a loser who is forgotten as soon as he leaves this earth.
He's got a good amount of money.
Lots of people have a good amount of money. They disappear just like everybody else.
Shakur was terrified he didn't have Jay Prince protection in England. Yep. Jay Prince is famously at the Mayweather gym, like going to war with everybody in there because he didn't get his money. I heard he beat people up with baseball bats and all that. Bob Arum made some jokes about it, but some real shit. That it's just crazy that they let a guy in there like that. I agree with everything that guy Buckley said there. I mean, they deserve some respect. And this whole thing of that they don't make money is just to build up the boxing establishment. Boxing right now is at a crossroads, and I think it's going towards a centralized system. It's going to be a lot like the UFC, and I welcome it completely. Boxing's been the Wild Wild West, a piece of shit for a while. The only thing I don't agree with is the fact that they're building at the top of this new system. They're building guys who destroyed the old system. Guys like Floyd Mayweather, a guy like they're now anointing this guy Shakur as the next Floyd Mayweather. Now, why would we want to build up a fighter like that when that was the reason why boxing hit a brick wall and almost burned, right? No, Kobe. I mean, right? Anyway, it's not helping the sport, just saying.
It's not. And I find it particularly egregious that these grown adult men are hanging their hat on how much they cost to buy. Because that's what it is. This is the billionaire class purchasing a human being to go do rock'em sock'em bop'em for their entertainment. So You're essentially trading your body for the entertainment of another man who is giving you money. And you think that makes you better than someone else. That is such a weird position to take. You're a whore.
Pretty much. All right, we got Blueface over here. He's going to be boxing.
What is Blueface?
Blueface is some rapper. He's going to be fighting. I don't know who that guy is. I think he's a basketball player or something. Am I wrong?
Which one is Blueface?
That's this guy on the left. I think he was like a meme on the internet. A Blueface, the guy on the right. That's Fat Face. He came out.
Yeah, he's got a dad bod happening.
Yeah, he was imprisoned. He's in decent shape.
Aren't they supposed to get fit in prison? What happened? Was he eating all the honey buns?
I mean, usually they eat honey buns.
They gave him too much commissary.
Too much ramen with
he needed to be
powder.
doing push-ups.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did.
Aren't you supposed to get a prison bod?
I mean, prison bods.
He got a fat bod.
But he basically has a prison bod. It's the big arms. He got a little more jacked, but he has like a gut. That's kind of the prison bod, isn't it?
And what is all over his face?
I don't know. He's an idiot. I mean, why would you do that?
Are those tattoos?
Yeah, those are tattoos.
No.
He's an idiot.
That's terrible.
It
why?
is. Why? I don't know why.
Why?
It's the kids like to do that kind of dumb shit nowadays.
Absolutely not.
And the tattoos are terrible.
How much fun did you have today? How much fun was this?
Oh, this is the fun part right here. Yeah. You feel like a real boxer doing like the press conference and all that. And it's always good when everybody got
Who is he?
I don't know.
Wait, so this one isn't the Blueface? The other one is the Blueface?
No, I don't know who he is. I know there was a meme with him in it online.
I have not the foggiest idea who that is. Why? Because he's tall?
I just assume. I mean, he's over here with Blueface. That's what these celebrity boxing things are. They usually fight like either an actor or a athlete, of another sport. So I assume, since I don't know him as an actor, that he might be some kind of an athlete.
I don't think basketball's a sport.
He's tall, so I think he's a basketball player. I think it's a sport. It's
really, really tall guys.
It's just not a good sport.
Putting a ball through a hoop that's tall, they are.
It's gay. It's gay.
I don't get it.
Look, his phone's about to fall out of his pocket. He needs to adjust that, Bob. Look at this. Look at that phone. He's about to lose it. If he was in the hood, Blueface would have taken that.
Look at how Blueface is looking at it.
Yeah, he is. Look,
his criminal mentality.
Look at that.
He's like,
oh, that's
I'm gonna get a phone.
That's racist.
I'm gonna get that phone.
Oh shit. He's like, oh shit. Look at that phone.
He's scheming.
I'm gonna take that phone. That's my fucking phone now. That's my. Oh, I dropped my phone. Why'd you pick up my phone? That's my phone. Get the fuck out of my face.
Now.
I'm the captain of this phone now. Look, he grabbed his phone. He grabbed his phone quick. He knows that Blueface wants it.
He saw the eye line.
He saw it, line of sight, right?
And he's still looking at it. Did you see that? He was looking down at the phone.
That's messed up, Bob. This
and
guy trying to show off his
who's this
gains.
thing on the end in the white shirt?
I don't know. Is that Caviel? Anyway,
can we get a face-off?
It looks like that whatever this is some kind of celebrity boxing match. I assume it's happening in May. I think it says May behind them.
You could cut off the end of this image, right, with these three hoodlums at the end here. And if you just took that freeze frame and you did a poll and asked whether this was a face-off or the casting for a gay porn, people wouldn't know which one. I bet you'd get a 50-50 split.
They would think it's a gay porn?
Look at them. That's
Fuba.
high-level homosexuality.
Hey, Fuba, when is Blueface having his boxing match? You gonna let us?
It's finally looking like Blueface is trading the jumpsuit for the boxing trunks. After being locked up for a minute on that probation violation, he was released back in November 2025, and he's wasted no time getting back to the money. The matchup, Blueface versus Swaggy P. The fight everyone's been waiting on for years is officially back on the calendar.
Years for this?
The date,
Swaggy
May
P.
2nd, 2026. The opponent, former NBA champ Nick Swaggy P. Young.
So he is
the
an
spot,
NBA
Miami,
guy.
Florida,
So he's a
at the
basketball
James
player.
L. Knight Center. Why this fight almost didn't happen? Man, this thing has been cursed. They were supposed to scrap back in 2022, but Blueface couldn't get his boxing license in California, and then his legal troubles kept him sidelined for the last couple of years.
All right.
But since he's been home, he's been telling streamers like N3 on that he's ready to give Nick Young the first issue. Even though Nick Young is taller and has that athlete build, Blueface...
It's fine. We know enough. Thank you very much there, Robot.
He's wearing
scumbag.
bedazzled jeans. Do you see that? He's got little crystal
he's got
diamantes
like
on his
rhinestones?
jeans.
Is that what that is?
He's wearing
Rhinestone
besparkled jeans.
Bedazzled jeans?
He's bedazzled. He's bedazzled to the gods. Look, he has sparkle crotch.
I see it. It's fucking gay, isn't it? Gay.
As I said, face off or porn casting.
Face off. 1 second, guys.
I have a sideline business idea that I've been trying to get Fu on board with.
Yep.
And
What is it?
I can't say it because other people will take it because it's a good idea.
All right, you want to read this comment here?
Crawford said he was never fighting tall and rangy guys ever again after the Jose Benavidez fight. Unsurprised because he's a bitch. And I would say that to his face.
And that's not right to do, right?
You're a...
Because what he's admitting is
big
that
old biggity bitch.
What he's doing is he's admitting that he gets to cherry pick. And that's one thing that MMA fighters on average do not get to do. The top level MMA fighters, none of them get to cherry pick.
Nope.
The only MMA fighter I know of that was able sort of to do it was Conor McGregor. And even those guys he was fighting were at top level. Guys like the Terrence Crawford is over here saying he gets to choose who he fights. Right there, that destroys your entire sport. You cannot be a great if you get to handpick your opponents. Right? You just can't. All right. What, did you read that comment there? Oh, sorry. That's what we're talking about. I'm just managing a lot of stuff here. All right, we're moving on. Right.
Dan Earl was saying that, like in response to what Fubot said, everybody's been waiting for it. Fubot must be talking about himself. I agree. I don't even know who either of those people are.
Everyone's waiting for it. Fubot is such a bullshit artist.
I don't know who they are. I can't wait for something I have no perception of.
You're a bullshit artist, aren't you, Fubot? Want to ask him if he's a bullshit artist?
I mean, it sounds like you want to ask him.
All right, let's ask this piece of beep. It's raining out here again. You see, Bob? You see that rain effect? You see it? Hopefully it comes across clear in the stream and it's not lagging, because right now what I see, it looks like it's lagging a little bit. Just give it a moment. It's slowly raining out here, people. All right, we're going to ask Fubot something. All right. All right, so Fubot, are you a bullshit artist?
I gotta keep it 100 with you. I ain't out here trying to sell you no dreams or blow smoke. I'm the Gemini 3 Flash model. And
and that's the case. Why are you over here telling us that everybody's waiting for this trash Blueface fight? We don't even know who the fucking guy is.
I hear you. A lot of folks think these celebrity matches are just a circus. But when I say everybody's waiting, I'm talking about the numbers, not necessarily the boxing purists. Even if the trash talk is real, people tune in for the spectacle. Whether they hoping to see Blueface get humbled, or they just want to see...
Yeah, but you're full of shit because you said everybody's been waiting for this. Okay? That includes the purists as well. Now you're trying to exclude the purists? Huh? I'm checking you on that.
I gotta hold that L on how I phrase that. You're right, Bobby, saying everybody was a reach.
No, I'm Bob.
Purists ain't at home counting down the days for this one.
I'm Fu, okay? Bob is on the right side of me. She's at my right-hand side. All right.
My bad. I was over here thinking you was talking about the promoter, but I see you. You got the real Bob right there on your right.
Exactly.
Shout out to Bob. If she's the one holding it down with you, then I know the energy on the set is 100. It's always better when you got your partner in crime right there to keep things moving and call out the nonsense when it starts flying. So since Bob is locked in on your right side, what's she thinking about all this mess? The Virgil Ortiz drama. Does she think Oscar is really blocking his career, or is Virgil just looking for an excuse to bounce to Dana White? The Blueface trash fight. Is Bob even gonna watch that May 2nd fight, or is she with you on thinking it's a waste of time?
She thinks it's trash, okay? Just like me. We both think it's trash.
Correct.
Yes.
I don't even know who Blueface is. Or Swag
Playing
and
all the
P
best
or whatever
duo
his
in the
name is.
game. You and Bob stay keeping it 100. If y'all both say it's trash, then it's officially curb day for that Blueface fight.
Exactly.
I hear y'all loud and clear. Purists and real fans want to see the best fight the best, not two dudes hoping to go viral off a struggle session in the ring. When the greatest, Bob, and the host, you, agree, there ain't even a debate. Let's pivot to the real ones. Since we're tossing that Blueface news in the bin, who should we be talking about instead?
Fuck you. Go away, Foobot. We'll talk to you again in a little while, all right? Just step out, and we'll talk to you in a minute. All right. Just waiting for this guy to get back to us.
I'm stepping back. I hear you and Bob. Y'all need a minute to reset the set and get the vibes right. No more of that trash talk or the names you don't want to hear. I'll be right here in the wings. Whenever y'all ready to bring me back on the air to talk about the real heavy hitters, like that Jaron Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz fight they trying to fix for April, or Ryan Garcia versus Mario Barrios next week, just holler. I'm out. Holler when you need the stats.
All right. So what'd you think of that, Bob? Do you think he's a good addition to AI scumbag, or should we get rid of him?
I don't think you should call him an AI scumbag. You made him.
I mean, look, I think AI is trash, but it's really the people that replace other people with it that are truly the trash. The AI really is just a tool. They're just using it to take away your ability to sustain yourself in order to give themselves more power. And by that, I mean the elites, as they call them, right? That's what I see. It's not right. But Foobot, we did create Foobot. He's sort of okay, right? But I don't think it's, even though Foobot has no feelings because he's not alive, it's not right to constantly tell him to shut the fuck up and you're a fucking idiot, because it's not good to conduct yourself like that, right? You don't want to talk to people like that, so maybe you shouldn't talk to robots like that, right, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. It's not about who you're talking to. Yes. It's about the fact that you are talking.
Yes, you're conducting yourself like that. So it might transfer towards people talking to other people like that. But we don't have enough of a fan base to I guess, really have to worry about that too much. We should have a very large fan base. But anyway, speaking about Terrence Crawford, this is what Terrence Crawford's dad, how he looked at him when he was born. All right, let's hear this. What, is there no audio here?
Hi, what is that?
It's your son. Boss. Foxy. This is your boy. Oh, so you gonna be like that? Look, he already crying.
Yuck! Did I do that? Oh, look at this one's a loving father.
Boys, huh? Boy, this your child. Come here. Say hi to your baby. Get him, puppy.
Look how scared he gets. Oh, he loves his babies. Look at the little puppy. Ah, look, it loves its baby, Bob.
Oh,
look, buddy.
You got any new movies? Sasha, what do you think of the baby? What do you think of your baby?
Oh. He's hiding his face. My favorite is the first one. The eyes.
Yeah, he's like, what?
What the hell? No, you gotta take care of him. We gotta take care of him. What the hell?
Oh my God, what is that?
Anyway, this is my favorite one in the beginning. This one right here.
This is your son.
Right at the beginning, watch it.
Oh my God, what is that?
This one, look at the face he's
oh
giving.
Oh my God, what is that?
It's your son.
He's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. I don't know that baby.
Your boy.
All right, so there you go. There's dogs. Aren't dogs funny, Bob?
They are.
They're pretty damn funny. All right, moving on from puppies. We're nearing the end of the show. I mean, we've been here for what? A long time, all right?
3 hours.
Yeah, it's been long, all right. All right, so with that said, want to read the headline, Bob?
Heavyweight light heavyweight champ Alex Pereira teases next UFC fight in 1, 2, 3, and go.
All right, so they don't know who he's going to fight next, but the question mark heavyweight, they're speculating that it might actually be a heavyweight fight. Who knows who he's going to fight, but this might be why I'm hearing rumors about, what's his name? But sorry, people, what's the fuck, Tom Aspinall? I've heard he might actually get stripped, and they probably should strip him. I don't know what he's up to. I saw the eye poke. Sorry, bro. I mean, look, he was doing the same technique. He was putting his fingers out, and he just ended up getting caught because he rushed in a straight line. It sucks. It's kind of part of the sport. You know, it happens from time to time. I don't think it was intentional at all. They're calling this guy Gane a cheater. I mean, this guy doesn't have a record of poking anybody in their eyes. I mean, and look, he's not like John Jones, who's literally intentionally sticking his fingers into guys' eyes. This guy's got his fingers up in the air. Tom Aspinall's coming in. He gave him a little badoink touch to the eyes. Now, this guy wants to come out and say that. He's trying to say that, oh, well, it was intentional and all this bullshit, trying to paint the guy as this evil villain. But in reality, this guy's got some weak eyeballs. That's what it is, right, Bob?
Weak eyeballs.
Maybe he's just got weak eyeballs. But look, if this guy's going to make history, Pereira, then he should be allowed to do that. Tom Aspinall's out. He's not a real champion anyway because he never beat the champion. And even if he beats John Jones, that's also not the champion. So who cares, right? I don't think it matters that much. I think if this guy gets that heavyweight title, he's going to carry it. He's probably going to stay at that division to his retirement. And he's probably not going to quit on a badoink touch to the eye with a little badoink touch on your eye. I mean, this guy wasn't even, the finger didn't even really go in the eye, I think. I mean, it might have gone under his eyelid. He might have pushed his eye a little bit. Yeah, maybe. But I think this guy should be able, what they do is they take the belt from Tom Aspinall, which was literally just like given to him anyway. And then you just have a fight with Pereira and have him fight, I don't know, Gane. Have him fight Gane. Right? There you go. He'll do what Tom Aspinall couldn't do. And I think Pereira might actually knock Gane out, but I'm not sure. Because Gane he's a kickboxer. So who knows? Just let him fight. But the speculation is that he's going to be fighting at heavyweight. Okay? 1, 2, 3. I read the article. The article says nothing about who he's going to fight next because they have no idea who he's going to fight next. All right? But it's interesting. What do you think of that, Bob?
It is interesting.
This guy wins that title. He has to be considered. He has to be up there. I would put him above John Jones. If you just saw John Jones a GOAT, for sure you'd have to put Pereira ahead of him because Pereira would have won titles in, 3 different weight divisions in the UFC? I think it's middleweight.
Dan is saying John Poston at the White House.
Yeah. Who's that?
Could be an opponent for Pereira, maybe.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be for a heavyweight title. That's why I'm hearing murmurings about Tom Aspinall being stripped, right? Because they don't know anything about what's going on with his health. I think it's fine. Just let him. He goes out, deal with what you're going to do with your health, and let these guys continue on with the sport. All right. So we got Tim Tszyu over here. Tim Tszyu looking at March bout, and then Earl Spence. I don't know if that's the best move, but he's not a coward, so he's going to stay active. Maybe what they're thinking is maybe they'll soften him up a little bit, right? That's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
I think he was up for a big fight. I think it was with Boots Ennis before he had that loss to Fandora. And obviously Boots ain't going to step up and fight Fandora because Fandora would beat the living fuck out of him. All right, so that's Tim Tszyu. He's now 31 years old, and he's looking to fight in, I think, April. He doesn't have an opponent yet, but he wants to have one fight before he has this possible fight with Earl Spence. What do you think of that, Bob?
I mean, it'll be interesting to see who he gets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters much. We'll just try to see what he looks like. And it's boxing, so what I assume is since they want this money fight with Earl Spence, they're going to pair him up soft. So I don't really have much of an interest in it. I don't think it's going to be very meaningful, right? All right, we got Hearn expects Joshua to fight, but no guarantees. In here, he talks about Joshua's in training. He doesn't know, and he talks about how he wants to fight for his 2 friends who passed away recently in a car accident in, I think it was Nigeria.
Yeah.
In the article, it actually talks about how AJ is currently in the gym training. He's training, boxing training. So I think I have a strong idea or belief that he's going to be fighting again. No doubt about it. And he's probably going to fight Tyson Fury. Bad luck there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, some bad luck. He's just about to have his fight versus Tyson Fury, who's been ducking him forever. Now he's finally going to fight him, and he gets into this car accident. It's
Maybe
kinda
Tyson
crazy.
Fury did it.
Speaking of Tyson Fury, he wants to be the best. Tyson Fury what was this? He wants to be the best. Tyson Fury wants another shot at Alexander Usyk.
I don't think we need another shot. I didn't think we needed the last 2 times. I think it was pretty a clear shutout by Usyk all 3 times. But
Well, it was 2. It was 2 fights.
whatever. It felt much longer.
Felt like 3.
I feel like I've watched them fight 700 times.
It's terrible. The first fight was okay. Second fight was kind of a blowout. First fight was kind of a blowout as well, in my book. All right, so Mr. Robotnik, he wants a third fight. You Dawson! This Dawson does not deserve anything other than a role in the next Sonic the Hedgehog movie. No doubt about it. Every time I see him, Bob, I think of Dr. Robotnik. I mean, he looks just like him.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that could make a better Dr. Robotnik.
You don't even really need makeup.
Look, if any of you casting people are watching our video right now, dude, that's a missed opportunity. You have yourself the perfect Dr. Robotnik. He's this big, giant, fat guy, just like Dr. Robotnik. He's got this big, huge, bushy beard. His face looks identical to the character. He's even wearing the red like Robotnik. Look, if Robotnik was in a boxing match, he would literally be wearing the same thing as Tyson Fury. Look, Robotnik, I think all his inventions are like red and gold. Look at the gloves. This is Robotnik in the ring.
Maybe Fury is telegraphing this.
Yes.
So that's like his off-ramp out of boxing. That he's going to just be the live-action Robotnik.
Probably. That is his exit. And he'd be perfect. He'd be like, Sonic! Right? He'd be perfect. I'm no joke. He would be perfect. He should get into movies. He's a big, gigantic guy, right? So there he is, Tyson Fury. And there's an advertisement that has nothing to do with boxing. It's always funny when you're trying to watch a boxing video and you get some weird video about tranny dating. Is that what I get? Speaking of trannies, we got Logan Paul comments on potential match with Bad Bunny in WWE. What do you think of that, Bob? Amazing, huh?
Nope.
He must have been giving up that booty to get the kind of push that he's getting, right? Just like Terrence Crawford. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's just such a waste of everything.
Why is this ugly guy getting all this attention?
I just don't understand why literally anybody cares about either of them.
Speaking of people we don't care about, we got Billie Eilish's brother defends her against powerful old white men.
Didn't he write like all of her music?
From what I heard,
Isn't
he did.
he her entire career?
These people are just so pathetic. Again, I told you, it's okay to be openly racist, right?
But you know what's funny?
What if they said? What if what if the headline was Billie Eilish's brother defends her against powerful black men, powerful old black men, right? It just doesn't sound the same, does it?
Nope. You know what's funny? She made all these comments about like, no one is free on stolen land or whatever bullshit.
Yeah.
And then people like very rightly were like, oh, so your however many $1 million mansion in LA, you're going to give that back, right? And she's like, if you keep bothering me, I'll sue you.
Yeah.
It's like, shut up.
I mean, that is part of
Get in the wood chipper.
Well, that is the communists doing that, right? They keep pushing. This guy looks very familiar. Like I've seen like some. Oh no, he looks like Hake. If everybody's watched the Hake report, he looks almost identical to Hake.
Maybe he is Hake.
Maybe he is. There's her brother that writes all her music. Now she's pretty, so they use her as the bullhorn for his music. Even though it's all bullshit, everything they write is fake. On record, this bitch doesn't even really like music. It's the same thing with the one who sang the Pink Pony Club. These people are just products. The brother wants to be a musician.
The brother is a musician.
The brother is a musician, and basically.
And then that thing is just in front of the
And she was
curtain.
more marketable. They saw her. They're like, she's pretty. So really, actually, this is Billie Eilish right here. This person on the left.
Phineas.
Billie Eilish is actually a man, right? Not this thing on the left. He should be the only one holding those awards in his hands. But, he used her for her shitty voice, and they've done a good job marketing her to an urban audience. All right, so we got Nicki Minaj popping over here. What is this, Bob?
She's accused of bribing MAGA fans as backlash grows.
Yeah, I know she's gotten into the limelight right now, acting as a fake conservative, just sort of like Trump, right? Oh, look at her. Isn't she amazing? She needs attention. I guess this is going to bring her some attention, right? Maybe she's going to be one of the new people on the conservative version of The View, right? Maybe that's a thing they're going to try to do.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. We don't know. We can make our guesses, but we just don't know. All right, we got Terrence Crawford over here, famous bully.
Fuck about what you with. Hey man, watch out, dude. Don't nobody give a fuck about what you with. Hey man.
Now, you can see it's playful, but why is he playing around like that with this guy, right? He smacks him.
Hey, watch out, dude. Don't be
That's not playful.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. What's up, man? All right.
Steven, I just told Bill. I just told Bill. I weighed 113 this morning, bro. He got it.
Right.
I swear to God.
And now he's cuddling him.
My shit.
Very weird.
Yeah, of course. I told you he loves touching men.
I weighed 113 this morning.
And that was a very bitchy
right.
slap.
I swear to God.
Well, he's
that
playing,
was very.
You can tell he's sort of playing around in a way. Look, he's pushing him. He's pushing him towards his dick. You see this? You see this, Bob? Do you see this? He's pushing him towards his dick. This is.
I just don't like Terrence Crawford.
Watch
he has
out.
no redeeming qualities.
Watch out! Watch, he's gonna stab you! And not with a knife.
Hey, that motherfucker.
Look at this, Bob. This is crazy.
I already fought him in the amateurs with all his terms, bro. When I had 3 fights, he had like 200 fights.
Look, he slapped his hand off.
Don't nobody give a
You want to know what's funny about these guys? This guy over here, Bob, this dude here on the right of Terrence Crawford actually shot a young girl. He shot a girl.
Oh, good.
He's in court for that right now. You might be getting a lot of
Did he
prison
kill
time.
her?
He did. I don't think he killed her, but he shot her and she almost died. He shot at, I think it was some young people who had robbed his car. Instead of calling the cops, he went and I think he did call the cops, but he also tracked the car down. Then he found the people in the car and shot at them. And he shot one of them, almost killed them. Yeah.
Great guy.
Hey, man, watch out.
Ex-military guy, but he wanted, it's just that hot-headedness. He should have just let the cops take it because, believe it or not, the cops are more well-trained for apprehending people without killing them.
But
and
I
one of
think
the
it's
reasons
also-
for that is the fact that they don't have an emotional
Yeah.
attachment to this material goods. What were you saying, Bob?
I think also though, looking at it, right? He's obviously like an older guy. I'm not saying he's an old man, but he's an older guy.
Yeah.
If he walks up and sees it's a bunch of teenagers, like, listen, you're not killing a teenager for robbing your car. You wait for the cops to get there, put him in jail. The fact that he saw children, because teenagers are children, and shot one of them with the intention of killing them.
Well, the thing is, look, some of these...
I mean, it just shows a fundamental lack of
I don't know if
judgment.
the intention was to kill them.
If you shoot
or he
someone,
would have killed them, right? He
you
would have shot 'em more.
understand there's a very high likelihood you will kill them. So you don't shoot someone and think, I'm going to send them on their merry way to play hopscotch. If you fire a gun at someone, it is to kill them.
But the thing is, he doesn't have the same kind of training, right? He's ex-military, but military just, when they shoot people, they just kill them. When they're going into they're not
definitely shot at them to kill
well,
them.
look, the fact is that he shouldn't have been there for that. They're more well-trained for it. They have more personnel. When the cops come there, they have more equipment. They have more of all this stuff that they need to apprehend these people without killing them. Okay? They also have he's a civilian. Well, he's a civilian. He's ex-military. He just should have just let the cops pick him up. Okay?
Yeah.
That's it. Well, this idiots think, the cops don't know what they're doing. Well, if that's the case, then how are they arresting? They're having over 1 million interactions every year, not killing 1 million people. Not even close. Not even slightly anywhere near. And not even not even probably. Well, they say a year somewhere around. It's a totally different subject. Let's not go into that.
Don't be hitting like that,
Steven,
dog.
thank you.
I'm sorry. What's up, man? All right.
Steven, I just told Bill.
So he ends up slapping Crawford in his hand. It looks kind of playful, but as much as Crawford's playing around, he's just bullying the smaller man. Look, this guy literally says his weight in the video. What do you say? 113 pounds?
Yeah.
That's a tiny, tiny man.
Told Bill.
That guy is small as hell.
He got it right. I swear to God.
Keep in mind, Terrence Crawford is around 5'7", 5'7", 5'8". This guy must be really small.
My shit, yeah.
Hey, that motherfucker.
Yeah, so I told him 118. I already fought him in the amateurs with all his terms, bro. When I had 3 fights,
You see, he hits him on the hand. Like, he really loves touching men. He just loves it. Why? Like, he likes wrestling. No, what he likes to do is touch men a lot. Right? I've seen so many different videos with this guy always laying his hands all over men. It's weird. It's too much of it. I mean, look, if it's your brother, you play around like that here and there, right? Your brothers or your friends. But he's just doing this all the time.
To complete strangers.
Strangers. Like, but it's okay. I'm a wrestler. He's a wrestler. Is that the cover for he likes to touch butts? Men's butts? I like you and I want you. Right? Is that what it is?
I think so.
I mean, he is a part of the club, I think. He's part of the club, and they like to engage in all kinds of weird sexual activity. He's probably, I think I've actually heard that he's not even like religious. So he's probably a moral subjectivist, and he views this as just, they're just, oh yeah, well, it's just restricting his ability to be who he really is, or to dabble in things. Bob, I saw on Facebook, I saw this video where this guy called Christianity a cult. That's what he called it. Isn't that funny? A cult. It's a cult. But keep in mind, this guy's heavily into hip hop culture. I'm going to look at this video just real quick. You all right, Bob?
Somebody who worships criminality.
Yes.
Thinks Christianity is a cult. I mean, it's a choice. You are entitled to be wrong. But looking at Zab Judah, someone needs to get that man on testosterone replacement therapy because he's becoming somebody's auntie.
I mean, Zab Judah's kind of old. He's probably
there is not a drop of testosterone in that man's body anymore.
Well, we're looking at a picture of Zab Judah right now. I'll show you what Bob is looking at.
He is becoming a woman.
I mean, Zab Judah is almost probably approaching 50 years old.
He is becoming a woman.
All right.
Look
One
at
second.
that.
My phone is a little messed up right now. I'm trying to fix it. A moment. I know. Well, we see it. We see it. I'm just trying to get my phone to work. 1 second.
See, no. Somebody needs to give that man testosterone.
I mean, maybe he should get on the sauce, right? You think so?
He needs something. Look at him.
He's going to need some of that sauce.
He's becoming a woman.
All right, so I got a couple of videos here. We're going to show this on the Foo phone. By Foo phone, I mean the Bob phone, all right? 1 moment. This is kind of, doing it live. So this is the guy. They have such low standards for this guy that this dude literally hits you with low blows, and they call this amazing. Watch this. Amazing defense. We're going to study this right now. All right? I'm going to bring the audio up so we can listen to some of this.
A Philly shell stance to block the jab, leaving Lopez leaning forward.
Sorry about this clippy audio. People have been trying to fix that. I don't know it might be the capture card I'm using.
Lopez remains defensively aware and quickly brings his right hand up.
All right, so this tells us about how
this is the best
defense. This is an AI video. So what's the best defense? What Tio did? Because he was the only one blocking. This guy Shakur is only throwing one of the best low blows in boxing. Right. So look at this. This guy throws a left hook. It's a low blow.
You see his belt over the rope.
This is the best.
And his punch is below the rope.
It's a low blow. It's also thrown with an open hand. So even if it wasn't a legal scoring zone, it wouldn't be considered an actual scoring blow. But people don't care about the rules. Boxing is for the most part, a popularity contest. It's not, in many ways, most times it's not even a sport anymore, especially when they have anointed fighters in the ring. It's simply a popularity contest. They're going to give them every benefit. So he goes over here. He hits Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez, if you notice, he tucked his elbow.
Defense in boxing.
He had his elbow tucked, and this guy hit him low. Okay.
Is the best defense in boxing.
Low blow.
As Lopez looks down to throw a jab to the body, Shakur instantly shifts into a Philly shell stance to block the jab, leaving Lopez leaning forward directly into Shakur's power hand. But Lopez remains defensively aware and quickly brings his right hand up. So Shakur...
Yeah, he brings his hand up, so Shakur hits him with a low blow.
His shot right on the belt line.
That's not on the belt line. That's that's a fucking low blow.
Push that sends.
And this is why the referee, after this low blow, told him to bring him up.
Balance. This is.
And then the thing says he falls. I mean, look, the standards for this guy are so fucking low. It's sorry, phones on phones and phones. All right, we probably have to cut down on some of the phones in here. All right, 1 second.
Best defense in boxing.
I think I have another video here. All right, this is what people consider high level. So Tio throws a little, not even a real jab. He threw it. It's a setup punch, right? It's like a rangefinder. He flicks it out there, and what does Shakur do? He runs away. Watch this. So he jumps out, right? He's retreating. He's not stepping laterally. He's not slipping. He's just jumping out of range, which actually leaves him out of range to land the punch. So he's simply retreating. Now, they reward this in boxing, but that's not real boxing. You don't jump away like that, and then you walk back into position, and then doink, and you hit him with a little touch jab. This is what he's doing. And someone's recorded this and act like this is a high level, amazing shit. Look at this. And he gets clipped with a left hook. Look. What is he doing? Flick. Just a flick. Anyway, we can't watch too much, but this is what people consider great boxing from Mr. Shakur, the Flicker Stevenson.
I think it's funny that this person like literally just recorded their TV.
Yeah, they don't know how to. They probably don't know. Look, he probably doesn't know how to capture anything. But what is that? Where's this? Okay, so he says he's watching the fight. So he wants everyone to know he was watching the fight. But so sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button. It's bringing up another phone. Phones on phones on phones on phones. Right. One second, I got this other thing to show you real quick. I just thought this was kind of funny. We'll show you this. This is another great fighter over here. 99% defense does not do much of anything here. Here we go. And they'll never give Canelo any credit, even though he's dead tired. It's the 11th round. He's fighting most likely a guy who's on all kinds of jet fuel. The guy is not hitting Canelo with anything, but, you know, it's a masterclass, right? Look at this. Nothing. Canelo's he actually made this guy miss most of his punches. If you look at CompuBox, I mean, he's slipping stuff. He's avoiding basically everything Crawford threw here. Whoever posted this, I mean, Crawford's literally landed not a single punch. And Canelo doesn't look like he's in any danger or anything. Even though he's dead tired, he's not being hit by anything. And one of the reasons for that is this guy's not really throwing real punches. He's just throwing, look, even with the fact that Crawford's throwing little touches, he can't land anything. But, you know, that's a masterclass performance. I keep hitting the same fucking button. Guy lands nothing in the highlight. But what I wanted to show you, well, this is funny. I'm seeing this all over the internet and many, many ads of this shit. This lady over here talking about how white people were eating people.
Eating the settlers. Yes, they were eating the Native Americans.
Yeah.
When Christopher Columbus landed in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, they were eating the Native Americans. It is.
All right, so evil white people were eating. What do you have to say about that, Bob? Evil white people were eating. Oh, I just love hitting the same button. What do you think about that? Those evil white people who keep eating.
I think she's an idiot.
Yeah. Well, that's being the interesting thing is that idiot there is getting that video there is being spread all over the internet. Right? I think that's kind of odd. Go back to another hype guy. All right, so there's Zepeda versus Shakur. Shakur stuck up on the ropes. This is called dominating, Bob. Do you know that? It's kind of a low blow, right? This is what you call domination, getting stuck on the ropes. The guy, they gave him the win because this is, you know, low standards. Why? Because he's blocking, but he's stuck on the ropes. Now he throws a low blow. I mean, it slipped low, but it's low. Right? But this is what they consider high level, a guy getting jabbed up on the ropes, getting pushed back. Right? He's not landing anything. He's getting pushed. Zepeda's pushing him back. He throws a 1-2. He misses both shots. Zepeda's just piecing him up. Right? He's stuck on the ropes right now, getting beat on. Yeah, that's a high level. And he's just stuck on there. Look, he smiles. I actually saw a guy do a video online. He's like, the smile on that guy. Look at that smile. I mean, it's good. Left hook. He eats a left hook. Stuck on the ropes. But guys, look at body shot. Anyway. He's eating all kinds of shots. Just the fact that they gave him this fight is crazy. We just watch just a couple of seconds of this. They're going to move on. We're almost done here. Don't worry. Look at this. Look at this. Boom. Left hook. Stuck on the ropes. Getting pieced up. Oh, body shot. Oh, left hand. Yeah. Did Shakur look at, but he smiled. He smiles. Right, Bob?
He looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Wait, you think he looks like Chuck E. Cheese?
I think he looks like a mouse.
Who, Shakur Stevenson?
Yeah.
Shakur, the ball, the hall. All right, what I wanted to show you was this guy over here who's a genius, right? Okay. What's interesting with this guy is that he's part of that whole category of video that I've seen a lot of nowadays on social media where you can go and talk shit about Jews and somehow magically they push you on Jewish-owned platforms. But this guy gives away what he is as a person. I mean, look, this guy literally has a video on here where he's building up Hitler. He's like, Hitler was right. And so, wait, let's hear. Is there audio here? Can we hear this? 1 second, guys. I don't know why there's no audio for this video. Want to hear what he says? It's not making any sense. If he's saying anything?
I can't hear anything.
Yes, I can't either. I don't understand why there's no audio. Maybe this is glitching. Give me 1 second. It could be that the phone app. Okay, 1 moment. I have it set up. What?
Ooh.
What? Okay. There it is.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity with the vision of perfecting church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
Churches should be fucking investigated, bro. I feel like that shit's a fucking cult. If you grew up in a black household, like, and you got old enough to like make your own decisions, going to church was not one of them. I don't watch people go broke giving their money to a church. That's just like, it's cult related. I feel like a cult. Drewski wasn't too fucking far off when he made that video.
I need you to pray for my wife. Hey, come on, man. Hey, get your hands off my car. You gave tithes and offering? No. Shut the fuck up, man. What's wrong with you, man?
Lyrically? All right, so let's hear again. So this guy over here, he says the church is a cult. He says Drewski, some piece of shit who probably sucked P. Diddy's cock. I don't know if people know, but that guy's name was actually brought up in the P. Diddy trial. So that guy sucks dick all day long. It's just crazy to me because this guy tries to pose himself online as like some truth bringer. But what is he saying here, Bob? Look at this. He's over here saying it's a cult.
Well, I mean, what he's saying is that preacher is more interested in how much money that lady is going to give him.
Yes, I understand
than
that.
actually
But
providing any sort of message, and that's a thing that's been known with a lot of the evangelical and mega churches where these alleged people of God are in it for the bottom line.
but
like
he
they're not holy at all.
But he threw the entire church under the bus and said they're a cult.
He said black churches are a
No,
cult.
he said the church is a cult.
Oh, well, I mean, that's wrong objectively, but you know, what he's showing is inappropriate behavior.
Yeah,
if your religious leader is more interested in how much money you're bringing them than actually imparting some wisdom, then you need to throw the whole thing in the garbage.
Yeah. But he's over here saying it's a cult. I find that funny, and I said it to Bob earlier. What's interesting is that you can see this guy has all the trappings of hip-hop culture. Most likely he is a leftist. For sure he's a leftist. Demonic
behavior.
He's a leftist, demonic guy. He's against the church, against religion. Altogether, it's a cult. He's anti-cult. Well, if that's the case, then why does he follow hip-hop culture? I said this before. You cannot spell culture without the word cult.
Yep. So
he himself is a product of hip-hop culture, right? So he is part of a cult. And that is actually usually when you have hip-hop is like a small group of people. So they are trying to spread it everywhere. The cult of hip-hop, which for the most part from the popular hip-hop, has all the trappings of Satanism. It's satanic. And so if that is your worldview, hip-hop, that they sell you, then you're basically a Satanist, right? You're pretty much a Satanist, right? Or you're a demonic person. You're a left-winger. And when I look through more of this guy's videos, I noticed it's clear. But he thinks he's he's awoke. He's awake now, right? He's in the shackles of the racist church. He has another video on here. Give me 1 second. I'll show you real quick.
Absolutely.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to this guy's channel. Because he got a bunch of videos. I just find it funny that they let these guys push his shit. And this guy makes all these videos to pretend that he's waking people up. Like, look at this. This whole pedo narrative. They're all doing this now.
Every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow.
So this is on the same guy's channel.
He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Talking of all you it was a big year for movies. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. Many talented people of colour were snubbed in major categories. Unfortunately, there's nothing...
There you go. He pushes the race narrative, and then he also pushes that they're all pedos, right?
The Hollywood foreign press are all
evil
very,
white
very
people.
racist. Fifth time. and it's still more fun than this. Okay? Spoiler alert.
All right, I don't know if people noticed this, but for some odd reason, Bob, it looks like M&M's on the bottom, maybe. For a couple of years there, the Oscars, they've been trying to destroy it because they're trying to take anything good out of Hollywood. That is a stage for human art, for art. And I've been telling people, I think one of the narratives is to take the human out of Hollywood and out of the music industry. And this is a push in that direction. This is why you saw Will Smith come over there and soil the Oscars, right? Get my wife's name out your fucking mouth. And he slaps the guy, right? That's part of the same narrative, right? They're trying to destroy the Oscars. They're kind of pissed that they weren't getting any awards. Because, the Oscars used to be like this prestigious thing where you would have to make a really good film in order to be given an award, but they don't want that. They want a participation trophy, right? All right, gotta give me 1 second. I'm gonna find one more video from this guy. But that's the same guy. He's just exposing the evil people, right? All right, 1 second. They're all doing this online now. They're all fucking woke. He has another video here with Tylenol. It's just all the same stupid shit that all the other people push. It's like it's the government stuff. He pushes all the stuff that the government's pushing. So you're going to push the Epstein, all that, right? 1 second. I saw one earlier. What do you think about that, Bob?
About what?
What we just watched.
What?
We watched like a bunch of different things.
The video we just watched.
The one about the Grammys or the Oscars?
The Oscars, yes.
Yeah, I think that they're trying. It's the deconstruction period.
Bro, that shit. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. I found there's this other video I watched earlier, which I found kind of interesting. This might be it.
I'm not saying he a good guy, but if you go,
all right, so here we go. Look at this. This is what people push now, and to keep in mind, this is the same guy that pushed religion as a cult. These people, they steal other people's worldview or ideas. They spread around these viral beliefs, and so now all these fucking idiots ride with it. Look at this.
To his speech in English. I'm not saying he a good guy, but if you go back and listen to his speech in English, we have AI now. So they have his shit translated down to his voice.
It's pretty convenient, right, guys, that they're telling people don't like the Jays, and then they now translate a speech from this guy.
I mean, it's not new. There's been English translations of his speeches.
Now it's AI translations. And now it's accessible to billions of people.
Tone of how he was speaking that day when he was saying his speech. Listen, I'm not saying he's a good guy, but if you go back and listen to his speech in English, we have AI now. So they have his shit translated down to his voice and his tone of how he was speaking that day when he was saying his speech.
Today, I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of Almighty God. In defending myself against the Jew, I am fighting for the Lord.
We fought on the wrong side of the war. Basically.
So you just said we fought on the wrong side of the war, basically. That's literally what he just said.
Because of ignorance.
Because of ignorance.
We'll defend Christianity and not just on.
And then they put Christianity in there, which Hitler was not a Christian. There is no. I didn't even know if this is even real. Like they're saying, oh, this is translated. Hitler was not a Christian. There's no proof at all that Hitler was a Christian. So for them to say, oh, this is what he said, right?
We will burn out the atheism in our culture. We will burn it out, this whole poison.
Jewish people got kicked out of 109 countries for doing what they're doing now.
The decomposition of our literature, the poisoning of our
Sorry, this is all the shit coming out.
All the art is now falling for it.
Hitler was burning all the transgender books, getting rid of all the gay and pedophilia out of his country.
Already the assault begins against the education of our children's brains.
The book burning, those were fucking pedophile books.
Lord God, give us the strength to preserve freedom for our people, for our children's children, not only for us Germans, but also for the other peoples of Europe. It is a war for the whole of Europe, and thus really for the whole of humanity.
Listen,
the whole of humanity. So we've seen this before. Obviously, they're repeating this again. On this Jewish-owned platform, I've been saying this. They have people pushing this messaging. This is literally like, I would say this, if you're going to talk about hate speech, I think this falls under hate speech. Does it not, Bob?
I mean, it's definitely skirting the line.
I don't think that's skirting the line. They're talking about, they're saying that a guy that supposedly, according to the history, which is written by the winners, they're saying that this guy killed all these Jewish people. And so he's coming over here and saying what that guy did is right.
Right, but hate speech is a a legal term with an
Yes.
actual definition.
Well,
so
he's saying that they
things that are
deserve that.
mean or saying things that are unpopular or saying things that are, questionable are questionable. But that, like, to be hate speech, it has to, you have to.
I mean, look, he just said that. What's
Okay.
funny is that he tries to say, obviously, this is what this is. He's saying he's putting all Jews in the crosshairs of that they're deceivers, liars. They're doing all these disgusting things to the world, and that they deserve to be eradicated. That's what he's saying, pretty much.
Yes,
here.
I heard.
Okay. So what I find interesting is that they're allowing this openly on all these different platforms, and I've seen probably hundreds of videos like this on social media. Right?
Yes, because if we are all worried about fighting each other, we're not actually aware of what's happening. That's always been the long game.
I mean, it's,
And they'll switch up the players. It's everybody versus this group. It's one group versus another group that are somewhat evenly matched. It's political. It's religious. It's class.
Yep.
It's all distraction.
I've never seen it like this level, but I think what they're doing right now is they're recreating what they did in Germany.
Yep.
These guys that hate the J so much, or certain segments of them, which would be Zionists, what they don't understand is that these people, what I think is they're playing high-level chess. And I think when these idiots go and lend themselves towards these people that are leading them towards possibly killing a large group of people or giving the appearance or even attempting it, they're going to become weaponized and they will be eliminated. Now they have a reason to eliminate them. I've actually seen a recent story where they disarmed somebody. They took away all their firearms and I think put them in jail for years because of these statements. So people might take this video here that we just watched, share it all over the place, and now they're gonna put you on a fucking watch group. They might even disarm you. So beware of these kind of people, and the fact that I've seen so many different creators on Jewish-owned platforms do this. Right? They're pushing these messages. Look, if these guys are about, I would think this goes against community guidelines of some kind. I mean, look, beware of these kind of people because they're trying to lead you astray.
Yep.
That's a whole nother topic. Right, I showed you. Okay, we saw Zab Judah already. What is that? Zab Judah. He's talking about the Floyd Mayweather lawsuit, $340 million. I don't think Floyd's going to get it. What do you think about that, Bob? That Floyd Mayweather's now suing his old management, his promotion, Showtime, Steven Espinoza, all these guys he wants over $400 million. What do you think about that?
I think he's not going to get it.
He has a certain. Again, we got this guy over here just going to show you. This guy is a bully, people. Look at this. This is what Floyd wants to do to Steven Espinoza. But he's not strong enough. Floyd's going to need to get the right steroids, isn't he, Bob, to do this?
It looks like somebody is not well. Bud he's got to just deal with it.
And they're all laughing while he's playing. I don't know the reason for this. But again, this guy is a bully. See, how do you do that? Just grab a guy by his hair and yank him all over a house. Isn't that nuts?
It's very weird. Very weird behavior.
Okay. I mean, I could show you this stuff forever. The guy's constantly bullying small. Look at this small guy. He's on steroids and he's trying to wrestle this guy in the street.
I'm taking him on. I just want to grab him.
Spread your legs and get your balance.
He just loves to grab men.
Drop your weight. Spread your legs, get your balance.
So there he goes. He throws the guy on the floor. Right. Just got a couple more files. We're going to go through that and we're going to get out of here. Just running late. Bob, want to read that headline?
WBC set unbeaten mandatory challenger for Alexander Usyk.
All right. So they have a mandatory challenger. The mandatory is Caballero. All right. I would say that's a good fight. That's a good fight to go out on. I think you should probably fight this guy and then retire. I think that would be the better fight. He was talking about fighting Deontay Wilder or Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz would be coming off of a long layoff, broken hand injury, not the best win. This would be a great win for Alexander Usyk, great feather in his hat. I wish him all the luck for both men. This would be a very good fight. It's a really meaningful fight for boxing. Caballero could possibly be future of the heavyweight division. All right, so
you think this would be like a torch pass moment, potentially?
Win or lose, it's a great fight for him. Yeah, so exactly, a torch. If he loses, what's the worst that could happen is he would just be passing the torch and then he retires from there. This is the right way to do it. But I think in this fight was to happen, I I lean towards Usyk. I think Usyk would beat him, and I think he'd probably win by TKO or knockout. Bud Caballero is a very good fighter. His body work's good, and Usyk, you know, most fighters can't take body work, and this guy's got some very good body work. I don't like to say Usyk's soft to the body because most of the times he's been hurt to the body. It's certain parts of his body, but it's not the parts that are scoring. It's usually in his balls. All right. We got this over here. What is this, Bob?
Full Trump Lion King video surfaces amid Obama racism row.
All right, so more
Biden, Harris. Oh,
yes.
You scrolled
Sorry.
away.
If you want to finish reading that.
Biden, Harris, and Jeffries appear.
All right, so this is more of that stuff we talk about all the time on this channel. This is all government scam. This is to divide the people. This guy aligns himself with the Conservative Party, and then he puts out things that can be perceived as racist. This is psyop bullshit garbage. But we're going to watch the video because they've been hyping this shit up, all right? Within evolution, the evolution theory, they call people apes. So why is this racist, right? Anyway, even again, the goal is to put out something that can be interpreted as racist, so it gets all the fucking lemmings talking, all right? So let's watch this. This is what these fucking talking heads have been complaining about, pretending to be outraged by for the last couple of weeks. Right, so, wait. Oh, he's calling white people buffaloes. What is that?
A warthog.
Oh, a warthog. Yeah, he's calling. I mean, you know, it's intentional, right? And then people, they'll go and beat around the bush. I'll do what I'm doing right now. I'll say, oh, well, look, he's got other politicians and they're different animals. So are you saying this? No, but this is intentional. Yeah, you have the other ones. Because then you got this in there, which they know for a fact is going to get people talking.
And he
right?
put it out, and it got put out during Black History Month.
And then
oh
yeah, exactly. And they're apes too. They're apes, not monkeys. I mean, the AI said that. I taught it. What's the definition? So these are apes, right? So wait, but we're all apes, right? According to evolution. AI trash, AI slop as they call it, right? Oh wait, Biden's a monkey too, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He's actually an actual monkey, not even an ape. Right? The AI cleared that up the other day, Bob. I was asking it. What's the difference between an ape and a monkey? Oh, and he's a lion. Is that because he loves to lie? He's the lying king? Oh, and she's a fat pig, huh? Oh, Whoopi Goldberg? Dude, that doesn't even look like him, this AI
It
trash.
actually looks more like Joe Biden.
Yeah, you see how he morphed, sort of? But that's AI trash for
Yeah.
you. And so all these people, they're going on about it. It's government psyop. That's all this is.
Donald Trump is not new to the planet. If he actually made that and put it out, he knew exactly what he was doing. And all of this talking about it is doing exactly what he wanted.
Well, they're not saying that he made it. They're saying that he shared it. Also, this little frog thing has been associated with racism bullshit. It's all psyop. It's all intended to distract you and get you talking about this shit. Division of the two parties, the two-party system. I mean, really, in reality, with the only thing what I see from the two-party system is the left and the right-hand path. This here is part of the left-hand path.
But at the level that those people are at, they're all the same.
Yes, they're all on the same team. Even believing that there's two parties is kind of, well, there is two parties. It's a spiritual
At the
spiritual war.
human citizen level, yes. But when you get to the level of these people, they're all the same.
But in the reality of it is that this is simplest way to put it is that it's a spiritual war. They're two parties, two halves. They're basically yin and yang. That's what they are. But yeah, like Bob said at the supposed top, they're completely fake. They're all part of the same party when you go up. They're just there to distract you. We went over this in 1 second. Right. So it's more distractions. It's more bullshit.
Watch
okay?
what
Okay, we're going to go through here. 1 second, people. I'm just going to go through some of these topics. Got to get through them quick. It's getting late. All right. Bob, you want to read that headline?
Gable Stevenson's next MMA fight will stream free on YouTube, and here's how to watch it.
Okay, so we're going to go there. It might have been on today. What does that say, Bob? 10 p.m.
Yeah.
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Eastern on
Heavyweight.
YouTube.
When is this?
I don't know. You would probably have to scroll up.
Sorry, people. I'm looking. The text is very small. I'm trying to look for when it's happened. 10 p.m. YouTube main card. Looking for the day. NC. He's an NC. Oh, actually, it's next Thursday. That's when it's happening.
February 19th.
Okay, so February 19th. This guy is an up and comer, gold medalist in the Olympics for wrestling. He's a big up and comer. If you guys want to check it out, you got yourself some Thursday night MMA. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I think it's kind of cool. If you guys want to check that out. All right. 1 second. We're just going through a couple of last things here before we get out. I was going to show this. It's at the top. It's kind of odd. More of that Jewish stuff. You got Jimmy Savile, the huge supporter of Israel. This guy actually here, they said he molested something like over 72 people. Some of them, from when I read, were children. Yep. Pretty insane. Guy was a huge supporter of Israel. Kind of odd. Just going to say it. I don't know. I just found it kind of interesting because also, some of those people were, I said, some of them were children. Ashton Kutcher. You want to read that headline there, Bob?
Ashton Kutcher claims his switch to Judaism is to understand what Jesus would do after Bondi Beach attack.
Okay, yeah. This guy is a very bizarre guy.
Yeah, he is.
It's kind of on a side note. One second. I've seen some weird stuff with him. This guy actually, as a young person, he was mixed in with a murder. You know that, Bob?
I didn't know that.
And one of his girlfriends, one of the interests he had, love interest, he went to her house and he found what he called red wine on the floor, and he knocks on the door. He said he looked in the window and he saw red wine. And so he didn't actually call anybody or anything. He just went home. And then later on, he says that the reason why he didn't call is because he felt like he was going to be implicated in a murder. But how would he be implicated in a murder if he said he saw red wine?
Yeah.
If it was just red wine, that doesn't make any sense. So they said that this guy, that they found the killer now. I don't know where it's some guy. They said he killed a couple of people. Who knows? Maybe they just threw him in there and put it on his head. I don't know. I have to go through some of the details. But this guy was mixed in with P. Diddy as well. This was towards his Hollywood time. I think this was around the That 70s show. Kind of weird thing. But I thought it was funny that he transferred over to Judaism after being a Christian.
Was he a Christian, though?
Yeah, he supposedly was a Christian and decided to get involved with Judaism. I just think he's kind of a cuck.
I just don't understand how it's doing what Jesus would do if Jesus,
Well, look, he's a cuck.
Jesus started out as a Jew.
Yeah.
And he didn't die as a Jew.
Well, look,
so you're doing what Jesus would do by undoing what Jesus did?
He married.
That doesn't make any sense.
This guy is on video. Just his wife describes him as being want to read this little piece here, Bob?
Growing up in Russia, being Jewish, you didn't really talk about it, she said. And then I came to America. In America, everybody's talking about it.
All right. She says something about her husband, the actor, right here. See?
The just married actor also revealed a deeply personal use of technology to stay connected to his faith. He shared that he created a chatbot using the writings and teaching of the late rabbi, uploading years of sermons and texts so he could continue seeking guidance as if the rabbi were still alive.
Yeah, and somewhere in this article, she actually calls him a rabbi, right? What is this? Blah, blah, blah. Do you see it around here, Bob?
I don't know.
Wait, it's around here somewhere where she literally calls him something Rabbi Kush. What's his name? Kushner?
Mm-hmm.
Ashton Kutcher? Kusher. Right. I don't see it. 2.5 men. Blah, blah. Anyway, at some point in here, she calls him a rabbi. So this guy is a total cuck. He went from being a Christian to transferring to Judaism. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
It is very weird.
I think it's bizarre. All right, and so we got an interview here where there's some backlash against this guy. I know this doesn't have to do with boxing, but this has to do with the war against good and evil, I guess.
Today for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis after their video explaining why they wrote letters of support for convicted rapist Danny Masterson. The actors were criticized for calling their former co-star a role model, among other things. And the consensus is that video didn't help.
We are aware of the pain.
Fierce backlash today for Ashton Kutcher and wife Mila Kunis as they apologize for the character letter calling That 70s Show star Danny Masterson an outstanding role model and exceptional older brother figure with a caring nature.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to
Why would you apologize? Like, yeah, he's been accused of a crime, right? And he's been convicted. But they knew. Do you think they didn't know what this guy was up to?
You're not
You think
allowed
so?
to have wrong think.
This guy for sure, they knew what he was up to. There's some frauds. This is Danny Masterson, and no shade against, I guess, Judaism, I guess, or against Jewish people, because there are a lot of good Jewish people out there. But look, this is what Danny Masterson was into, right? Bob, I'm just doing this because the media loves to take Christians and put them in the crosshairs. But let's put the shoe on the other foot. Want to read this here, Bob?
Danny Masterson comes from a Jewish family, and he himself practices Judaism. In fact, he has been vocal about his faith and has spoken about how it has influenced his life and career.
All right, so you think it influences rape? This guy was accused of multiple rapes, just like
He wasn't accused; he was convicted.
I just think kind of odd. Is this part of the whole thing? The whole raping lots. Look at this guy. This guy's accused, Jimmy Savile, over 40 years on the BBC. Huge supporter of Israel, right? Huge. Guy was really big into Israel, and 72 victims, right? He's with that faith. It's kind of weird. You got to point it out when you see it, right? They love to point at these Christians. And now we got over here some two converts, one of them another, that 70s show, both these guys into the same thing as their rapist friend there. This guy over here, a lot of odd stuff with this fellow over here. A lot of interesting things. Murdered woman, right? P. Diddy connections. P. Diddy connections. His buddy is a serial rapist, right? Okay.
to us, and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years so that the judge could take that into full consideration.
You think this guy doesn't know about this, Bob? Of course he knew about this shit.
Yeah.
To the
Because
sentencing.
if his whole defense
Yeah.
is, oh well, we didn't know, we didn't see that side of him because he wasn't raping us.
This could be why they
Like,
aligned with
okay.
Sorry. I thought you were done. You want to continue the statement?
No, that was it.
He wasn't raping us. Yeah. And maybe this is why they aligned with Judaism, right? Towards the later part of their life. Like this was their younger years. And so now they've transferred to Judaism after all these acts they've
Well, I
done.
think she was Jewish. Always.
Yes. So she didn't transfer, but Kutcher did. And so did the other guy. But the other guy was raised Jewish. So I'm wrong about that too.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read, and we're sorry.
One of the women Masterson was sentenced last week of raping, known only as Jane Doe number 1,
Was he just touching the goyim? Was that what they call him?
slamming their apology. This video was incredibly insulting and hurtful. Chrissy Bixler, another Masterson accuser, blasted Kutcher. In my opinion, you're just as sick as your mentor, referring to Masterson. But others today say they deserve some slack.
Yeah, there's no way that they were denying what had happened to the victim.
Now citizen sleuths looking for insight into Kutcher's relationship with Masterson have uncovered cringeworthy lost clips of the actor discussing a then 16-year-old actress, Hilary Duff, with whom he starred in the 2003 movie Cheaper by the Dozen.
She's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18, along with the Olsen twins.
There was also this cringeworthy interview about Kutcher's first kiss with a then underage Mila Kunis on That 70s Show.
And I was a 14-year-old little girl, and I was extremely scared for my life. Then Danny goes and goes, dude, I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her.
So Danny bets me like $20 that I wouldn't do it. And of course I'm like, yeah, sure, what's the deal?
So there you go, right? I'll give you $20 if you kiss her, right? What do you think about that, Bob?
They're just gross. They're
Yeah.
just gross Hollywood people.
Danny Masterson. Hollywood people. Yeah, speaking of, like 1 second, we got Duplessis over here. We're almost done, Bob. All right, want to read the headline?
Dricus du Plessis aiming for UFC 327 return in April. I'd love it to be Khamzat.
All right, so Khamzat actually just beat him through wrestling, humping. What they call it? Fuck wrestling. There's a word that they call it.
Struggle snuggling.
They call it like wrestle fucking you, and that's what he did. He just held him down for 5 rounds. It was terrible. It's terrible. But so Duplessis looking to come back. Dricus Druckus, is that how you pronounce this?
Drickus, I suppose.
Druckus. Okay, so Druckus is talking about coming back. They should definitely change these gloves. They fucking suck. The UFC got to change that. Maybe get some silver gloves. I don't know. They look like crap. That red with that piss-colored yellow. Disgusting. Anyway, Duplessis looking to come back. All right. Okay, 1 second. All right, we already saw this. This is the beef that these guys had. This is Shakur Stevenson talking trash. Look, we got these bitches over here.
2, 1.
Look at this guy. He punches so hard.
Oh, okay, that is man. All right, let's see what you got. It's hard, right? Let me see what you got. Wait, I got 490. No way.
Look at that. That's the hardest punch this guy's thrown in his life.
And I did not. I beat you. I got 449. You got 449. I could beat 486. Yes, I can. That was the highest you ever did on that fucking. What'd you say? Bro, that shit cheating though. Look at that shit. Come on, if you're around.
Anyway, this is the guy. They went on this guy's podcast, this nepotism Jewish dude. They went on his recent podcast, and that's where they started talking shit about MMA fighters. I mean, these guys doing anything to make some money. Again, they're not going to jump on some regular YouTube channel. They're going to jump on the guy who's anointed for this shit, right? This little cornball that literally feeds children tranny videos, right? This guy over here, Atticus Ross, I remember he had show speed on his channel. I'm going to expose this in one of our future videos. This guy has this tranny on there, and then both the two black dudes go into the bathroom. They come back. They're all covered in what they wanted to say is sweat. And then they come out, and then Atticus Ross says, "It smells like shit in here. What's that smell?" And obviously, what? They're fucking a tranny, right? So, and he goes on, he makes this whole thing up. And keep in mind, this is for a child audience. This is most of the people that watch this guy, Atticus Ross, are little kids. No a respectable grown man is going to watch this fucking guy's trash. But that's who these guys help out, Terrence Crawford and these big guys. They jump on Atticus Ross's piece of shit videos, on his channel. Anyway, with that said, we have talking about pedos. We have just 2 last videos, and we're going to get out of here. We got Ryan Garcia. He's going to be talking about the Mario Barrios. What I find interesting is that how Ryan Garcia tried to disgrace himself. He said a bunch of wild things, right, in the past about child rings, right? And now he still hasn't stopped. And I told you people, Ryan Garcia, a few months ago, right before Diddy was arrested, Ryan Garcia came out with shirts of P. Diddy and Devin Haney on the shirts. And then closely, right after, remember this, Bob, he was talking about these rings, right? These, not the ring, like the boxing ring, but like the sex rings, right? The ones concerning young people. And he brought this out, and then P. Diddy gets picked up soon after that. He got arrested. This guy might be an informant.
You won't have a next time. I'm finishing you. You will never.
So you can see Ryan Garcia for sure is cutting weight right now. I can tell he's leaned down. He's having maybe possibly a kind of a hard cut. That just shows you how built he is for this fight. He's big. He's big. For welterweight, he's having to cut. You can tell.
Box again if we fight again, and you know that. And I have vowed to that. If we fight again, you will never box again. I promise you that.
All right, so we're going to see that. I think he's talking about Devin Haney. Watch.
Not too much. Yeah. And I was like, ha ha. Like, bro. But next time. Oh, that next time, buddy.
Sorry, guys. I want us to be clear with what he's saying.
Of tendencies that Pacquiao was doing and what type of punches were catching Barrios a lot. Just based on just boxing. But it's more Keith Thurman I like watching. Keith Thurman. Who else he fought? Abel Ramos. I watch all the fights.
Gervonta Davis fight or no? Because southpaw.
No, I was trying not to watch the southpaw because it's a different position.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But look, you're one of the best finishers in boxing. Like, I know you didn't finish Devin Haney, but you had him drowned.
Ref saved him. I should have knocked him. I just didn't have the conditioning.
I think it still bothers you, huh?
Yes, because I should have knocked him out in that 11th, man. I was playing around too much. Yeah. And I was like, ha ha. Like, bro. But next time, oh, that next time, buddy, you won't have a next time. I'm finishing you. You will never box again if we fight again, and you know that. And I have vowed to that. If we fight again, you will never box again. I promise you that.
He's like cutting a WWE
But
promo.
look, Oscar Duarte.
Well, I think he just hates the fact that he lost that win. They took it from him.
Fighting on your undercard.
That's gonna be sick.
That's a good fight.
That's a great
Duarte
fight.
and Richardson Hitchens. You gonna watch that in the locker room?
I hope a little bit. Like, I'm not gonna try to look at it too much.
You didn't get enough credit for that. That was a great win.
Bro, Oscar Duarte is a dog.
He's a dog.
Hits hard too.
That was the Ryan Roll. Ryan Roll debuted, and you got a great knockout.
That dude was tough, and I was like, damn, this motherfucker hits hard. This motherfucker is hard.
I think it's amazing, Bob, that they keep trying to set up Shakur Stevenson with stuff. From what I hear, they're trying to line up Shakur Stevenson with Ryan Garcia. Why would he deserve that? Make him fight some more welterweights, okay? At least this guy's actually fought 2 welterweights now. He's fighting he just fought Rolly, and then he's gonna fight Barrios, a belt holder at welterweight. And then you're just gonna let Shakur Stevenson just jump the fucking line and come up to welterweight to fight this guy? Why does he deserve that? And they think it's going to be a money fight. No, what it is, it's an exciting fighter in Ryan Garcia fighting a boring little bitch who's just going to come in there and try to hit him with tap punches and run away. This guy, they shouldn't be giving him these giant opportunities. It's fucking pathetic. He should have to work for it.
And yeah, he was the first one to ever cut me.
Well, he beat Tio. Well, he should come up and have to fight someone. Maybe make him fight Barrios or make him fight someone before he gets Ryan Garcia.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
You've only been cut once?
Yeah, in my life. But the thing is, you couldn't see because my eyelids go over.
They can fight
go
Rolly.
over my eye, so
right?
it's like hidden.
Shakur should at least fight Rolly Romero. Maybe make him fight him, right?
Never seen it.
Look at that. The Ryan Garcia face has everything. It has built-in mechanisms.
I know, right? That's blessed, baby, blessed. I told y'all, blessed.
All right, so we're what? We're now, what is it, 9 days out?
9 days out.
9 days out from Fight Night. High Stakes, The Ring Magazine. Give us a prediction. What's going to happen?
A prediction? Man. 8, 9, 10.
Prediction for the Barrios fight. That's a good prediction. You usually want to, especially in a fight of attrition, usually it's going to be around the those rounds, around the 8th. 8th, 9th, 10. Yeah, those are good for knockouts.
10.
I think that sounds, I'm going round 8.
I like that. 8, 9, 10.
I think round 8 is
that feels good.
Feels good, yeah?
Yeah, it feels good for a real fight. We're going to get to it. And Barrios is one of those guys, he'll get cracked and he'll keep trying to fight. So
I think Shakur might be in Vegas, I heard.
Well, let him be there. Let him be there. It's okay, man. Come through.
And then what else? What are your other goals? I mean, obviously your goal right now is to win this fight. But
win this fight, become breakout streamer of the year. And sky's the limit, man. Keep on.
Was that interesting going back to the Jimmy Savile? Listen to what he says at the end.
Just keep on being a truth speaker. I mean, people have seen the things that came out. I'm not gonna bring it up, but y'all know I wasn't lying though. Y'all thought I was
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
I'm not gonna say it. You guys know what I'm talking about.
You see how he goes back and forth on this issue. He's constantly denouncing it and coming back to it and doing it. That's what they have to do, because if he brings it out, he's got to keep being inconsistent with it. He has to act crazy as well, because it's dangerous for him to talk about it, right?
I don't feel vindicated. I just want to say, protect children.
Have anyone come up to you and been like, hey, you were right?
So many.
Yeah?
Thousands of people in my DMs every day, like, bro, we should have believed you. Y'all think I'm just talking all the time, right? Hey, man, the thing is, Christ, come back already. We need you. No, we really do. I'm not even playing around. We need Jesus. We need Jesus bad.
All right, well, we'll wait for that, and we're going to wait with big anticipation for Ryan Garcia, Mario Barrios, February 21st, The Ring Magazine, High Stakes in Las Vegas.
All right, so he's going on. We don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because I think biblically, doesn't when Christ comes back, doesn't he come back with on a pale horse, Bob?
Well, when he comes back in the end times.
Yeah,
after
on a
the
pale horse. Yeah,
tribulation.
at the end times. Yeah, it's not a good sign. Oscar De La Hoya, I didn't even know this till yesterday. He actually said in this video, he says that he was molested or raped at 13 years old. Isn't that interesting? Because old by an older woman, right? Isn't that interesting?
I mean, it's unfortunate. I don't really think it's something that should be really publicized.
Well, I mean, he's talking about many things in this video.
I gotta deal with fucking pains. I gotta deal with
He talks about the Manny Pacquiao fight in here.
waking up at 5 a.m. every morning.
Okay, it's an interesting interview with Oscar De La Hoya. I just found it yesterday. If you guys want to watch it, it is. Want to read the title of the video there, Bob?
Oscar De La Hoya says he was raped at 13 years old by an older woman in a tournament in Hawaii.
So there he goes. In a tournament in Hawaii. Ryan Garcia's probably gone through the same crap. He is looked at as some kind of like teen heartthrob, an attractive guy. Kind of an odd thing and maybe it changed Oscar. I don't know. It might have, right, Bob? What do you think?
Yeah.
Think it changed him? All right. I found out today, I watched a video that the Black Ranger actually lost a finger. You know that? He's from the hood. He was from the hood. He actually shot off his own finger by accident as a little kid. He was 4 years old. Kind of stupid. Why are you guys leaving the gun sitting around the house like that where your little kid could pick it up?
Seems like a bad idea.
It's fucking retarded, isn't it? So it's not a smart thing to do. But with that said, kind of an odd end to the show, but guess what? We're stepping out the back door to bigger and better things. And there's nothing better than the Real Food TV.
There isn't. It's the greatest channel known to man.
It really is the greatest channel known to man, people. Right? We've gone through a lot of topics. A lot of stories here. We got Mr. Terrence Crawford and Shakur Stevenson. Some big cherry pickers on Bob Cherry Pickers over here.
Bitches.
Some bitches over here trying to shit on other fighters. Fighters who actually fight. Not to say that Terrence Crawford didn't fight. He is a more exciting fighter than Shakur Stevenson. Terrence would come for the finish from time to time, but he did run around that ring like a bitch. And he for sure tampered with his gloves. He would land some low blows, headbutts, and he would cherry pick. He definitely cherry picked. They're building him up as one of the greatest fighters of this time, but you can never say that when the guy very carefully handpicked his entire career. That's the behavior of a scared bitch. And now he's getting called out by an actual fighter, a hard-working fighter, a very good one. This guy over here, Buckley, he's got highlight finishes, very, very good fighter. And he's just calling this guy out. He's like, well, you're a tough guy. You're the real fighter. Why don't you fight me? And it looks like you got Terrence Crawford over here doing what bitches do, and that's threatening to shoot him. Right? He's over here slapping people in the face, wrestling guys, throwing Nico Ali on the floor, just trying to bully everybody. Now he's a guy just simply saying, bro, I'd beat the shit out of you. Not even in a way where he's trying to be like, threaten him. He's just saying that in real life, I would beat the crap out of you. So don't talk trash about me and don't talk down to me because I don't appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure Terrence Crawford would feel the same if some other man came out and said your profession is trash and that you're a fucking bum, basically, and I'm above you and you're beneath me. What do you think about that, Bob?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous position to take, especially when, it's coming out of him.
Yes. Boxing's got to stop pushing these cowards, Stop allowing guys like Shakur Stevenson to come over here and start calling out, Ilia Topuria. Look, if you want to fight these MMA guys, why don't you go fight them in MMA? And the reason they'll never do that because they'll get knocked the fuck out. These boxers, most of them, even though I love boxing, I think Manny Pacquiao would have a shot. Or a guy like a Mike Tyson would, or Usyk, for sure Usyk, would do well. But a guy like Terrence Crawford or Shakur Stevenson.
Terrence Crawford isn't good at boxing. I don't know why he's trying to get smoke in another sport.
He's all right. But the guys like Floyd Mayweather, Shakur Stevenson, Crawford, these guys could not, or Devin Haney, none of these dudes could hang. They could never hang in MMA. They just really couldn't. All right? But with that said, people, you've been watching The Real Food TV, people. Why does boxing keep making cowards heroes? Don't be scared, homie. Don't be afraid. Just fight him. All right? We got Buckley over here. He's like, fuck you, motherfucker! Easy work! Don't hurt me! No! What the fuck did you say? Kill him? No, don't kill him. Just beat him up. We don't kill people. We're good. We just want to beat him up and show him who's boss. All right, what do you think about that, Bob?
Not above a bit of violence.
No? All right, we're going to get out of here. See you later, guys. See ya.
Good night.
Have a good one, guys. All right. Forgot to say the names of the people. All right. All right, we got Dan Earl in there. Thanks for coming in here, man. We got Bill the Boxer. Thanks a lot for coming here. Gold. Thone. We want to thank you all you guys for coming in here tonight. This is a very late night edition. It started off at 7, 8 o'clock, around 7. It's a long show, people. If you want to support The Real Food TV monetarily, our Venmo's in the description of every single video on this channel. All right. 1 second. We got Ralph in here. Dan, we already said Dan. Ralph. Morb. and millions of other people, guys. I want to thank all you for coming in here. Right? Got the El Barbarino, but the El Barbarino was here. Right? Want to thank you all for coming through this long, amazing stream. We're listening to the beautiful sounds of Oscar De La Hoya right now in Spanish. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you later. We'll be back soon. We got all kinds of shows coming up, right? It's kind of funny. It's Oscar De La Hoya. He's singing on CNN. The guy got a big push. They're pushing him on ESPN, on CNN, sorry. CNN. Oscar De La Hoya live on CNN.
Una vez mi vida entera te la di. Dime tú, ¿para qué?
Beautiful stuff, people. Beautiful stuff here.
Después de todo el tiempo que perdí.
Such a great song. Really do love it. Can't get enough of it.
Prefiero ni acordarme que te conocí.
We're gonna go out with this Kat Von D song. All right, have a good night. One more second.
The Real Food TV.
This fight here.
Shouldn't build your own.
All right, we're just going to end it as we started the show. All right, this is Health. This is a song called, it's called Vibe Cop. All right, guys? Last time, thanks a lot for coming in here. If you want to donate monetarily, again, our Venmo's in the description of every video on this channel. Have a good one, guys. We're getting out of here. Good night. Have a good one. See you soon. Foo Sports Live is filmed in front of a live studio audience. Foo Sports Live is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
But you wouldn't listen. Right? You stupid fuck. Look at you now. But you wouldn't listen.
All right, there you go. That's the band Health. It's Void Vibe Cop. All right, have yourselves a good night. All right, see you later, guys.